Chapter 1. Let's talk about getting on the shelves. Getting on the shelves is a test for an author, and getting a subscription is an affirmation for an author. Sitting in front of the computer, the book was already on the shelves. For a moment, it was really hard to say what to say. I've been writing books for a few years now, but it's always been lukewarm. I'm still holding on to my dream. I'm already in my 20s, but I don't even have a house in Harbin, let alone a car. Writing books is my favorite thing in life. Speaking of which, I'm quite happy. At least I'm running in the direction of my dream. However, just running isn't enough. In this process, I need someone to affirm me, someone to encourage me. How much can a subscription cost? It might cost half a month to read a pack of cigarettes. It might cost a few cents on WeChat to read a few chapters, but this is the greatest affirmation for me. In today's impetuous society, what else can make you happy for a few days with a few cents? Of course, I'm writing books and you guys are reading books. This isn't mandatory. Can also be that I need everyone to support me. On this path of chasing my dream, I need encouragement, I need affirmation. I need a large number of brothers and sisters behind me to chase my dream. Then on this path to my dream, you guys accompany me and run together. Chapter 2. Su Yan is definitely the greatest swordsman in the world. At Su Yan's funeral, Vladino, who was known as the world's fastest swordsman, said to the camera. On the day of Su Yan's funeral, martial artists from all over the world came. Helicopters and all kinds of luxury cars completely filled the small town where Su Yan lived. The spokesperson of the Huaxia government said sorrowfully, "Su Yan's death is our country's loss." Some people even said that Su Yan's death represented the decline of the world's martial arts community. As for Su Yan's speed of dissecting a whale with a long sword in 3 minutes, it would probably take 100 years for a martial arts genius to break the record. Tianshuang City, Jingzhou Tianshuang City, Su family's main hall. Looking at the noisy surroundings, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of doubts. Did I transmigrate just like that? Su Yan looked at everything around him. The memories that flooded his mind made Su Yan feel a little bloated. He was Su Yan from Earth, the fastest and sharpest swordsman in the world. There was no one like him. However, due to an invisible congenital heart disease, he had transmigrated into the body of this young man named Su Yan. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the unfriendly gazes of the people around him. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan returned to normal. He looked forward with a calm face. Only his fingers were tapping lightly, indicating that Su Yan's heart was not calm at all. "Su Yan, how dare you doze off in the main hall? You really don't know how to respect your elders." A middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Yan. This man was dressed in a black robe. He had thick black hair and a pair of bright eyes. He looked at Su Yan with a sneer. In Su Yan's memory, this man was Su Yan's uncle, Su Kuang. The young man sitting next to him was his uncle's older brother, Su Yan. "Su Yan, have you thought it through?" The old man sitting in the main seat opened his eyes slightly and stared at Su Yan. Hearing the family head's words, everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan. Their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. Su Yan slowly calmed his mind and digested the memories of Su Yan's physical body. It turned out that in Tianshuang City, the Su family was the second most powerful force. Su Yan's parents had unparalleled battle prowess and were the pillars of the Su family. Su Yan also had a high status in the Su family. However, 1 year ago, Su Yan's parents never returned after a family mission. Half a year ago, news of Su Yan's parents' death spread. Since then, Su Yan's status in the Su family plummeted. Recently, Su Yan's uncle, Su Kuang, actually targeted the heavenly spirit pearl that Su Yan's parents left for Su Yan. He even persuaded the family head to come and pressure Su Yan. "Su Yan, have you thought it through?" The family head was Su Yan's granduncle, Su Tiantu. At this moment, his expression was calm and his gaze fell on Su Yan's body. Su Yan lowered his head and looked at the pearl in front of his chest. He raised his head and looked at the family head with an expressionless face. "I don't agree." Bang! Just as Su Yan finished speaking, Su Kuang's hand heavily slammed on the table. Su Kuang's face was filled with anger. "Su Yan, you can't use the heavenly spirit pearl that your father left for you. Why don't you give it to your brother?" Su Yan raised his head and looked at Su Kuang from the corner of his eyes. "Uncle, why did you interrupt the patriarch's speech in the main hall?" Don't you know how to respect your elders? Su Kuang suddenly clenched his fist and snorted coldly. These were the words he said to Su Yan just now, but they were all sent back to him. The family head looked at Su Yan, who was beginning to change, and slowly said, Su Yan, your uncle is right. You can't use the heavenly spirit pearl. Why don't you give it to Sun Yan? The family will compensate you with 500 taels of silver. Su Yan shook his head. Facing Su Kuang's grimacing face and the others' gazes, he was still very calm. I still refuse. The light on Su Kuang's body instantly exploded and directly crushed Su Yan. Su Yan, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Suddenly, Su Yan felt a boundless pressure sweeping over him. It was as though the surrounding gravity had increased by countless times. Su Yan clenched his fist and forced himself to stand up. He was dressed in a white robe with sword-like eyebrows, a slender body, and a somewhat handsome face. Su Yan raised his head and looked at Su Kuang. Uncle, are you forcing me? As a peerless swordsman, Su Yan naturally had a strong psychological quality. Therefore, facing the people of the Su family, his expression did not change. He narrowed his eyebrows and the aura on his body spread out, twisting the light. Su Kuang snorted coldly and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan, there are still 10 days before the recruitment day of the Hidden Sword Tomb. If you give the Heavenly Spirit Pearl to Sun Yan, the Su family is likely to have a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Why are you so selfish? Su Yan turned his head and looked at Su Kuang. The aura on his body suddenly soared. Suddenly, at this moment, the people of the Su family all felt that Su Yan was a little different. He was like a sword that had not been pulled out of the scabbard. Although it was still in the scabbard, the sharpness of his body had already been revealed. Su Yan took a step in the direction of Su Kuang. The Heavenly Spirit Pearl is a legacy left to me by my parents. This is my life's last hope in this world. However, if I don't give it to you, I am selfish. What is the reason for this? Or, Uncle, are you a little shameless? Su Yan's words were like thunder in the main hall. Everyone present raised their heads in an instant and looked at Su Yan. They never thought that Su Yan, who had always been submissive and did not like martial arts, would suddenly become so unyielding. Presumptuous. Su Kuang's hair instantly shook as he roared. Su Yan, you talk to me like this. Do you even have me, your uncle, in your heart? Su Yan took a step forward. He was not afraid of Su Kuang's aura. You want to rob the Heavenly Spirit Pearl that my father left for me. Then, do you still have my father in your heart? Su Yan said directly and directly put a big label on Su Kuang. After transmigrating, Su Yan merged with the memories of Su Yan's body. Su Yan understood his current situation. If he did not fight for it, he was afraid that he would not have the chance to stand out in the future. What he had suffered was 100 times more humiliation, so Su Yan chose to face it directly. Su Yan gambled again. He gambled that the Su family cared about their reputation and would not rob him of the Heavenly Spirit Pearl. At the same time, Su Yan's intuition told him that this Heavenly Spirit Pearl was very useful to him. Su Yan looked at the Su family members around him and felt a burst of desolation. According to the memories of Su Yan's body, Su Yan's parents treated these people well. However, after Su Yan's parents disappeared, people left. There were so many people present, but no one said a word of justice for Su Yan. Su Yan, do you know the importance of the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb to the Su family? I hope you can give the Heavenly Spirit Pearl to Sun Yan. Su Tiantu seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Su Yan's attitude. He put down his teacup and looked at Su Yan. It seemed that the emotions of Su Yan's body had infected Su Yan. Su Yan felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. Family head. The Heavenly Spirit Pearl is something left behind by my parents. I will not give it to anyone. Su Yan stood in place. His eyes were incomparably resolute as he looked directly at the family head. Su Tiantu raised his head. The light in his eyes directly met Su Yan's. It's useless for you to keep the Heavenly Spirit Pearl. Hand it over. The Su family will remember you. Su Yan clenched his fists. A cold smile appeared on his face. The Su family will remember? My parents died in battle for the Su family. What happened to me? Su Yan took a step forward. The aura on his body became even colder. His voice also became a lot louder. Now, even the things left behind by my parents will be taken away by you. What will the Su family remember? The Su family members present were all shocked. Su Yan's parents' contributions to the Su family were obvious to all. Su Tiantu's eyebrows also twitched, but he still opened his mouth and said, Su Yan, you should know that the Su family prioritizes the big picture. Prioritizes the big picture. Su Yan's expression gradually became serious. At this time, Su Yan was not only doing this for his body, but also for Su Yan himself. He could not swallow this anger. Su Yan and Sun Yan will compete. If Sun Yan wins, the heavenly spirit pearl will belong to Su Yan. The family will compensate Su Yan with 500 silver taels. Su Yan looked at the family head. He felt a chill spread throughout his body. His eyebrows twitched. In his memory, Su Yan did not like martial arts, so he did not practice martial arts at all. In other words, Su Yan was only a weak scholar. However, the family head wanted Sun Yan, who had already succeeded in spirit realm, to compete with Su Yan. It was clear that he was biased. Or it could be said that this was robbing. In the Qian territory, martial arts were respected. Only martial arts cultivation was the only way. Cultivation used the soul as the foundation. The first step of cultivation was to start spirit realm. The spirit realm was the first step to awaken the soul. This was the spirit realm and also the first step of cultivation. The spirit realm had 9 levels, and each level was different. This Sun Yan had already succeeded in spirit realm. He was not someone Su Yan could defeat. Sun Yan smiled coldly. He could even imagine the scene of victory. Su Tiantu drank a mouthful of tea and stood up. Su Yan, if you win, whoever touches the heavenly spirit pearl will be destroyed. But if you lose, then hand over the heavenly spirit pearl. Otherwise, you have to give it to me. You have to give it to me. This was the family head's unspoken words. Saying this, the family head turned and left. He didn't even look at Su Yan because he felt that Su Yan had no value. He was just an ant. He had no value at all. Su Yan suddenly felt as if there was an invisible fist in the air hitting his body. He felt as if his entire body was burning. The battle blood in his chest gradually reverberated. Su Yan looked at Sun Yan. His cold eyes were filled with battle intent. The past life and the present life were both cruel. Without strength, one would be at the mercy of others or even crushed. Su Yan clenched his fist. He wanted strength. Sun Yan slowly walked towards Su Yan. His eyes were cold. He pinched his fingers as if he could already see the scene of Su Yan being beaten up. Oh, you trash. You actually have the guts to fight me. Sun Yan's face was ferocious. He didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Su Yan didn't say anything. He held a sword in his hand. The familiar feeling in his memory surged like a tide. Su Yan's eyes began to shine brightly. Sun Yan sneered. He didn't take out a weapon. He directly threw a punch at Su Yan. Su Kuang was laughing. Sun Yan beating Su Yan was as easy as crushing a dog. But in the next second he suddenly felt that his world had collapsed. With a clang, Su Yan's long sword exploded out of the scabbard. Su Yan's speed was so fast that one could only see a wave of wind. Even there was only the ear-piercing sound of the long sword breaking through the air. Pooh! Countless brocade cloth flew. The long sword shredded Sun Yan's long sleeve. In the next second, Su Yan's long sword was placed on Sun Yan's neck. However, Su Yan only raised his fist and took a step forward. Su Yan stood in place, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with a ferocious smile. At this distance, even if he was an infant, if he pulled the long sword, he would die. Everyone was shocked. Su Yan smiled. Only he knew how confident he was in his speed. Dissecting a whale in 3 minutes, the fastest time he could draw his sword was 0.2 seconds, and the fastest time he could kill an enemy was 1.2 seconds. After transmigrating, he was only in the spirit realm, yet he dared to talk back to him. Su Yan shook his head. He looked at Sun Yan and spoke clearly, pausing between each word. You trash. P.S. Book Friends Group. 455212786. Chapter 3. Su Yan's chest heaved up and down as he gasped for breath. He felt as if his lungs were about to be torn apart. Even though this set of movements was completed, Su Yan's body could not keep up, so he was panting a bit. But it still shocked everyone. Su Yan's actions were like a sudden clap of thunder in the middle of the night. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. Su Yan was a person in the second layer of the spirit realm. How could Su Yan win? How could he win? But reality was like a huge slap to the face, hitting the faces of everyone in the Su family. Not only did Su Yan win, he won very quickly. Su Yan's face swelled to the color of an eggplant, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Yan, what kind of sorcery is this? Su Yan angrily said. Su Yan's expression was still very calm. I won. As he said this, Su Yan pulled back his sword and turned to leave. Su Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even though Su Yan turned around, his hand was still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Su Yan, go to hell. An angry roar came from behind him. Su Yan finally could not endure this kind of humiliation. He threw a punch at Su Yan's back. You really came. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. Su Yan had purposely turned around to give Su Yan this opportunity. It was all for this moment. Su Yan's body suddenly twisted backwards, and the hair on his head suddenly danced in the wind. In his previous life, Su Yan had accidentally obtained one of the moves of the regal sword style under Kunlun Mountain. It was with this regal sword style that Su Yan was able to defeat countless strong opponents and step onto the path of the strongest swordsman. Even though this regal sword style only had 2 moves, it was enough for Su Yan to laugh proudly in the martial world. When Su Yan was at his peak in his previous life, he used this sword to shatter a half-meter thick steel plate. This showed the sharpness of this move. The sound of metal cutting through the air rang out again. Countless amounts of blood suddenly splashed out. Su Yan's sword in a second touched Su Yan's arm more than 20 times. Then the sword slashed Su Yan's body. Su Yan clenched his fists. He did not think that the long sword would break. Su Yan thought that Su Yan was arrogant. This was the first time he had defeated Su Yan. So Su Yan turned around and waited for Su Yan to attack him. Just as Su Yan expected, Su Yan attacked. Then, Su Yan should have crippled Su Yan's arm with one slash. Finally, Su Yan was seriously injured. However, this sword wasn't sharp enough. Su Yan's body also had layers of qi protecting his body. He only tore a dozen wounds on Su Yan's arm, which were only minor injuries. Looking at the people in the Su family's main hall, Su Yan immediately took the initiative to speak. Su Yan, you're my brother. I've already defeated you, but you actually sneak attacked me from behind. Do you have any respect for your father and my father? Do you have any respect for the Su family? Do you have any respect for the family head? Su Yan's words put a few big hats on Sun Yan. Sun Yan was angry and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Su Kuang. If Sun Yan really hurt Su Yan at this time, then even the family head couldn't protect them. Su Kuang looked at Su Yan with incomparable coldness in his eyes. He suddenly waved his sleeves, turned around and left. Su Yan was relieved and let out a long breath. Su Yan knew that he was temporarily safe. Looking around the main hall, Su Yan sighed. Su Yan knew that his uncle's family wouldn't let him go. So the most important thing was to improve his strength. According to this memory, Su Yan returned to his small room. After Su Yan's parents left, Su Yan's status plummeted. His room was constantly occupied, and now only this small room was left. Su Yan pushed the door open and sat cross-legged on the small bed. Then, he took out the heavenly spirit pearl that was hanging in front of his chest. Originally, Su Yan was not willing to cultivate, or it could be said that this was not Su Yan's pursuit of the physical body, so Su Yan could be so easily humiliated by others. This heavenly spirit pearl should be enough for Su Yan to succeed in guiding the spirit. Su Yan didn't move. Instead, he first sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly calmed his mind. This was a unique skill Su Yan had when practicing the way of the sword. It allowed him to forget himself in the shortest time. Finally reaching the state of mind like still water, Su Yan picked up the heavenly spirit pearl. The heavenly spirit pearl was only the size of a longan fruit, and it was surrounded by rays of light. Su Yan used a little strength, and the heavenly spirit pearl was instantly crushed. The divine light inside flowed out, and then rushed into Su Yan's body. An incomparably pure spiritual power poured into Su Yan's body like spring water. Su Yan suddenly felt an indescribable comfort burst out from his bones. followed by an indescribable pain. Su Yan's face instantly became ferocious, and the pain caused all the muscles in his body to tremble crazily. Su Yan clenched his teeth and didn't speak, enduring the pain. It was as if all the bones in his body were constantly being reconnected, and the spiritual energy was combing his body's constitution over and over again. This heavenly spirit pearl was indeed extraordinary. Su Yan slowly felt a bit of light bloom in his dantian, and then the power in his body increased by a lot. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly felt an indescribable power in his body. This spiritual energy is even more powerful than the true energy in my previous life. Su Yan murmured as he felt the spiritual energy in his body. The heavenly spirit pill gradually shattered, but contained within the heavenly spirit pill was a 7-colored brilliance the size of a mung bean. Su Yan was in a daze, and this 7-colored brilliance instantly poured into Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan suddenly felt an incomparable pain piercing into his mind, and words appeared in Su Yan's mind. Great sun-colored glass sword manual. Inside the heavenly spirit pill, there was actually a sword manual, and this made Su Yan's eyes burst out with light. Su Yan closed his eyes and slowly digested this sword manual, and then a voice suddenly attacked in his mind. Yener hidden sword tomb under the sword well. You must come. This voice made Su Yan full of shock. This was the voice of Su Yan's father in his body. Su Yan was suddenly a little confused. Could it be that this father and mother's departure was premeditated? It seemed that he must go to the hidden sword tomb. However, if he wanted to go to the hidden sword tomb, he must pass the hidden sword tomb's examination in 10 days, and become a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Only then can he reach the sword well. After setting a goal for himself, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, and carefully experienced the great sun-colored glass sword manual. There were countless cultivation manuals in the Gone realm, but Su Yan felt that this great sun-colored glass sword manual was unusual. It was even very compatible with his own ideas, and some of the exquisite moves made Su Yan, who had immersed himself in his previous life, couldn't help but praise. Just as Su Yan was about to go out to take a bath, he found that the heavenly spirit pearl's 7-colored brilliance changed him more than just this. In Su Yan's eyes, rays of light flickered, and it seemed that the whole world had become clearer, and even the world was a little different. Su Yan walked to his small courtyard, changed his clothes and waved his fist, and felt that his body was full of explosive power. Su Yan, the family head is looking for you. A servant looked at Su Yan and suddenly said with a sneer. Su Yan took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and somewhat helplessly picked a good quality long sword and carried it on his back, and then walked in the direction of the main hall. The Su family was the second power in the Tianshuang city, so the Su family occupied a large area, but the decorations were wrong and it looked antique. Su Yan's back was straight, and he slowly walked into the main hall. Today, there was only the family head in the main hall. Seeing Su Yan walk in, the family head's eyes focused on Su Yan's body and slowly said, Su Yan, I heard you defeated Sun Yan yesterday? The family head was Su Yan's granduncle. His eyes narrowed and he kept glancing at Su Yan. Oh, you succeeded in spirit guiding? Su Yan nodded. After defeating Sun Yan yesterday, I started spirit guiding, and I'm currently at the first layer. Your father, what treasure did he leave for you? The family head's hair suddenly stood up, and his aura burst out bit by bit. He did not believe that Su Yan, who had always been a weak scholar, would suddenly rise up and defeat Sun Yan. It must be that Su Yan's father had left behind some kind of treasure for Su Yan, which allowed Su Yan to defeat Sun Yan so easily. Su Yan looked at Su Tiantu's eyes, and didn't see through the family head's intentions. He slowly shook his head. No. The family head looked at Su Yan's side and waved his hand. Okay. Go to the blacksmith shop in the west of the city, and choose a weapon. This is your reward for spirit guiding. Su Yan nodded, cupped his hands and turned to leave. After Su Yan left, the family head looked at Su Yan, and his eyes flashed. He called out the servant beside him. Tell Su Kuang and the others Su Yan's whereabouts. Whether or not they can get this treasure will depend on their luck. The servant behind him looked at Su Tiantu with a conflicted expression. Are we really going to give up on Su Yan? Su Tiantu shook his head, and took a deep breath. 10 days later is the day of the Hidden Sword Tomb's disciple recruitment. Sun Yan has a higher chance of success than Su Yan. The family head's eyes slowly narrowed. As for Su Yan, if he dies, then he dies. P.S. Book Friends Group 455212786. Chapter 4. Su Yan walked on the street toward the best blacksmith shop in the western part of the city. Su Yan was a top swordsman in his previous life. His body's vigilance told Su Yan that ever since he left the Su family, someone had been following him. Su Yan instantly understood that the Su family had given up on him. Perhaps his uncle Su Kuang's men were behind him. The western part of the city. There were fewer people there, so perhaps they were about to make their move. Su Yan licked his lips and tightly gripped the long sword in his hand. Su Yan was not nervous but rather excited. Su Yan, as a top swordsman, naturally longed for battle. Especially his first battle in this world. Every cell in his body was crazily screaming. The excitement in Su Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, after walking halfway, a sound came from behind him. They finally made their move. Su Yan looked back and saw 4 or 5 people in black jumping toward him. Looking at the movements on their bodies, they should all be in the 2nd or 3rd layer of spirit realm. Su Yan licked his lips and suddenly slapped the scabbard. The sound of the sword clanging. The long sword flew out of the scabbard like a startled swan. Su Yan's body was like a violent dragon in an instant. The long sword cut through the air and emitted an incomparably ear-piercing sound. Then Su Yan's first slash came out. Puff! On the street, blood suddenly splashed out. Then a corpse was like a tattered rag that left a long bloody mark on the street. Su Yan slowly shook off the blood on his long sword and looked at the second person. However, all of the men in black who were moving forward suddenly stopped in their tracks. Then their eyes widened as they stared at Su Yan. How is this possible? In less than a breath, he died. The black-clothed person's body was trembling. He looked at Su Yan with a face of disbelief. Isn't he a trash that doesn't know how to cultivate? How could he be so sharp? Another black-clothed person said in horror. He must have a great treasure on him. Let's go together. He must die. The leading black-clothed person continued to say. Saying this, the black-clothed person led the charge toward Su Yan. The 3 black-clothed people beside him also rushed forward. The entire street was silent. Su Yan's eyes flashed as he looked at the leading black-clothed person. Su Yan smiled. Su Yan recognized this pair of eyes. It was Sun Yan. Holding the long sword in his hand, Su Yan did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward like a startled swan. With a swing of the long sword in his hand, Su Yan's eyes landed on Sun Yan's body as he drew an arc in the air. Sun Yan also looked at Su Yan with an incomparably arrogant snort. The humiliation yesterday caused Sun Yan to be unable to sleep the entire night. In his eyes, Su Yan, this trash should make way for him. Give him the heavenly spirit pearl. So this Su Yan must die. Su Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body was extremely fast. In a few strides, he rushed forward dozens of meters. Then the long sword in his hand stabbed out. Su Yan's long hair danced in the wind. Su Yan's crazy sword attack was like a storm. Sun Yan felt a sense of danger. When he looked up, Su Yan's sword light was already in front of Sun Yan. So fast. Sun Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The long sword in his hand suddenly rose up. Go die! Sun Yan roared, and a resplendent sword chi instantly broke through the sword chi and violently flew towards Su Yan. Su Yan's body leaned slightly. His long sword suddenly shook violently. In an instant, it was like a storm hitting the earth. The sword aura brought along the roar of the wind. It was as if the entire street was covered by the sword aura. The long sword instantly penetrated Su Yan's defense. Su Yan sneered. He swung his arm and the back of the sword hit Sun Yan's face. Pa! With a tearing sound, the black cloth on Sun Yan's face was instantly torn to pieces. Sun Yan's body was also instantly sent flying. His body rolled on the ground for a long time before coming to a stop. Su Yan stood in place with the sword in his hand. The breeze blew his long hair. Su Yan looked at Sun Yan and pretended to be shocked. Cousin, why do you want to harm me? Although Su Yan said so, Sun Yan still saw a trace of ridicule in Su Yan's eyes. This Su Yan did it on purpose. In front of so many disciples, he was sent flying by Su Yan's sword. Sun Yan's face was burning. He felt that everyone's eyes were focused on him. An inexplicable sense of humiliation appeared on Sun Yan's body. Grinning, Sun Yan no longer hid his identity. The light on his body flared up and rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan understood that this Sun Yan was already at the second layer of spirit realm. The spirit energy in his body was even purer than his own. Thus, it would not be good for him to meet force with force. However, Su Yan was not afraid. He was a top swordsman in his previous life. This kind of formation in Su Yan's eyes was nothing. Su Yan, what qualifications do you have to have such a heavenly spirit pearl? The radiance on Sun Yan's body burst out as streaks of sword radiance revolved around his body and swept towards Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes focused. He did not expect Sun Yan to be able to release sword aura. His body dodged to the side. This time Su Yan was smart. He did not strike Sun Yan's body with his sword. Instead, he continued. His sword was like a snake, breaking through Sun Yan's sword aura and lashing out again. Sun Yan's body was once again sent flying. Sun Yan's eyes widened. He did not know how Su Yan had used his sword. He only felt a flash of sword light and his face instantly suffered a painful blow. His body was directly sent flying. What kind of treasure is this? Sun Yan's eyes were filled with shock. Su Yan did not answer. He naturally would not say that this was the memory of his previous life. This was also because of the shackles of his body. Otherwise, Su Yan could have been twice as fast. Sun Yan rolled on the ground. He wiped the blood off his face. Incomparable humiliation attacked him. The source of this humiliation all came from Su Yan. Sun Yan clenched his fists. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Everyone attack together. I don't believe that Su Yan can overturn the heavens. You really want to fight to the death." Su Yan licked his lips and held the sword in his hand even tighter. His eyes were fixed on Sun Yan's body. Su Yan slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Bang! Su Yan's feet stepped on the ground. His body instantly bounced up like a rubber ball. In the next second, Su Yan's body fell into the crowd. The sword roared violently. In an instant, countless sword lights spread in Su Yan's palm. Spiritual energy surged. In Su Yan's eyes, everything around him slowed down. However, Su Yan was getting faster and faster. A trace of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Su Yan's face. The change in his eyes must be the effect of the seven-colored brilliance. The memories of the sword techniques in his body surged like a tide. The figures around him were all violently sent flying. Su Yan's sword techniques. Su Yan was even stronger than a normal fifth-stage spirit realm cultivator. In just 3 breaths of time, this group of second-stage spirit realm cultivators were all sent flying by Su Yan. Returning his sword to its scabbard, Su Yan shook his head and said with dissatisfaction, "My body really can't take it so slow." Sun Yan looked at the hole in his arm that was pierced by the sword. His head was covered in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Su Yan. Even his body was trembling. This Su Yan. Why was he so monstrous? Su Yan's eyes fell on Sun Yan's body and slowly walked towards him. Enough! An angry roar came from the horizon. Su Kuang's body suddenly landed and his eyes fell in front of Su Yan. His face was overflowing with killing intent. Su Yan's palms were instantly covered in cold sweat, but he still clenched his teeth and said, "Oh, uncle, you want to kill me in public?" After pausing, Su Yan continued, "Tisk tisk, you really are shameless." Su Yan's words made Su Kuang's killing intent gradually decrease. Su Yan was right. Su Yan was a member of the Su family after all, and he was also Su Yan's uncle. Killing among the younger generation was already considered a family scandal. If he made a move, he would become a laughingstock in Heaven Twin City. Clenching his fists and suppressing the anger in his heart, Su Kuang looked at Su Yan. "Su Yan, you better be careful." As he said that, a viper life spirit appeared behind him. A wave of air instantly rushed towards Su Yan, and Su Yan's body was instantly sent flying. Countless wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed freely. Su Kuang coldly snorted, grabbed Sun Yan and turned to leave. Although Su Yan was covered in blood, his bones were not injured. Su Kuang had only done that to vent his anger. Su Yan's face revealed a smile. He had survived again. However, in the blink of an eye, The light in his eyes became ferocious. Su Kuang and his son, huh? I will definitely make you pay 100-fold. Standing up, Su Yan wiped the blood off his face and walked to the blacksmith's door in the west of the city. He reached out his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a girl in red entered Su Yan's eyes. Her hair was black and her red clothes were like a painting. An indescribable feeling instantly crashed into Su Yan's heart. The girl in red's expression was as cold as ice, and her pair of big eyes were filled with spirit, but they were extremely charming. Who knew how many innocent young men had fallen for her? She was as cold as ice, but she was charming and moving. Chapter 5. The blacksmith shop's door opened and Su Yan, who was covered in blood, walked in. Aside from the woman in red, there was also an old man wielding a hammer. The hammer was the size of a millstone. With a boom, a gust of wind blew in all directions, causing Su Yan's hair to dance wildly. Bang! The red iron block, which was the size of a human head, was directly smashed into a piece of iron paper. Su Yan felt his scalp go numb. If this hammer landed on his body, what would happen? Ugly uncle, your guest. The woman in red looked at Chan Yen and slowly opened her mouth to speak. This girl's voice was very magnetic and carried a hint of charm. Coupled with her face that looked like Bing Shan and her red clothes, she gave off a very demonic feeling. After hearing the red-clothed girl's words, Ugly Uncle slowly turned his head around. Ugly Uncle's appearance gave Su Yan a scare. Ugly Uncle was indeed very ugly. There were 2 ravines on his face, making him look particularly ferocious. However, Ugly Uncle's eyes were dark green, making him look incomparably terrifying. He looked like a ferocious ghost. Oh, it's the boy from the Su family. Ugly Uncle looked over and slowly said. Not only was Ugly Uncle ugly, even his voice was like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. It was very ear-piercing. If one were to ask who was the most mysterious person in Sky Twin City, Ugly Uncle would be number 1. 3 years ago, Ugly Uncle came to Sky Twin City and set up this small blacksmith shop. Then he became famous. From then on, all the big families in Sky Twin City let Ugly Uncle refine weapons. Looking at Su Yan's bloody appearance, Ugly Uncle continued to speak. The Su family is fighting non-stop over a disciple spot in the hidden sword tomb. Then he lifted his head and looked at Su Yan. Boy, what kind of weapon do you want? Su Yan didn't hesitate. Sword. Chobo's green eyes lit up. With a flick of his finger, a box beside him instantly shot out from the sky. The box opened up, and more than 10 long swords instantly appeared in front of Su Yan. Pick one, Chobo said. Su Yan leaned forward, his eyes blazing. He was a sword master himself, so he could naturally tell at a glance that these long swords were all good swords. Su Yan couldn't help but tap on the sword's spine twice with his finger, and the sound of the sword instantly penetrated the entire room. Good sword. They're all good swords. Su Yan looked around and finally picked out a 2-finger-wide narrow sword. The surface of the sword shone with a blue light, which made Su Yan like it very much. You seem to have some skill in choosing a sword. Why did you choose such a sword? Chobo saw that the sword that Chan Yen had chosen was not the best and asked with some doubt. Even the red-clothed woman beside him asked curiously. This involved Su Yan's specialty, so Su Yan said directly, the sharper the sword, the better. My swordsmanship is of the speed type, so this sword is the most suitable for me. The most suitable is the most important thing. Interesting. Chobo's eyes were full of praise as he spoke. When the long sword was mentioned, Su Yan's eyes shone with a bright light. Senior, although the long sword you made is exquisite, it has flaws. Su Yan looked at the long sword and slowly said. When Su Yan said this, the woman in red and Chobo raised their eyebrows. They felt that Su Yan was being dishonest. Although Su Yan didn't like people like Sun Yan, he was still very respectful toward swordsmiths. He immediately took a step back and bowed slightly before speaking. Senior, you should like to use your left hand when making swords. If I'm not wrong, your right hand should be injured, so you switched to your left hand in recent years. That's why the sword pattern is not balanced. After saying this, the ugly uncle and the red-clothed woman were both dumbfounded. They looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Chobo nodded and sighed. That is indeed the case. My right hand was injured 2 years ago. Su Yan thought for a moment and continued to speak. Senior, I'm afraid the furnace you used was also temporarily gathered? With that, Su Yan tapped the body of the sword. The sword's humming isn't clear. This means that the material of the long sword itself isn't good. With Senior's craftsmanship, it should be that the sword furnace isn't good enough. The woman in red looked at Su Yan curiously. She came this time to give Chobo a new sword furnace. Chobo's curious gaze landed on Su Yan. His gaze was filled with admiration. Chobo was about to speak when Su Yan continued. Also, Senior's forging heart is dead, right? Chobo's eyes shone for a moment and then dimmed again. Although the longsword is not bad, Senior's heart is dead. There's no point in forging it. Su Yan shook his head. Chobo's eyes shone as he looked at Chan Yan. Which family are you from? Su family. I can't do it. Even Su Tiantu, that old fart, didn't have such eyesight. Of course, Su Yan wasn't a disciple of some family. Su Yan was a top swordsman in his previous life. Naturally, he knew some sword forging techniques. Chobo originally thought that Su Yan had pointed out the flaws, but he didn't expect Su Yan to speak again. Also, Senior, the shape of your longsword is too ugly. This made Chobo slightly embarrassed. Seeing that Su Yan was about to speak, Chobo immediately coughed. Then, he pulled out Su Yan's longsword and inserted it into the furnace. Then he waved his hand. Your words are worth it for me to refine your sword again, Chobo slowly said. The narrow sword was dyed red in a short moment. Then Chobo suddenly pulled it out and waved his iron hammer to smash the narrow sword. Along with the swing of the iron hammer, the spirit energy from Chobo's body fell heavily. Pung 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 pung. In the blink of an eye, countless iron hammers roared. The spirit energy from the iron hammer seeped into the narrow sword. Then rays of light landed on the narrow sword. Suddenly, patterns appeared on the narrow sword. The name of this sword is Shocking Celestial. Treat it well. Chobo threw the crimson Shocking Celestial sword into the water tank at the side. Instantly, countless white gas rose. Good sword. Su Yan directly stretched out his hand and held the Shocking Celestial sword, which was still warm, in his hand. Gently waving it, the sword hummed chaotically. Su Yan knew that this was the sound produced by the patterns on the sword. Once the sword was unsheathed, it could disturb others. If he didn't want to make any sound, he could use his spirit energy to envelop the sword. The sword's body was crimson red. It looked like a heavenly bird. Su Yan crossed two fingers and gently flicked it. The unparalleled sword hummed instantly, causing the entire small blacksmith shop to be filled with sword humming. After obtaining such a good sword, Su Yan immediately took a step back and cupped his hands towards Chobo to express his gratitude. Okay, you have obtained the long sword. Quickly scram. Chobo said without any trace of politeness. Su Yan nodded and turned around to leave the blacksmith shop. Seeing Su Yan leave, Chobo's forehead was suddenly covered in a layer of cold sweat. I am a grand blacksmith of the hidden sword tomb. How could I be belittled by this brat like this? Chobo paused and looked at Su Yan's back as he left. Chobo said to the woman in red, this child is a bit interesting. He is not simple. The long sword on his back had already been replaced with the Shocking Celestial sword. Su Yan clenched his fists and looked in the direction of the Su family. His eyes were filled with conflict. Returning to the Su family might be a bit dangerous, but if he didn't return, Su Yan would not be able to swallow the anger of Su Kuang and his son. After thinking about it, Su Yan clenched his fists and directly returned to the Su family. This time, Su Yan decided that this time when he returned, he must let the raging dragon out of the sea. Su Kuang stood in the Su family's high tower and looked at Su Yan stepping into the Su family. He immediately clenched his fists. This child actually dares to come back. Su Yan stepped through the Su family's hallway swordmaster and directly came to Su Tiantu's residence. Standing outside the door, Su Yan raised his hand and slowly knocked on the door a few times. Come in. Su Tiantu's low voice came in. Su Yan directly pushed the door open and entered. Su Tiantu's room was filled with smoke and a fragrant mist. Su Tiantu sat cross-legged on the bed. Countless rays of light surrounded Su Tiantu's body. Sensing Su Yan's arrival, Su Tiantu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Su Yan's body. Even though he was covered in blood, his back was still straight. Patriarch, I'm back. Su Yan's voice was extremely loud and clear. Then, he clearly saw the difference in Su Tiantu's eyes. Su Yan clenched his fists. This matter really had something to do with Su Tiantu. The entire Su family wanted to get rid of him. Su Yan's heart suddenly became extremely cold. The weapon you obtained is not bad. Su Tiantu nodded and praised. Su Yan nodded and retreated, returning to his small courtyard. Su Tiantu's eyes flashed. Su Yan seems to have grown a lot in one night. But at this critical moment, we can't afford to make any mistakes. After a pause, Su Tiantu said, "Tell Su Kuang's family that I will let Su Yan enter the Ancestor Pagoda tomorrow. Let them enter in advance. If they can't kill Su Yan this time and get the treasure, don't embarrass me." A black shadow behind Su Tiantu nodded his head and replied, "Yes. Did I make the right choice?" Su Tiantu's eyes had a trace of doubt. In the blink of an eye, he closed his eyes again. After returning to his small house, Su Yan sat down cross-legged and slowly began to cultivate. The sun-colored glass sword manual circulated in Su Yan's body. Waves of spirit energy swept through Su Yan's body, and Su Yan continued to improve. Shaking his head, Su Yan was still somewhat dissatisfied with his speed. There were still 8 days until the Hidden Sword Mountain's disciple recruitment. Within these 8 days, only by reaching the 5th layer of Spirit Realm and relying on his sword skills could he obtain a good ranking. Su Yan had already inquired about the location of the Sword Well, in the Hidden Sword Tomb. If he wanted to enter the Sword Well, he had to obtain a good ranking. Su Yan clenched his fists. If you asked the Su family where he could quickly level up, then the Su family's Ancestor Pagoda would be one of the places. But the opening of the Ancestor Pagoda was very strict. There were many treasures inside, and only the geniuses of the Su family could enter. But in the end, the Su family's foundation was not enough. Among the younger generation of the Su family, only Su Yan could be brought out. Just as Su Yan was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan pushed open the door and saw the servant beside Su Tiantu standing at the door. Seeing Su Yan, he immediately bowed. "Young Master Yan, tomorrow you and young Master Nian will enter the Ancestor Pagoda together." Saying this, the servant turned and left. Su Yan was confused. Did someone really send him a pillow when he was sleepy? But Su Yan still caught the disdain and murderous intent in the servant's eyes. Su Yan knew that this trip to the Ancestor Pagoda boded ill. But if he did not enter the Ancestor Pagoda, he would not be able to reach the 5th layer of Spirit Realm in such a short time. Even if it was dangerous, he had to fight. Su Yan's eyes flashed and he clenched his fists. This time, not only did he want to go, but he also wanted to get revenge for Su Kuang and his son. Returning to the small house, he prepared for the night. The next morning, Chun Yin set out for the Ancestor Pagoda. The Ancestor Pagoda was in the center of the Su family. It was also the most important piece of land rented by the Su family. There were many treasures inside and countless techniques recorded. In the previous generation, only Su Kuang and Su Yan's father had passed through it. The Ancestor Pagoda had a total of 7 levels, which meant that there were 7 obstacles. Looking from afar, the Ancestor Pagoda was mottled with rust. No one knew how much wind and frost it had weathered, but it still stood in the middle of the Su family's ancestral home. The morning sun shone on the ground and fell on the Ancestor Pagoda. Su Yan had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Su Yan come, he immediately snorted. Su Yan saw Su Yan and his heart skipped a beat. After not seeing him for a day, Su Yan's power had increased again. Originally he was only at the 2nd layer of Spirit Realm, but now he should be at the 5th layer. 3 layers in one night. What did he eat? Seeing Su Yan's confusion, Su Yan sneered and said, "For you, I ate a chi explosion pill 5 days in advance. Yin. In a moment, I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead." The hatred in Su Yan's eyes gradually boiled. He wanted to skin Su Yan and pull out his tendons. He still hadn't forgotten the humiliation that Su Yan gave him yesterday. "Su Yan, you will die." Su Yan roared. Su Yan walked in front of Su Yan and smiled indifferently. "Did you know? A dog that bites never barks. A dog that barks is a mad dog." Saying this, Su Yan walked into the Ancestor Pagoda, completely ignoring Su Yan. Su Yan felt that his entire chest was about to explode. He clenched his teeth and said, "Su Yan, If you don't die this time, I will write the word Su backwards. P.S. Book Friends Group 455212786. Chapter 6. As soon as he stepped into the ancestor pagoda, Su Yin immediately felt the surrounding atmosphere become heavy. Then countless rays of light rose up. One after another, demonic beasts appeared around Su Yin. These demonic beasts were all formed by the spiritual energy in the ancestor pagoda. In the center of the ancestor pagoda, there was a huge stone tablet with a few lines of words carved on it. Those who killed hundreds of demonic beasts passed the examination. Below the top few lines of words were the names of all the people who participated in the ancestor pagoda. The first name was Su Lin, Su Yan's father. Su Yan took a deep breath. Looking at the demonic beasts around him, his hand suddenly grasped the hilt of the shocking celestial sword on his back. His body madly rushed forward, his feet trampling on the blue stone tiles on the ground. After 3 steps, the long sword was suddenly unsheathed. Between heaven and earth, countless ghost-like cries of swords suddenly burst out. Su Yan's long sword was unsheathed, and the surroundings were instantly filled with red rainbows. Fast. The long sword was like a tornado, instantly lifting up the surroundings. Pooh! The last demonic beast was sent flying by Su Yan's long sword. Su Yan slowly returned the long sword to the scabbard. The entire first floor of the ancestor pagoda was filled with dazzling light. Su Lin's name instantly fell down by 1 place. Su Yan's name appeared in the first place. Su Yan 5 breaths. Su Lin 7 breaths. Sun Yan, who had just stepped into the ancestor pagoda and was about to draw his sword, licked his lips. He saw Su Yan's movements like an art. The sword was like a river bursting through a dam. Sun Yan only felt that Su Yan completed this movement in an instant. Then, how sharp was this Su Yan? A feeling of being unable to win spread through Sun Yan's body. Looking at Su Yan was like looking at an unclimbable mountain. Sun Yan's body trembled as he said, "There are troops on the 3rd and 7th floors. This Su Yan must die today. I will use you as a sacrifice." Su Yan didn't care about Sun Yan's reaction behind him. Instead, he looked at the ray of light in front of him. Su Yan had obtained first place, so he naturally obtained treasures. Rays of light shrouded the area and a stalk of spirit herb appeared in front of Su Yan. As soon as this spirit herb appeared, the surrounding air was filled with a unique fragrance. Holy grass of heavenly spirit. It has the effect of tempering the body and increasing the spiritual power in the body. Su Yan grabbed the grass and held it in his hand. Then she swallowed it in one gulp. Bang! A torrential burst of spiritual energy instantly burst out from Su Yan's mouth. Endless rays of light flickered and surrounded Su Yan's body. Then they spread out in all directions. With a boom, the shackles in his body burst out. Su Yan reached the 2nd layer of spirit realm in an instant. Even his body was tempered. Su Yan smiled and directly stepped onto the 2nd level. After that, Sun Yan only managed to kill 20 demonic beasts. The first floor of the ancient pagoda suddenly lit up with a deep purple light. The people of the Su family suddenly became excited. A purple light lit up, indicating that someone had passed and obtained first place. How many breaths of time has it been? He already passed the first floor? Su Tiantu stood in front of his house and calculated in his heart. Su Kuang fiercely clenched his fist. He naturally knew that it wasn't Sun Yan, so he was instantly filled with hatred. The 2nd floor was still covered in rays of light. There were still 100 monsters, but they were even more ferocious than before. This is really physical work. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had an incomparable thirst for battle. Looking at the stone tablet in the center of the pagoda, the one in first place was still his father, Su Lin. Su Yan's eyes shined brightly. His body once again rushed forward. The shocking celestial sword in his hand flashed out and crisscrossed the entire pagoda. The tiger monsters in front of him all madly rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan's aura violently rushed forward in an instant. It was as if the waves of the vast ocean had suddenly surged up, and the sword momentum was like a violent storm that instantly attacked. It was even faster and fiercer than before. Boom! Between heaven and earth, only the sound of an explosion could be heard. Su Yan gasped for breath as he stood on the other side of the pagoda. Immediately after, the deep purple light exploded again. A broadsword suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan felt his whole body trembling, but Su Yan was very happy. This sword finally had the essence of his previous life. The broadsword in front of his chest was not bad. It was even a grade higher than the shocking celestial sword. Su Yan directly carried the broadsword on his back. Looking at the shocked Sun Yan behind him, Su Yan sneered. Really slow. Looking at Sun Yan's speed, Su Yan suddenly sneered and stood in the doorway. Su Yan knew that there must be all kinds of dangers in the ancestral pagoda. If Su Kuang brought people to besiege him, they would probably be on the third or last floor. So Su Yan waited for Sun Yan to enter together with him. Sun Yan stepped into the second floor. Countless rays of light lit up around him. One by one, the monsters rushed toward him. Sun Yan had already reached the fifth layer of the spirit realm. The light on his body could already penetrate his body. His fists fiercely shot out. Although it was not fast, it was not difficult either. After a moment, Sun Yan panted as he looked at Su Yan. A dagger appeared in front of him. Su Yan, I will make you look good. Sun Yan said ruthlessly as he looked at Su Yan. You? Enough? Su Yan's eyes were full of ridicule. He remembered that after yesterday's battle on the street, he was sent flying by Su Kuang. The wounds on his body had not yet healed. The son pays the father's debt, however. Sun Yan still did not understand his situation. How could a fifth-layer spirit realm cultivator be afraid of Su Yan? Su Yan, let me take care of you first. Su Yan smiled. Come here. Sun Yan twisted his fist. Su Yan, today I will make you asterisk. Saying this, Sun Yan walked toward Su Yan. Su Yan, I'm coming. What about you? Sun Yan's face was full of arrogance. You actually dared to come over. Su Yan suddenly exploded. He stepped out with one foot, and his other foot fiercely smashed out. Sun Yan only saw a flash in front of him. Su Yan's body was already in front of him, and then he was sent flying. Having reached the second layer of the spirit realm, Su Yan could use more physical skills. This made Su Yan very excited. In this world, people pursued spiritual power. So in Su Yan's eyes, Sun Yan's movements were no different from the speed of a turtle, especially since he could slow everything down. Bang! Sun Yan's body hit the tower. Su Yan's face was ferocious. So what if you're at the fifth layer of the spirit realm? You think I'll let you do whatever you want? Saying this, he walked toward Sun Yan. Su Yan's suppressed anger for the past few days began to faintly erupt. I just came here because I was humiliated by you and your father. Once, twice, and you still won't forgive me. You really think I'm easy to bully? Bang! Su Yan once again threw a punch at Sun Yan. Sun Yan's body collided with the pagoda, and the entire pagoda let out a muffled bang. The people outside the pagoda were immediately alarmed as they looked at the second level of the pagoda. They're fighting. Su Kuang was very proud. He knew that Sun Yan had already broken through to the fifth layer of the spirit realm, so he wasn't worried at all. Hey you guys, do you think Sun Yan will beat Su Yan to death? A Su family member asked. Who told Su Yan to provoke Sun Yan? He's already at the fifth layer of the spirit realm. That's not right. Listen, that scream sounds like Sun Yan's. A Su family member said with a face full of astonishment. Inside the tower, Sun Yan looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at a demon. His body was stained with blood, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. You want to kill me? What are you? Trash. Su Yan once again sent out a violent kick. Ever since he transmigrated, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. Su Kuang and his son had provoked him again and again, and now he finally had the chance to take revenge. Yan, stop. Su Kuang heard his son scream from outside the tower and immediately roared. Su Yan suddenly laughed and grabbed Sun Yan's collar. Sun Yan, I've discovered that your bloodline is really shameless. Su Yan shouted at the top of his lungs. Uncle, what did you say? Bang! Su Yan threw another punch at Sun Yan's lower abdomen. Sun Yan bent over like a shrimp. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat from the pain. Facing Sun Yan didn't even have the courage to fight. Sun Yan's screams drifted outside the tower. Su Kuang flew into a rage. Su Yan, you don't care about your relationship with your family, and beat up your cousin. You are extremely shameless. Your father really made me look at him in a new light. He redefined the definition of the word shameless. Slap. Su Yan threw another slap, and Sun Yan's face instantly swelled up. Say that your father is a bastard and I won't hit you. Su Yan lost his temper and returned to his smiling face as he spoke. Yan, don't you go too far. Bang! Su Yan's long sword suddenly pulled out, and the clothes on Sun Yan's back were instantly ripped open. Sun Yan's screams immediately sounded. Are you going to say it or not? Su Yan's voice was very loud. Su Kuang, who was outside, trembled. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancestor pagoda couldn't be opened, Su Kuang would have killed his way into the ancestor pagoda. My father is a bastard. Sun Yan finally couldn't hold on and cried on the ground. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He had achieved his goal. Killing people was the next step, and killing the heart was the next step. There was naturally a way to make a person fear another. Just like Su Yan, he planted a seed in Sun Yan's heart. Even after 10 or 20 years, Sun Yan would only tremble in fear when he saw Su Yan. Hearing his son's words, Su Kuang's eyes turned red and his body trembled. Su Yan! Su Yan! Su Yan heard Su Kuang's words and immediately laughed. Uncle, you really have a good son. Chapter 7. The third floor was filled with endless rays of light. Su Yan had just stepped into the third floor when he felt countless sword cries. Raising his head to look, he saw 4 or 5 black-clothed people rushing towards him. Rays of light flashed and Su Yan instantly threw Sun Yan forward. Carry the young master to the 4th floor. The leader of the black-clothed people coldly snorted and said. The black-clothed people behind him nodded and grabbed Sun Yan's body, then quickly flashed to the 4th floor. The surroundings were filled with countless rays of light. Not only did the black-clothed people appear, even the demonic beasts appeared. Su Yan tightly gripped the shocking celestial sword and began to adjust his breathing. The 4 or 5 black-clothed people were all in the 5th or 6th layer of spirit realm, so the pressure on Su Yan was not that great. Thinking of the battle from his previous life, Su Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. Now it's time for my performance. Su Yan madly charged forward. Su Kuang looked at the jade tablet in his hand. On the jade tablet was Su Yan's figure. Su Kuang coldly smiled, his eyes filled with killing intent. Su Yan, I want to see how you die. In his previous life, Su Yan's specialty was speed. His long sword moved unhindered and no one in the world could compare to him. Secondly, it would be group battles. So the more it was like this, the more excited Su Yan became. The charming light in his eyes rippled and everything in front of him seemed to slow down. The world seemed to stop and the people in front of him seemed to return home. One night dance of the fish dragon. Su Yan's long hair suddenly flew up and the shocking celestial sword in his hand did not stop humming. The long sword swept through the air. The sound of breaking and the humming of the sword on the shocking celestial sword was like a ghost's cry that swept through the entire 3rd floor. Su Kuang's eyes were filled with shock. This sword was completely natural. The momentum, strength, and angle were all perfect. From the jade steel, it could be seen that the aura within Su Yan's body was instantly released. Even though Su Kuang had lived for more than 50 years, he had never seen such an exquisite sword move before. Bang! After the dust settled, Su Yan stood on the ground. The men in black and the demonic beasts behind him all stood in place. Then blood burst out from the necks of the men in black. Then he fell to the ground with a boom. A single sword strike had killed the demon beast and so many black-clothed men. Su Kuang crushed the jade tablet and clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at the 3rd floor. Then, a deep purple light erupted once again. Su Yan instantly collapsed to the ground on the 3rd floor. The muscles in his body seemed to be broken, and his bones were in incomparable pain. This sword strike was the strongest sword strike that Su Yan could unleash right now. Just like at this moment, Su Yan felt weak all over. Even moving a little was extremely difficult. The light in front of him flickered and a jade bottle instantly fell on top of Su Yan. Heavenly essence dew. Su Yan smiled and endured the pain. He grabbed the heavenly essence dew and drank it in one gulp. An indescribable feeling of comfort instantly flowed from Su Yan's bones. It was like a basin of cold water was poured over his head under the scorching sun. Delightful. The injuries in Su Yan's body were also rapidly recovering. The spiritual energy in his body was also gradually strengthening. His meridians were like a dried-up riverbed encountering a rainstorm. They were instantly nourished by the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy from the second layer of spirit realm slowly rose up. The light twisted and suddenly broke through. The third layer. Su Yan opened his eyes. His face could not help but flash with surprise. The spiritual energy in his body twisted. It was even thicker than before as it rushed through his dantian. Su Yan felt that his body had become a lot stronger. In fact, all of this was thanks to the heavenly spirit pearl. The heavenly spirit pearl tempered Su Yan's body and created a good foundation. Therefore, the spiritual energy was rich and directly broke through. The spiritual energy of the heavenly essence gradually dissipated. Su Yan still felt the soreness in his body, but it had already completely recovered. Standing up, Su Yan moved his body. The light on his face rippled. He took a deep breath and continued to step onto the fourth layer. Just as he stepped onto the fourth layer, he saw that Su Yan had already used the spiritual medicine to recover his body and was walking towards the fifth layer. "You're still alive." Su Yan turned his head. His body was covered in bloody scars. Although he had mostly recovered, he still looked incomparably miserable. Seeing Su Yan step onto the fourth layer, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry I've disappointed you." Su Yan pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Su Yan was so angry that his whole body trembled as he stepped onto the fifth layer. The third layer. The purple light on the third layer has also lit up. The Su family members on the side suddenly said excitedly. However, more people saw the expression on Su Kuang's face. Coupled with Su Yan's cursing just now, everyone guessed that Su Yan had succeeded in breaking through. It seemed that since 3 days ago, Su Yan had become a different person. From being a yes-man to today's flourishing elegance, each scene made the Su family's jaws drop. Fighting Su Kuang with a sword, the bloody battle on the street caused Su Kuang to appear and violently beat up Su Yan in the ancestral pagoda. Even Su Yan was breaking new records on every layer. Layers of purple light flickered horizontally. A miracle. Su Yan went up layer by layer and gave the Su family another miracle. Just as everyone in the Su family was shocked, the purple light on the fourth layer instantly lit up. Do you remember? That day, Su Lin also did the same. The purple light on the ancestral pagoda skyrocketed. A Su family member seemed to have thought of Su Yan's father and suddenly said, "Could it be that this Su Yan really isn't a trash?" Someone asked doubtfully. Su Lin. Hint. Both father and son are not simple. It lit up. It lit up. It lit up again. A Su family member pointed at the fifth layer of the ancestral pagoda and said in shock. Everyone looked at the ancestral pagoda together. In the direction of the ancestral pagoda, a deep purple light suddenly lit up in the direction of the fifth layer. First place on every layer. The Su family members were all dumbfounded. However, before the storm subsided, the sixth layer of light on the sixth layer. The light of the sixth level lit up once again. It was still a dazzling deep purple. This meant that Su Yan was still first place on the sixth layer. Su Kuang's eyebrows instantly twitched. Su Yan's time and time again made Su Kuang feel his whole body tremble. However, Su Kuang's eyes fell on the seventh layer, and his face was incomparably ferocious. At the side, Su Tianta clenched his fists with a bitter expression. In the ancestral pagoda, Su Yan slowly stood up and looked at the light on the seventh layer. Su Yan clenched his fists. Someone must be trying to kill me on the seventh layer. After 2 layers, Su Yan's spirit chi had reached the peak of the third level of spirit chi. He only needed one more step to enter the fourth level. Su Yan gasped for breath, looked at the seventh layer and slowly stepped in. The seventh layer was the last level in the ancestral pagoda. It was a little different from the previous 6 levels. At the center was a statue of the Su family's ancestor. The statue was dark green. The Su family's ancestor was riding a raging dragon with a long sword on his back. He looked valiant and formidable. Below the Su family's ancestor was a stone tablet that recorded the name of the Su family's challenger. Around the stone tablet was a ferocious Su Nian and 3 black-clothed people. The black-clothed people's auras were surging. Su Yan estimated that they were at least at the 7th level of Spirit Chi realm. It seemed that Su Kuang really wanted to kill him. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and his hand grasped the shocking celestial sword. Su Yan, Su Yan coldly snorted. and the three people beside him all rushed toward Su Yan. Sun Yan turned around with a sneer and left the ancestral pagoda. The three black-clothed people at the 7th level of Spirit Chi realm and above tore through the sky and rushed toward Su Yan. Their bodies instantly flashed with a bright light. The 5th level of Spirit Chi realm was a checkpoint. After the 5th level, Spirit Chi could enter the body and attach itself to the body. Therefore, when the three people rushed over, rays of light flashed. The three people formed a triangle formation and rushed forward. Su Yan was like a small boat in the middle of a storm. He was constantly crushed by the storm and then rushed out of the sea surface. Licking his lips, Su Yan's eyes gradually lit up. As a swordsman, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. Feeling the opponent's surging aura, Su Yan's blood was instantly ignited. With a roar, Su Yan instantly rushed forward. Seeing the three people's footsteps floating in front of him, Su Yan directly rushed toward the strongest person. His body moved forward, and the shocking celestial sword burst out of its scabbard. Sword skills from his previous life. Sword drawing technique. Whoosh! Like a graceful long sword, it pierced through the sky in an instant. Su Yan's essence, energy, and spirit perfectly fused into this sword. Bang! The person in front of Su Yan was instantly sent flying by Su Yan's sword technique. The shocking celestial sword flashed, and the person's body was instantly split open from his crotch to his chin. With a bang, more than half of the spiritual power in Su Yan's dantian was consumed. Then Su Yan's body suddenly retreated. However, just as he retreated halfway, the tall man in black on the left kicked out. Su Yan suddenly felt a huge force attack him, and his body rolled to the side. Su Yan looked down and saw that several of his ribs had been broken. The pain caused a layer of cold sweat to appear on Su Yan's forehead. "You're courting death." When the tall man in black and the short man in black saw Su Yan send their companion flying with one blow, they immediately roared and rushed toward Su Yan again. As they rushed over, the light on their bodies was still boiling. The tall man in black clenched his fist and instantly rushed toward Su Yan. Bang! Su Yan felt that the spiritual power attached to his body was instantly shattered. Then a huge force came, and Su Yan's body was like a broken doll, and he was instantly sent flying. His body rolled in midair and hit the tower wall at the side. Su Yan suddenly felt that his internal organs were tumbling. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Humph! Who asked you to offend young Master Sun Yan?" Chapter 8. With a bang, Su Yan suddenly felt his whole arm tremble. The short man in black kicked Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan suddenly felt that his left shoulder was almost broken. He raised his head and saw the man in black's ferocious face. The second kick came down. "Third brother, be careful." The tall, thin man in black behind him saw the stubbornness and anger in Su Yan's eyes. He immediately warned him, but it was too late. Su Yan clenched his bloody teeth and suddenly jumped up. At the same time, Su Yan pulled out the broadsword behind him. The spiritual power in his dantian instantly swept forward. Bang! The short man in black's long sword also pierced Su Yan's chest. Su Yan swept the broadsword in his hand and directly cut the man in black's body in half. The smelly organs instantly flowed on Su Yan's body. Su Yan struggled to stand up, like a dying lone wolf. The tall, thin man in black's eyes were full of anger. He looked at Su Yan's figure and clenched his fists. Su Yan's body was dripping with blood at this time. Many of his ribs were broken, his shoulders were broken, and there was a long sword in his chest. In such a situation, Su Yan still stood straight. He ignored the blood all over his body and clenched the long sword in his hand. "Let's see how you will die." The tall man in black coldly snorted and punched at Su Yan. Dazzling rays of light burst forth one after another. Boundless rays of light violently blasted towards Su Yan. Su Yan's long hair was all fluttering in the wind. However, Su Yan did not retreat. His body also rushed forward. The muscles in his body twisted. He used all his strength and waved the sword in his hand. The long sword was dazzling. In an instant it tore the sky. Because he had used too much force, the wound that had almost stopped bleeding was instantly torn open again, and blood spurted out. The man in black dodged the long sword and appeared in front of Su Yan. He punched at Su Yan. "Go to hell." "No, it's you who should go to hell." Su Yan's face suddenly turned sinister. His hand grasped the long sword that was stuck in his chest. All of a sudden, Su Yan pulled out his long sword. All the spirit energy in his body rushed out. Su Yan squeezed out all the strength in his body and stabbed forward with his sword. The long hair of the man in black was shredded. Then, like a snake, the long sword accurately pierced into the heart of the man in black. You! The final punch of the black-clothed man landed on Su Yan's body and instantly sent Su Yan's body flying. Su Yan lay on the ground. He looked in the direction of the black-clothed man and spat out a mouthful of blood. You have to die because I want to live. Su Yan felt incomparable pain in his body. The blood in his chest could no longer be stopped. Su Yan's face gradually turned pale. In the haze, the surrounding demonic beasts gradually emitted light. Su Yan's face turned green. If the demonic beasts appeared at this time, he would definitely not be able to hold on. However, the statue of the Su family's patriarch lit up along with the light. The eyes of the Su clan's old ancestor were like numerous vortexes, instantly sweeping the surroundings. Su Yan only felt his body becoming light as a feather. After which, a beam of light pulled his body directly into the eyes of the Su clan's old ancestor. In an instant, the surroundings turned red. Su Yan looked around and saw a vast sea of blood. In this sea of blood, the statue of the Su family's patriarch was in it. The descendant of the Su family has met my requirements. I hereby bestow the Su family's first inheritance. Rumble! The boundless sea of blood instantly became vast and mighty. The light flickered and burst out. Blood dragons rose from the sea of blood and then swept toward Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. The rumbling continued. Su Yan felt the blood water violently tempering his body. The blood water roared and swept over Su Yan's body. The wounds on Su Yan's body gradually healed. The surrounding spiritual energy also spiraled into Su Yan's body like a vortex. What surprised Su Yan the most was his eyes. This was because his eyes had begun to change. It seemed that everything in front of him had become more refreshing. Su Yan suddenly understood that the seven-colored brilliance he swallowed was just a catalyst. His eyes seemed to change as he grew. The blood dragons washed Su Yan's body over and over again. Su Kuang looked at Su Yan walking down from the ancestor pagoda and nodded. Su Kuang's face was full of smiles. So what if Su Yan was dead? Su Tiantu also sighed and questioned himself again. Was it right or wrong? The people of the Su family also felt sorry. After all, the continuous refresh proved that Su Yan had enough talent. On this day, Sun Yan began his next training. He was fully prepared for the disciple recruitment in the hidden sword tomb in a few days. However, in the ancestor pagoda, the blood dragon beside Su Yan kept on rushing over. Its skin was stained with a layer of golden yellow. Even the statue of the ancestor pagoda shone down on Su Yan's body. A few days later, Sun Yan, who had broken through the 5th to 6th level of the spirit realm, slowly stepped on his journey. His goal was a barren mountain 10 miles away. In fact, what made Sun Yan feel uneasy was that after so many days, the 3 black-clothed people still hadn't come out of the ancestor pagoda. Although he was uneasy, Sun Yan still left. Su Kuang and Su Tiantu were full of confidence. In order to become a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Kuang even gave Sun Yan a treasure. As long as Sun Yan became a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, even if he was last, the Su family would keep their position in Sky Twin City. Even Sun Yan and Su Tiantu sent Sun Yan 5 miles away. In the ancestor pagoda, the blood dragon around Su Yan's body gradually weakened. Su Yan's body was emitting a pure golden light. When he waved his hand, the sound of air cracking could be heard. The spirit chi in his body gradually became brighter, and the blood sea around him surged violently. Su Yan's body emitted a bright light. His eyes suddenly shot out a half-meter-long light as his spirit chi crazily surged. Rank up, rank up. The energy in this blood sea made Su Yan feel a surge of energy. Spirit chi entered Su Yan's body from his 4 limbs and converged in his dantian, attacking the shackles of the 5th layer of spirit rise with all his might. All the muscles on his body trembled violently. Su Yan clenched his teeth and charged forward with all his might. In fact, when other people charged forward, there would be someone with high cultivation protecting them and guiding their spirit chi. Otherwise, the chances of them going berserk would be quite high. However, in this blood sea there was no one beside him. He could only rely on himself. This wave of pain nearly caused Su Yan to faint. However, Su Yan still clenched his teeth and stubbornly held on. Without the guidance of other spirit qi, Su Yan's pain was magnified by 100 times. Even though the blood sea had condensed the golden body of the god of war, the pain was still unbearable for Su Yan. Ah! Su Yan screamed in pain as the blood sea around him rippled. Boom! The spirit qi in his body instantly became violent. As if a layer of window paper had been pierced, Su Yan felt the spirit qi in his dantian go berserk. Spirit realm. 5th layer. All the wounds on his body were completely healed. Su Yan suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. The surrounding earth trembled as an endless amount of light swept across. Su Yan raised his head and saw the statue of the Su family's ancestor falling off. I will use this to rise and pass it on to you. Another old voice rang out. Immediately after, a ray of light pierced through the sky and arrived beside Su Yan. Su Yan focused his eyes and saw that this ray of light was not big. It was a small leaf with densely packed words engraved on it. Su Yan's mind immediately became excited. As a member of the Su family, he definitely knew the story of the Su family's ancestor. It was rumored that the Su family's ancestor used an invincible body technique to shock the entire Jingzhou. So Chun Yan was excited. Everything around him was collapsing. Su Yan didn't have time to look at this small leaf. He put it away and appeared on the 7th floor of the ancestral pagoda. Endless brilliance lit up in the surroundings. All the demonic beasts immediately roared and madly pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan gripped the awakening immortal sword in his hand and unsheathed it. One sword to decide the universe. Just as the entire Su family was sending Sun Yan off, the 7th floor of the Su family's ancestral pagoda suddenly lit up with a deep purple light. Su Yan put the awakening immortal sword back into its scabbard and looked at the medicine bottle in front of him. This was a demonic frenzy pill. After eating it, one's spirit energy would increase by 3 times. However, there would be a long period of time where one would not be able to absorb spirit energy. After putting this demonic frenzy pill into his pocket, Su Yan directly descended from the 7th floor of the pagoda with a rumble. He then returned to his small courtyard and changed his clothes before walking towards the barren mountain 10 li away. Chapter 9. The Hidden Sword Tomb recruited disciples once every 10 years, and most of them were held in various cities in Jing Province. As the number 1 sect in Jing Province, the Hidden Sword Tomb naturally had an indescribable weight. Therefore, the Su family wanted a disciple from the Hidden Sword Tomb to intimidate the other families. This time, the Hidden Sword Tomb's competition was held on a barren mountain 10 miles away from Tianshuang City. There were a total of 20 flags at the top of the mountain, and they were arranged according to the order of the flags to determine the ranking of the competition. This time, it wasn't just Heaven's Twin City that was participating. Even the 5 cities around Heaven's Twin City were also participating, including the disciples of various clans and rogue cultivators. As long as they were not above the spirit drawing realm, they could participate. There were gravity runes carved on the barren mountain, and the closer one got to the top, the stronger the gravity suppression. At the same time, there were many monsters placed in the Hidden Sword Tomb. There were 3-eyed wolves, sky-devouring pythons, 5-colored peacocks. More than 10 disciples from the Hidden Sword Tomb patrolled the sky. As long as they sent out a distress signal, they would be rescued, but they also had to defend against the attacks of the people around them. There were about 1,000 people participating in the competition, but there were only 20 spots. The sun hung high in the sky, and there were 3 people at the top of the barren mountain. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man wearing a snow-white Blademaster robe. His hair was tied up high, and his eyes were like stars. Although his appearance was somewhat ordinary, standing next to him gave off a feeling of spring breeze. Su Yan had seen the person on the left before. It was Ugly Uncle from the blacksmith shop. Su Yan also knew the person on the right. It was the strange woman in red with a frosty face, but she was slightly charming. Ugly Uncle, in these past few years in Tianshuang City, have you ever liked a young person? The man in the middle slowly asked. Even his voice was very mellow. Ugly Uncle shook his head and said in an unpleasant voice, "They are all a bunch of trash. However, a few days ago a kid took a sword from me, and he seemed to be a bit interesting. Hearing Ugly Uncle say this, Lin Hualu remembered the youth who had opened the door that day, covered in blood but with a straight back. However, Lin Huatu did not expect that Su Yan would be right at the foot of the barren mountain beneath her feet. Su Yan took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. There was a sea of people around him. The hidden sword peak disciples at the foot of the mountain gave Su Yan a command medallion engraved with Su Yan's life and bloodline. Then they gave it to Su Yan. The noise lasted for more than 2 hours. During this time, Su Yan still did not find any trace of Sun Yan, so Su Yan could only suppress his desire to teach him a lesson. The sun was high in the sky. Under the scorching sun, all the demonic beasts in the barren mountains roared. The disciple of the hidden sword tomb standing beside him pointed to the sky. Endless light shone and fireworks bloomed in the sky. Below, thousands of people rushed up the barren mountain from the surrounding area. A bright light spread out, as one Taoist after another rushed up the barren mountain with all their strength. A series of roars could be heard. Everyone attacked the people around them. In front of Su Yan, a strong man suddenly jumped up and jumped forward. However, his body was still in midair, and he became a live target. Countless rays of light and sword chi bombarded the sky at the same time. He was seriously injured before he could even scream. The surrounding light shone brightly. Su Yan did not attack. Instead, he distanced himself from the people around him. He preserved his strength and rushed up the mountain. If one looked carefully, they would find that Su Yan was running with a special rhythm. Even his breathing followed his movements. This was very conserving of energy. Roar! A roar suddenly came from above. Su Yan, like the others, instantly looked up. A golden-backed giant bear rushed down in an instant. It directly slapped the leader of the group away, and then rushed into the crowd. Countless thick smoke emitted from the bodies of the competing disciples. Then a light flashed. The disciples of the hidden sword tomb in the sky pulled the disciples down the mountain one by one. Shouts and wails were endless. In an instant, 400 people were eliminated from the competition. Everyone understood that the competition of the hidden sword tomb was not a joke. People could really die. The golden-backed giant bear looked down on them. Almost all the disciples were sent flying by the giant bear. Su Yan's eyes lit up when he saw the golden-backed giant bear charging at him. In his sight, the giant bear's movements became incomparably slow. Even the long fur on its body seemed incomparably smooth. It slowly moved rhythmically. In the eyes of everyone, Su Yan's body was like a graceful swan. His sword directly pierced the giant bear's throat, and then he pulled his body away and rushed forward. What a fast speed! What kind of strength is this? Su Yan sheathed his sword again and walked up the barren mountain. At this time, the distance had been completely opened. Nearly 200 disciples had rushed up the mountain together. The surrounding demonic beasts roared again and again, roaring and fighting forward. Walala! Su Yan's originally forward steps suddenly stopped. The ground in front of him suddenly rumbled and a giant python as thick as a bucket broke out of the ground. Qin Hao, who was standing in the middle of the mountain peak, smiled. This child is probably in danger. This heaven-swallowing python is comparable to an 8th-layer spirit realm cultivator. There are only a few in the entire barren mountain. Looking at this child's spiritual energy, he is only at the 5th layer of spirit realm. I'm afraid he is doomed. On the side, Lin Hualo's eyes narrowed. Her incomparably charming eyes fell on Su Yan's body and she slowly shook her head. Senior brother Qin, I don't think so. Junior sister Lin knows this child? Qin Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of light and he said with a warm smile. This child is the interesting young man I was talking about. Uncle Chao's gaze also fell on Su Yan and he said with a smile. Su Yan tightly gripped the awakening celestial sword in his hand and licked his lips. The aura on his body began to shine brightly. The heaven-swallowing python opened its mouth, revealing a large scarlet mouth, and madly pounced towards Su Yan. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in Su Yan's body madly revolved. Tightly gripping the awakening celestial sword, Su Yan's body instantly moved. His body leapt up and then like an arrow shot from a bow, he shot towards the python's head. The awakening celestial sword pierced through the python's scales and instantly broke open the scales. The sword pressed down and the python's blood instantly sprayed out in all directions. Su Yan's momentum did not decrease at all. The long sword pressed down and directly cut open the python's head. The python's blood instantly sprayed out and dyed Su Yan's body red. Su Yan's face was ferocious as he slapped the sword sheath on his back. The broadsword he obtained in the ancestral pagoda was unsheathed, and Su Yan pressed down with force. Pung! The broadsword directly pierced through the python's head. The python continuously rolled on the ground and roared in pain. How fast! Even Qin Hao was a little shocked as he spoke. In just a few short days this child has improved again. Qiu Bo narrowed his eyes and praised. Su Yan turned around and came down. Then, he saw that the others were madly rushing towards the peak of the mountain and immediately increased his pace. His body's spiritual cavities were like that of a cheetah as he continuously moved forward in the mountain peak. Su Yan, you actually did not die. A cry of surprise suddenly came from the other side. Su Yan turned his head to look. Indeed, it was Sun Yan. You are still alive, how can I die? Su Yan said with a cold smile. Sun Yan's body trembled, but the light flickered and his eyes were filled with incomparable determination. Then he took out the treasure on his waist. Su Yan, go to hell for me. After saying that, Sun Yan crushed the magic treasure and a long spear suddenly appeared in Sun Yan's hand. Sun Yan's long spear directly pierced towards Su Yan. The light of the spear burst out and a half-meter-long spear flame swept out. Even Su Yan felt waves of flames violently exploding towards him. Immediately he took a step back. The light of the spear swept on the ground and directly blasted countless large holes in the ground. Su Yan's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. This long spear was simply no small matter. Seeing Su Yan retreat, Sun Yan's face burst into a sinister smile. Su Yan, let's see if you can escape today. As he spoke, the long spear in Sun Yan's hand was like an angry dragon as it fiercely danced. Countless spear flowers instantly blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they violently blasted towards Su Yan. Su Yan's body retreated again and again. The shocking celestial sword in his hand was already dancing, but it was still unable to block the light of the long spear. When Sun Yan saw Su Yan in such a state, the evil aura on his face trembled. Endless light flashed and the long spear in his hand instantly blasted forward like a dragon. The light of the sword broke through the sky and the light of the spear attacked like a violent storm. Su Yan's body constantly moved and dodged Sun Yan's long spear. This long spear is not bad. Qin Hao opened his mouth and said, "Oh, so Su Kuang is doing this for this competition." Ugly Uncle saw that the long spear was made by him and immediately opened his mouth to speak. "Guess how will this kid dodge?" Qin Hao said with a smile on his face. Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan. "Drag." Ugly Uncle shook his head and just as he was about to speak, he saw a flash of blood at the foot of the mountain. Su Yan was hit by Sun Yan's long spear. However, in the next second, Lin Hualu and the other two frowned. On purpose. The long spear directly pierced through Su Yan's body. Su Yan's face was ferocious as he directly blasted forward. The long spear pierced through his body and blood splattered everywhere. With 2 strides, Su Yan arrived in front of Sun Yan. Looking at Sun Yan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Su Yan sneered. He suddenly raised his palm and directly slammed it on Sun Yan's face. Sun Yan's body was instantly sent flying. His body rolled and then fell to the ground. Su Yan pulled out the long spear on his body inch by inch and walked step by step towards Sun Yan. However, Sun Yan did not even have the courage to fight. His body retreated step by step. His whole body was trembling and he even wet his pants. Su Yan, don't kill me. Sun Yan said in a trembling voice. Su Yan looked at the stench coming from Sun Yan's crotch and suddenly lost his courage. He carried the long spear on his back and said coldly, "I don't fight with people who don't have the will to fight. In front of me, you will be a weakling in this lifetime." After saying that, Su Yan turned and left without looking back. Su Yan's back view was like a sharp knife that pierced into Sun Yan's heart. This lifetime was a nightmare. This kid's temperament is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Ugly Uncle saw him in a different light. Qin Hao said slowly with a trace of admiration between his brows. Even Lin Hualu's eyes shone with a trace of brilliance. Chapter 10. Finally, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were only a few hundred people there. These people were all from large clans and extremely vicious rogue cultivators. In fact, not to mention the battle, the gravity of the surroundings already made Su Yan feel heavy. Every time he took a step, the pressure on his shoulders would increase. Even his movements became more difficult. On the peak of the mountain, 20 large flags fluttered in the wind. Although the hole in Su Yan's chest caused by the spear had stopped bleeding, it still made Su Yan's face pale. This made Su Yan the target of others. "Little brat, go to hell!" A big man wildly rushed over. The long saber in his hand stabbed into the ground, and the saber light instantly swept out. Su Yan's body instantly moved forward. His long sword was unsheathed. The surroundings were filled with the sound of swords intertwining with each other, making people unable to tell the direction. Su Yan jumped, his body flipping a few times. The long sword in his hand was like a flower that suddenly bloomed. Bang! When Su Yan landed, he was already behind the big man. He wiped the blood off the shocking celestial sword. Su Yan held the long sword in his hand and walked forward. Blood suddenly sprayed out from the big man's body behind him. One sword to the throat. Everyone once again looked at Su Yan. Although Su Yan's expression was still calm, the disdain he had for his opponent instantly sprayed out. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Su Yan. It was also because of Su Yan's one sword that the big man was only in the 6th layer of the spirit realm. Interesting. Another person also held a long sword and walked step by step towards Su Yan. This person's spirit energy twisted around, and from his appearance, he should be around the 7th layer of the spirit realm. The light on his body twisted, and his sword violently slashed towards Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and his body instantly rushed forward. The sword hummed again. The sword hummed again. Everyone only felt Su Yan's body madly rushing forward before stopping. A bloody hole appeared on the neck of the swordsman behind him. Another slash to the throat. Everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. They stared at Su Yan with wide eyes. Killing 2 people in succession made the others feel a chill run down their backs. It has to be known that he was still able to move so quickly even under the suppression of gravity. This made the others all open their mouths, and some even slowly retreated. However, Su Yan did not pay attention to the others. The aura on his body gradually spread out, and he directly walked towards the mountain peak. Su Yan's goal was very clear: the first flag. "You overestimate yourself." Wishful thinking. The surrounding disciples immediately spoke up. However, Su Yan's body moved forward step by step with difficulty. Every step was incomparably firm. In his previous life, Su Yan had also trained in this kind of gravity suppression. Naturally, he knew how to relax his muscles and maintain maximum strength. Raising his head, a figure instantly appeared in front of him. This person was over 2 meters tall, just like a violent bear. Seeing this person's fist coming, Su Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind. The broadsword in Su Yan's hand instantly rose up, and the shocking celestial sword once again slashed out. Everyone present suddenly felt their hearts twitch heavily, and their pupils dilated in an instant. One slash. Another slash. The burly man's body slowly fell to the ground, and blood flowed out. Su Yan's aura did not decrease, but Su Yan knew that this was his limit. If a person in the 8th or 9th layer of the spirit realm came, he would most likely not be their match. The reason Su Yan did this was to intimidate the others. Slowly walking forward, Su Yan rejoiced that he had been cleansed by the blood dragon in the ancestral pagoda, and forged the golden body of the god of war. Otherwise, his body would not have been able to withstand this kind of pressure. But even if his body could withstand the pressure, there was no spiritual power in his body. In other words, he only had the strength to move forward. Thinking about this, Su Yan steeled his heart and took out the chi explosion pill, slowly swallowing it. Su Yan immediately felt the spiritual power in his dantian boil. Su Yan felt the spiritual power in his dantian increase by 3 times in an instant. But what followed was that Su Yan's body could no longer absorb the spiritual power. This meant that if Su Yan ran out of spiritual power, he would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Raising his head, Su Yan's eyes flashed as he walked forward. Boom! Su Yan finally reached the top of the mountain. Beside him was a large flag. As long as Su Yan held this flag, he would be a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. However, Su Yan did not move at all. Instead, his eyes fell on the first flag. Su Yan's goal was very clear, it was to be first. The spiritual power in his body was restless. Su Yan walked forward step by step. Su Yan was not the only one with the goal of being first. There were also two other people walking towards the top of the mountain. One was an incomparably charming woman, and the other was a skinny, pale-faced youth. It could be seen that the charming woman and the pale-faced youth both had the strength of a ninth-layer spirit realm cultivator. The aura in their bodies was completely released. But these two people's auras were not as turbulent as Su Yan's. After killing 3 people in a row and swallowing the chi explosion pill, Su Yan's aura was like a vast ocean. A boundless killing intent quickly and violently enveloped the area. Su Yan seemed to have returned to the scene of fighting a strong enemy. Even the shocking celestial sword in Su Yan's hand began to tremble. The charming woman's body stretched out and she directly took a step forward. Her long and narrow eyes fell onto Su Yan's body. The light was bright and the killing intent on her body began to boil. Her eyes fell onto Su Yan's body. Pa! The whip in her hand was like a snake as it swept towards Su Yan. The flames on the whip began to boil. The incomparably hot flames made Su Yan feel the heat. Su Yan's eyes began to shine. Sword Chi Absolute Sky. The shocking celestial sword instantly went around the whip and pointed at the woman's neck. The sharp sword tip was on the woman's neck. The woman even felt a piercing pain coming from it. Looking at the woman, Su Yan sheathed the shocking celestial sword and went around the woman. Su Yan does not kill women. The woman was still shocked. Her long eyelashes blinked and she was already frozen in place. One sword. This man used one sword again. If the previous 3 times could be said to be opportunistic, then this sword completely shocked everyone, including the 3 people on the mountain peak. Qin Hao's eyes shone brightly. This man's swordsmanship is so powerful. Lin Hualu shook his head. His red phoenix eyes overflowed with spiritual energy. If I was at the same level, I would not be able to use such an exquisite sword move. Cho Bo's eyes were also shining brightly. An indescribable admiration spread in his eyes. Not bad. Then, as if he felt that his praise was not enough, Cho Bo spoke again. Not bad at all. The others were all extremely shocked as they looked at Su Yan. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Yan. Shock, astonishment, and even more envy. Su Yan walked forward with his back straight. His white clothes were burning with blood. His long hair fluttered. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. In addition to Su Yan's current aura, it made the others feel even more shocked. Who is this man? Why is he so fierce? This man's swordsmanship is really rare. While the others were shocked, Sun Yan was lying on the ground. Because of the stench on his body, no one was beside him. He looked at Su Yan's back in a daze. Faintly, Sun Yan felt like a shameless dog, desperately barking in front of Su Yan. In fact, he did not even have the qualifications to make Su Yan attack. Looking at Su Yan's back, Sun Yan vomited. So the most useless one, the one who did not know his own limits, was himself. Step by step, Su Yan climbed to the peak of the mountain. On this mountain peak, there was only that thin man. This thin man looked at Su Yan, and a majestic battle intent surged from his body. Su Yan pursed his lips, and there was a trace of respect in his eyes. His hand grasped the scabbard of the astounding celestial sword. This time, Su Yan did not draw his sword quickly, but very slowly. The long sword was slowly pulled out, and the aura on his body boiled and exploded. In front of Su Yan, a willow tree seemed to have sensed the endless killing intent in the scabbard, and began to move restlessly. Thousands of willow trees danced together. The long sword was not out of the scabbard, but the thin man's face turned even paler. In his view, his body had been locked in by the aura, and his whole person was enveloped. The long sword flicked out an inch, and the sword radiance rose from the sword edge. Su Yan was sure that this was his strongest and fiercest sword so far. It was to the extent that this sword contained a kind of profound concept. The thin man felt that he was a stone under the foot of a collapsed ice mountain, or a speck of dust on the beach before a tsunami. The long sword flicked out another inch. The thin man's face turned even paler. He seemed to have seen himself being shattered by Su Yan's sword in the future. Feeling such pressure, the thin man's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He took 2 steps back and grabbed the flag of the second place. Seeing this, the spiritual energy on Su Yan's body slowly dissipated. Not only others, even Su Yan's eyes were filled with shock. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Su Yan stepped on the peak of the barren mountain and pulled out the first flag. The sound from the peak of the mountain rumbled, and the servants of the various clans at the foot of the mountain were sweating profusely. Finally, a sound came from the peak of the mountain. First place. Tianshuang City's Su clan's disciple. The servant who had been by Su Tiantu's side was overjoyed. Sun Yan. Young Master Sun Yan actually got first place. I want to go back and report the good news. However, he did not notice that at the foot of the mountain, Sun Yan, who was covered in a stench, was walking down the mountain. P.S. Book Friends Group. 455212786. Chapter 11. The number 1 disciple of the Su family in Heaven Twin City. This news quickly spread, and the entire Su family was instantly shaken. Number 1, our Su family has finally made a name for ourselves. Our Su family has finally made a name for ourselves. When Su Tiantu heard this news, he was so excited that his beard was trembling. His eyes were shining with excitement. As for his original attitude towards Su Yan and his son, he had become indifferent at this moment. For him, as long as Sun Yan obtained first place, then everything was worth it. Number 1. Nyaner obtained first place. As Sun Yan's father, Su Kuang was also very excited. He stood up and walked back and forth. His face was flushed with excitement, and his entire person was much more spirited. Quickly go and prepare the banquet. I want to hold it for 3 days. Su Tiantu immediately waved his hand heroically and shouted, I want to invite everyone in Heaven Twin City to come, and let everyone know that our Su family has produced a Sun Yan, the number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Ha ha. As Su Tiantu spoke, he began to laugh. The joy in his heart was self-evident. The number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb was an unexpected achievement in the future. It also signified the status of his family in Heaven Twin City. Thinking about this, Su Tiantu's heart was filled with excitement. Not only him, but the entire family was also immersed in this excitement. Their faces were filled with joy. Preparing for the banquet for a family like the Su family, being able to enter the hidden sword tomb was already enough to make them excited. Not to mention the number 1 disciple. All of the Su family's children immediately became busy and decorated with lanterns and decorations. It was very joyous. Su Tiantu even ordered the craftsman to create a portrait of Sun Yan and placed it in front of the Su family's courtyard. Su Tiantu was going to be in the limelight. He was going to let the other people in Heaven Twin City see. In just a few hours, the news of Sun Yan from the Su family obtaining first place in the hidden sword tomb spread throughout Heaven Twin City. All of the great families, whether they had dealings with the Su family or had grievances with them, all of them rushed to the Su family. They were afraid of missing out on this happy occasion. He was even more afraid of missing out on the opportunity to become acquainted with this person. Becoming a disciple of the hidden sword tomb was enough to establish the position of the entire clan in the Twin Heaven City. What's more, the Su family was likely to have an irreplaceable position in the entire Jingzhou in the future. How could the great clans miss this opportunity? In less than half a day, the entire Su family was filled with guests. It was very lively. Su Tiantu as the patriarch and Su Kuang, as the number 1 father of Sun Yan, stood at the entrance to welcome the guests. Their faces were full of smiles and pride. The Su family was celebrating, but nobody paid any attention to the situation on this desolate mountain in Tianshuang City. No one noticed that the winner was not Sun Yan but Su Yan. When Su Yan won first place, the competition did not stop. Instead, after a period of competition, all the rankings were decided, and only then did it end. Su Yan was naturally the undisputed number 1. Following closely behind was the extremely thin young man. His skinny body and pale face seemed to be unable to support his body at all. He looked so weak that he could not even stand up to the wind. However, only Su Yan knew how much explosive power this thin young man had. During the competition just now, if it wasn't for Su Yan's deterrence, the first place would have been this young man's. The third place was the girl that Su Yan showed mercy to during the competition. At that moment, Su Yan did not pay much attention to her. Looking at her now, her enchanting and sexy body, coupled with her smooth face, was constantly emitting a charming aura. As for the others, they were either dead or disabled. They had already lost the qualifications to compete. Su Yan, Bu Tiandao, Qiao Linglong, the three of you have won the top 3 of the competition this time. You have the qualifications to enter the Hidden Sword Tomb. After the 3 of them heard the rankings, a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb immediately came up and said to them, Su Yan did not have much expectation for this title. If there was, it was the words left behind by his physical body's father that made him look forward to it. Hidden Sword Tomb, sword well, you must come. From the tone left behind, Su Yan knew that there must be a huge secret hidden within. What kind of secret was hidden under the sword well? This made Su Yan's eyes shine brightly. He was very much looking forward to it. After the 3 of them obtained the spots to enter the Hidden Sword Tomb, Cho Bo and the other 2 turned around and left, giving Su Yan and the others 3 days to visit their relatives. On the way back to the Su family, Su Yan's expression was calm. Su Yan no longer had any feelings for the Su family. Su Yan had just stepped into Sky Twin City when he heard the news of the Su family's banquet. Su Yan immediately understood that Su Tiantu and the others must have mistakenly thought that Su Yan had won first place. Thinking of this, Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. Then, he returned to the Su family's courtyard. However, just as he arrived at the courtyard, Su Yan was stunned. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was a bronze statue of Sun Yan. The entire Su family was decorated with colorful lanterns and decorations. The threshold of the Su family had been polished many times today. When the servant of the Su family saw that there were guests, he knew that someone from another family had come to congratulate them. He happily shouted, "There are guests." However, before he could say that word, when the servant of the Su family saw that it was actually Su Yan, he was completely stunned. "Yan, young master Su Yan." The servant of the Su family looked at Su Yan in shock. Yes. Su Yan nodded and smiled at the servant. He turned around and stepped into the courtyard. When the servant saw that Su Yan wasn't dead, he immediately ran into the courtyard with a panicked expression. "Young master Su Yan, you're back. Young master Su Yan, you're back." The servant of the Su family shouted as he walked. The news of Su Yan's return quickly spread throughout the entire Su family courtyard. What? That Su Yan actually didn't die. Su Kuang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the news. Su Tiantu's face also couldn't help but twitch. He frowned and said, "Su Yan actually didn't die?" This time Sun Yan had won first place. He was completely immersed in the joy of being first. As for Su Yan and his son's death, he had already forgotten about them. Now that Su Yan didn't die, it undoubtedly evoked even more thoughts in his heart. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. This Su Yan still has the face to come back." Su Kuang coldly snorted. He waved his sleeves and walked outside. Perhaps it was because his son had won first place, this made Su Kuang feel that his back was straight in the Su family. He even walked with some arrogance. His confidence multiplied. When he heard that Su Yan had returned, he thought about how Su Yan violently beat up his son in the ancestral pagoda. His face immediately became angry. "Su Yan, you still have the face to come back." Su Kuang walked out and just happened to bump into Su Yan. He pointed at him and shouted, "Why wouldn't I have the face to come back?" Su Yan looked at Su Kuang's appearance. Su Yan straightened his back and said to his uncle. Su Kuang pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you have committed a heinous crime, yet you still have the face to come back." "Oh, let me see." Su Yan stared at Su Kuang with a calm expression. Such an arrogant brat. Su Kuang looked at Su Yan and narrowed his eyes. If Su Yan didn't win first place in the Hidden Sword Tomb, then Su Kuang naturally wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. But now was different. Su Kuang won first place in the Hidden Sword Tomb. As his father, Su Kuang's status naturally rose, so Su Kuang angrily shouted, "Su Yan, you don't know your crime. Fine, I will say it until you are convinced." Su Kuang pointed at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, do you remember that day in the ancestral pagoda where you killed your own brothers?" "I remember." Su Yan nodded. "I remember. What a good remember." Su Kuang heard this and suddenly became angry. Su Yan, good brat, you still don't know your crime even at death's door. Crime. Su Yan couldn't help smiling. Uncle, I really don't know what to say to you. You and your father have tried to kill me time and time again but failed. Now you say that I am guilty. Uncle, you really are worthy of your face. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Kuang became furious and pointed at Su Yan. Su Yan, you really think I don't dare to touch you? Su Yan, since you are courting death, then don't blame me for being impolite. Su Kuang snorted and was about to attack. Okay, stop arguing. Su Tiantu finally stood up and waved his hand. We are all from the same clan, there is no need to fight. After hearing Su Tiantu's words, Su Kuang finally walked to the side. Although he was in the limelight, he still knew the difference in status. However, Su Tiantu was still the patriarch. Su Kuang was not arrogant to this point. After seeing Su Kuang leave, Su Tiantu turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, the crime you committed that day in the ancestral pagoda was obvious to all. Now, since you are the father, you will leave the Su family from now on. With that, Su Tiantu's eyes were filled with pity. He naturally knew that once Su Yan left the Su family, he would be killed by Su Kuang. However, with Su Yan around, what was Su Yan? From now on, you are no longer a member of the Su family. From now on, the Su family has nothing to do with you. From now on, life and death is yours. Su Tiantu slowly said. The people from the sword burial mound have arrived. Before Su Tiantu could finish his words, a servant's voice came from outside the door. Hearing the voice outside, Su Tiantu's old face lit up. Sun Yan has already won first place. How can a firefly compete with the moon? In this life, go away. The sword burial mound. When everyone heard this name, they were all startled. After a while, they came to their senses and quickly walked out in unison. This included not only Su Tiantu and Su Kuang, but also the other families in Tianchuang City. When Su Tiantu saw the sword burial mound disciple, he immediately went up and cupped his hands. Sir, how should I address you? There's no need for that. Give this to him. This is the reward for Su Yan for winning first place. The sword burial mound disciple wore a green robe and smiled warmly. The reward for Su Yan's first place. Su Tiantu and the rest were stunned when they heard the words of the people from the sword vault. Su Kuang reacted quickly and asked, Sir, is there a mistake? Isn't Su Yan the winner? Hearing Su Kuang's words, the sword burial mound disciple was somewhat displeased. Our sword burial mound is the #1 sect in Jingzhou. How could there be a mistake? As he spoke, he looked at Su Yan and handed the item in his hand to him. Brother Su, don't forget to gather at the Barren Mountain in time. Su Yan nodded. The disciple of the hidden sword tomb waved his hand and soared into the sky. Su Yan won first place. The winner isn't Su Yan, it's not Sun Yan. Su Tiantu and Su Kuang froze on the spot like clay sculptures. The huge difference made the two of them unable to bear it. The silent reality was like a heavy punch that landed on their bodies one after another. Su Kuang directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Su Yan shook his head and turned to leave. Yan Su Tiantu trembled and said to Su Yan. Su Yan turned around and said to Su Tiantu, Su family head, I'm no longer a member of the Su family. From now on we'll go our separate ways. Chapter 12. Just now when Su Tiantu chased Su Yan out of the family, the guests all heard it. These people were originally here to congratulate the Su family for obtaining first place in the hidden sword tomb. At this time, since the first place of the hidden sword tomb was no longer a member of the Su family, they could only coldly snort twice and then turn around to leave. In a moment, all the guests had left, and the lively Su family suddenly became dead silent. I'm impossible? Su Kuang, who was majestic a moment ago, looked at the leaving guests and instantly sat on the ground, his mouth constantly muttering, I'm impossible, how could it be Su Yan, how could it be? Su Kuang. Su Tiantu heard these words and suddenly became angry. He turned around and shouted, Su Kuang, this is all your idea. I want to see how you deal with this now. Su Kuang, Su Kuang. Su Tiantu called out 3 times in a row. Seeing Su Kuang ignore him, he frowned and looked down, only to see that Su Kuang had actually gone crazy. What a sin, what a sin! Su Tiantu looked up at the sky and roared. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and fainted. At this moment, Su Yan had already stepped on the road to the hidden sword tomb. For him, Su Tiantu and Su Kuang were only reaping what they had sown. As the number one sect in Jing province, the hidden sword tomb was naturally generous. To receive Su Yan and the others, they sent a dragon colt that could travel 10,000 miles in a day. Dragon colts were shaped like horses and had a gentle personality. They were the most suitable as riding beasts. However, don't underestimate these ordinary dragon colts. Each one was worth more than 1,000,000 taels. There were only a few of them in the entire Tianshuang city. Now that the hidden sword tomb took out so many of them, it was obvious that they were very generous. As Su Yan watched, he began to look forward to the hidden sword tomb. This time, Pu Tiandao and Qiao Linglong, who placed second and third in the competition that day, also came along. The three of them met and glanced at each other. Without saying anything, they each mounted their dragon steeds. On the other hand, the guide sitting on the dragon horse at the very front was a chatterbox. He kept explaining the situation of the hidden sword tomb to the three of them along the way. The hidden sword tomb was located at the peak of a mountain in the northeast of the Gan territory. It was the top sect in Jingzhou. 1,000 years ago, the hidden sword tomb was only a small sect. However, a few thousand years ago, an unparalleled sword cultivator whose name shook the entire Gan territory appeared. From then on, the hidden sword tomb rose up like a shooting star in a short 1,000 years. Because of the numerous famous swords and sharp weapons buried in the sword well, the sword burial tomb shocked the entire Gan territory. Because of the dragon horse, the group arrived at the sword catacomb in less than 3 days. As soon as the three of them dismounted, they saw a middle-aged man not far away. This person wore a light blue robe. His face was slightly longer, like a horse's face. His robe was obviously more luxurious than the guide's. His expression was cold as he glanced at Su Yan's group. He turned to the guide and asked, "Are these the important outer disciples of Heaven Twin City?" Apart from Su Yan's group, the other 17 people didn't receive such good treatment. They had to wait a few days before they could arrive. "Yes, Chief Steward." The guide cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. The middle-aged man nodded and didn't care about the guide anymore. He turned to Su Yan's group and said, "You three follow me." After speaking, the middle-aged man didn't care if Su Yan's group heard him or not. He turned around and left. His robe fluttered in the wind and an indescribable sword in tint appeared. Seeing Su Yan's group follow, Deng Jianhong narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "My name is Deng Hongjian. You can call me Chief Steward Deng." "Chief Steward Deng." Su Yan's group called out in unison. Chief Steward Deng nodded. "Now, I'll bring you to understand the situation of the hidden sword tomb." Deng Jianhong maintained his serious tone. "I'm sure you know the origin of the hidden sword tomb. Now, I'll mainly talk about the layout of the hidden sword tomb." Deng Jianhong continued to ignore Su Yan's group's reaction and began to explain the situation of the hidden sword tomb. The hidden sword tomb can be roughly divided into 3 peaks, 5 ridges, and 7 mountains. The 3 peaks are where the true disciples live. They are the Immortal Sword Peak, Sky Sword Peak, and Earth Sword Peak. The 5 ridges are where the inner disciples live. They are the Li Sword Ridges, Zong Sword Ridges, Broad Sword Ridges, Dao Sword Ridges, and Flood Sword Ridges. The 7 mountains are different from the 3 peaks and 5 ridges. Not all of the 7 mountains are where the outer disciples live. Among the 7 mountains, only 5 are where the outer disciples live. The other 2 are where the servants of the hidden sword tomb live. Among the 7 mountains, only the outer disciples live in the hidden sword tomb have real names. They are the Gold Peak Tomb, Wood Peak Tomb, Water Peak Tomb, Fire Peak Tomb, and Earth Peak Tomb. The 3 mountains where the servants live don't have real names. Okay, that's the general situation of the hidden sword tomb. Now I'll bring you to the training ground. Deng Jianhong flicked his finger and a light screen appeared in front of him. This is... Su Yan's curiosity was piqued when he saw the light screen. However, before they could react, Deng Jianhong pulled the 3 of them and said, "Let's go." With a whoosh, the light screen wrapped around Su Yan's group and turned into a stream of light that blasted into the sky. The 3 of them felt their vision turn black. When they opened their eyes, they were already in another place. The scene in front of them was completely different from before. "Where is this?" Qiao Linglong couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Can't you see for yourself? Deng Jianhong snorted. Xiao Linglong was bored. Only then did she notice that there was a huge rock in the square with the words training ground written on it. Follow me, Deng Jianhong said and took the lead to walk to the center of the training ground. When the three of them approached, they realized that there were already many people gathered in the training ground. Everyone's clothes were different: purple, yellow, brown, and red. Chief Steward Deng. When Deng Jianhong walked past, an outer disciple immediately recognized him and greeted him. Deng Jianhong nodded and ignored those who greeted him. He directly led Su Yan's group to the foot of the huge rock. When the three of them walked closer, they saw a person sitting at the foot of the huge rock. This person looked slightly older than Deng Hongjian. He had a square face and wore a white robe. His eyes were slightly narrowed and his expression was cold. Senior brother. Deng Jianhong saw this person and quickly greeted him respectfully. Are the people from Heaven Twin City here too? The square-faced man slowly opened his eyes and asked. Yes. Deng Jianhong nodded and pointed at Su Yan's group. Just these three. The square-faced man nodded and stood up. He waved his hand and shouted. Since people from all the cities are here, let's start the test now. Test? Su Yan's group was stunned when they heard this. It wasn't just him. The others obviously hadn't heard of this test and were all stunned. From this, it could be seen that those who weren't stunned were obviously the disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb. Those who were stunned were the new disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb. Why is there a test? Yeah, can't you become a disciple of the Sword Collection Tomb if you don't pass the test? That's right, that's right. What is this test? After a short silence, the group of outer disciples immediately boiled over. What's the noise? The square-faced man heard the noise below and snorted coldly. Suddenly the crowd quieted down. The square-faced man heard that and his face relaxed a little. He opened his mouth and said, This test is very simple. You just have to take out your sword and stab the boulder behind me within 5 breaths. The more you stab, the more rewards you will get. The square-faced man said. He didn't care if the crowd understood or not. He waved his hand and shouted, Let the test begin. As his voice fell, a person in red standing under the boulder held up a booklet and shouted, Sky Moon City, Hua Zifeng. Disciple is here. A young man with an ordinary appearance walked in front of him. Draw your sword and stab the boulder. The disciple in red said in a deep voice. Hua Zifeng nodded and walked in front of the boulder. He took a deep breath and pulled out his sword and stabbed. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. After 5 breaths, Sky Moon City's Hua Zifeng 13 swords. Next, Sky Moon City's Hua Zidao. A young man who looked similar to Hua Zifeng walked out. After 5 breaths, Hua Zidao 20 swords. Su Yan looked at this scene and slowly understood. This was probably how many swords one could stab in 5 breaths was an excellent result. Obviously, Hua Zifeng and Hua Zidao's results weren't very good. 5 breaths, 13 swords, 15 swords. Then a few people were tested. Unfortunately, they didn't stab many swords in 5 breaths. The most one did was only 25 swords. After 5 breaths, how many swords can I stab? Su Yan looked at his hand and couldn't help but tighten it. This batch of disciples is really bad. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly heard a cold snort from behind. Su Yan turned around and saw an inner disciple wearing a red robe. This person's expression was indifferent. His eyes fell on the people who were tested, full of disdain. Eldest senior brother, let's go. There's nothing to see. If this continues, I'm afraid no one can make the boulder light up, not to mention reaching your level. A young man who was also wearing a red robe said next to him. The one who was called eldest senior brother nodded and turned to leave. With his departure, the other inner disciples all followed. When the others saw him leave, they also scattered and prepared to leave. Sky Twin City, Su Yan. The red-robed disciple standing next to the boulder said to Su Yan, and then looked to the other side with the same expressionless face. He muttered, This batch of outer disciples is really too weak. Su Yan's body suddenly moved forward, his hand grasping the hilt of his sword. Swish! The long sword rubbed against the scabbard and suddenly came out of the scabbard, like a wild dragon exploding out of a deep pool. Like a violent storm hitting the beach. The inner sect disciples who were originally moving forward suddenly heard the clanging sounds behind them that sounded like beans exploding. Chapter 13. 30 swords, no. It's already 50 swords. Look, it's already 5 colors. It's 50 swords. How is this possible? It's only been 2 seconds. As Su Yan quickly drew his sword, various colors continuously rose from the multicolored boulder. The entire multicolored boulder instantly became multicolored. The crowd starts to scream. Who the hell is this kid? The Shixiang Jingyi, who is about to leave, looks at the giant stone. His face turns gloomy. Eldest senior brother, there are already 5 of them. They've all surpassed what you had back then. A person standing beside him said, dumbfounded. But without waiting for him to finish, Jingyi's eyes turn cold. Do I have eyes? The kid jumped in fright and hurriedly covered his mouth. Jingyi looks at Su Yan. Jingyi, as the number 1 inner disciple of Hidden Sword Tomb, of course he knows the record of the stone test. In the span of 5 breaths, the 5-colored boulder tested. Every 10 strikes, a new color would rise up. Previously, he used all his strength and could only make the stone emit 4 colors. Even the Hidden Sword Tomb's leader could only make 5. Now this kid can make 5 in just 2 seconds. Who the hell is he? Jingyi looks at Su Yan's eyes. His eyes are a bit more serious, even a bit different. At this moment, look, the stone is emitting colors again. 6, look, it's 6 colors. He's already more than the leader. The crowd starts to boil again. Before he could finish speaking, another voice came from the crowd. No, it's already 7. 7, how is this possible? The strongest elder in Hidden Sword Tomb only has 6 colors. Everyone present looked at this scene in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. 7 colors. He's already more than the strongest elder in Hidden Sword Tomb. No, look, it's only been 3 seconds. He hasn't stopped. Could it be he's going to surpass that person? No, it's impossible. It can't be. Yes, it's impossible. No one believed that Su Yan, who looked ordinary and mediocre, would be able to break the publicly recognized genius of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Xiu. At this moment, the 5-colored boulder shone brightly again, lighting up with another color. 8 colors. Who the hell is this kid? He's really surpassing that person. Impossible, how can he surpass that person? Everyone looked at the 8 different colors on the multicolored boulder with astonishment written all over their faces. Of course, most of them don't believe it. 8 colors. Jingyi looks at it and couldn't help but to take a deep breath. Back then, he had used all his strength and only had 4 types. Who was this kid? He actually had twice as many as he did. The most terrifying thing is that it's only been 4 seconds. Could it be he still has the energy to continue? Oh! The continuous exclamations from the martial arts field soon alerted the headmaster and the elders who were in the inner hall discussing the opening of the sect this time. An old man was sitting in the middle of the main hall. When he heard the commotion outside, his slightly white eyebrows twitched. Why is it so noisy? The elder puts down the booklet. Elder, it's not good, it's not good. At this time a person rushes in. Elder, it's not good, it's not good. When the elder hears this voice, the wrinkles on his forehead shrink. What's the matter? 8 colors, 8 colors. The person who came to deliver the message was obviously too anxious to run. He was panting and couldn't speak for a while. Take a breath first. The elder looks at the disciple unhappily. The disciple who reported the news took a few deep breaths before he calmed down and said, Headmaster, 8 colors. A 5th breath from Wushuang City lit up 8 colors on the 5-colored boulder. What 8 colors? When the old man heard this, he instantly stood up from his chair. The wrinkles on his face were all twisted together at this moment. 8 colors, how is this possible? Even that kid only got 7 colors. Not only him, but the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb sitting around the inner hall all had shocked expressions on their faces at this moment. Elder, hurry up and go take a look. The messenger says. Yes, let's go take a look. This reminds the elder of Hidden Sword Tomb. 8 colors. This is definitely another great genius in the history of Hidden Sword Tomb. Genius, there hasn't been a peerless genius in Hidden Sword Tomb for a long time. The elders, who were resting with their eyes closed, look at each other and rush to the martial arts field. Elder, the messenger wants to say something, but there is no trace of them in the room. At this moment they have all appeared on the martial arts field. Is it the 80th sword? Su Yan looks at the light blooming on the stone, licks his lips greedily, and quickly strikes again. Although he doesn't know what the light represents, but he knows that the more the number of swords, the better it must be. Clang. Su Yan struck out with his sword once again. Instantly, another ray of light lit up on the huge rock. 9 colors, 9 colors. The crowd is in an uproar again. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the stone. 9 colors, what does this mean? Everyone looks at this scene in shock. Of course, at the same time they are looking forward to it. Now that there is still a little to 5 breaths, does that mean he can break through 10 colors? 10 colors. Everyone is looking at the stone with their eyes wide open. They are looking forward to it. 10 colors, break through 10 colors. No one knew who shouted, but the square was immediately filled with shouts. 10 colors, break through 10 colors. Su Yan hears the shouts and his heart is boiling. He bites his teeth and keeps on waving his sword. 10 colors. 5 breaths, time is up. At this moment, the inner disciple shouts the time. 90 swords, this brat actually did more than 90 swords. Jingyi looks at Su Yan in shock. The other disciples are also surprised. 90 swords, 9 colors. This is not only the record of a genius but also 2 colors. How is this possible? Su Yan, 90 swords, 9 colors. Excellent result. He is the first in this test. The inner disciple reports Su Yan's result. 9 colors. Every time he comes to the 5-colored stone, he has only seen 4 colors in the 5 breaths test, and it is the record set by the current top inner disciple, Jing Yi. At this moment he had actually seen 9 of them. This could be considered a glorious record for him, as he waited for this 5-colored boulders test. 90 swords? Su Yan licks his lips when he hears the number of swords. He is a bit unwilling. In the process of thrusting the sword just now, Su Yan had more or less grasped a pattern. This 5-colored stone, every 10 swords, 1 color will light up. Now there are only 9 colors, which is a bit less. Of course he doesn't know that he didn't just do 90 swords, he did 90 swords. 99 swords. The sect leader and elders who are floating in the air are completely shocked. Ordinary disciples can't see it clearly, but as the sect leader and elders of the hidden sword tomb, they have already condensed their divine sense. Of course Su Yan did 90 swords, not 90. What kind of monster is this? The sect leader and elders are completely shocked. They are confident that they have the ability to do so, but their current cultivation is not something this kid can compare with. It should be known that Su Yan is only at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. The arrogant square-faced man who was in charge of the test looks at Su Yan with a bit of surprise. Of course he is more shocked. Because when he came to the hidden sword tomb, there were only 3 colors, but now Su Yan has 9. Supervisor, is it time to give out the reward? The inner disciple is much calmer and whispers in his ear. Yes, it is time to give out the reward. The square-faced man suddenly realizes. He walks in front of Su Yan, Pu Tiandao, Qiao Linglong, and the other disciples from the other cities. This time, according to the rules, whoever gets the top 3 will be rewarded. After a pause, the square-faced man looks at Su Yan. His eyes lit up and he yells again. Tianshuang City, Su Yan got first place, so he will be rewarded. Wait. Just when the square-faced man is about to announce the reward, the sect leader and elders in the air all landed. All the disciples saw that regardless of whether they were wearing brown, purple or red clothes, when they saw the 3 of them, they all cupped their hands and shouted respectfully, "Headmaster, Elder." Of course this includes the square-faced man. Supervisor Zhou, the reward for first place this time is changed to this. After the sect leader finished speaking, he waved his hand and a pill fell into the square-faced man's hand. This is... The square-faced man looks at the pill in his hand and is shocked. Essence pill, this is an essence pill. Even if the hidden sword tomb is the #1 sect in Jingzhou City, the essence pill is not something that can be casually taken out. One must know that the essence pill is made by absorbing the inner core of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. The cultivation of these 1,000-year-old demonic beasts even surpasses the saint bloodline realm. From this, one can see how precious this pill is. Now the sect leader is giving it to an outer sect disciple, this. While the square-faced man was shocked, he recalled that Su Yan had pierced out 9 colors during the test and understood. He turned his head and said to Su Yan, Su Yan, this essence spirit pill was bestowed by the sect master and the elders. Why aren't you thanking the sect master and the elders? Thank you, sect leader and elders, for giving me this pill. Although Su Yan doesn't know much about the essence pill, but from the square-faced man's shocked expression, he can see that this pill is not an ordinary one. The headmaster and the elders nodded and left the martial arts field. After the sect leader and elders leave, everyone is in an uproar. Everyone looks at Su Yan with envy. Essence pill. The sect leader is giving an outer sect disciple an essence pill. The talkative disciple beside Jingyi says again, Hung, if you can make 9 colors light up, I think the sect leader and elders will also give it to you. Jingyi snorts coldly. That person immediately shuts up. It's impossible for him to make 3 colors, let alone 9. 9 colors? Jingyi looks at Su Yan and narrows his eyes. He turns his head and says to someone beside him, Go and greet those outer sect disciples. Create a bit of trouble for this guy. Yes, De Shixiang. That person nods and leaves to do it. Jingyi watches that person leave and turns his head to look at Su Yan, who is still observing the essence pill. He smiles. A sword is sharpened, whether you are a dragon or just a flower. I really look forward to it. Chapter 14. After giving out the rewards for this test, the square-faced man began to explain some of the rules of the sword collection tomb. As the saying goes, a family has its own rules and a country has its own laws. Naturally, a sect has its own rules. The rules were actually very simple. In addition to respecting one's teacher, there was also the so-called survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Su Yan looked at the square-faced man in confusion. Obviously, he did not understand what he meant. Similarly, the others also looked at the square-faced man in confusion. You'll know when the time comes. The square-faced man looked at everyone's expressions, squinted his eyes, smiled, and waved one hand. Rays of red light leaped out and appeared in the hands of the outer sect disciples of the sword collection tomb this time. It was a domino. Of course, it was not a simple domino. As soon as the domino was in everyone's hands, a divine thought was transmitted into everyone's minds. This included the rules that the square-faced man had just mentioned. There was also the various information of the disciples who came to the sword collection tomb this time, and the accommodation arrangements. All right, everyone, disperse. From now on, you are the outer sect disciples of the sword collection tomb. The square-faced man waved his hand and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Golden seat, Sky Room 1. Su Yan felt the domino and the accommodation that the sword collection tomb had arranged for him. He raised his eyebrows and did not think much about it. He got up and walked towards the golden seat peak. Su Yan, Su Yan. However, Su Yan had only taken a few steps when he heard someone calling him from behind. When he looked back, he saw a young man who looked like a ball chasing after him. A ball. Yes, this metaphor was absolutely appropriate. There was so much meat on his round head that it was almost impossible to see his eyes. As for his body, needless to say, it was simply a pillar of flesh. Hehe, Su Yan, hello, my name is Lu Fei. As soon as the fat man came up, he put his hand on Su Yan's shoulder and said very unceremoniously, Lu Fei. Su Yan looked at the fat man and asked, Is there something you need from me? Nothing, I just want to be friends with you. Lu Fei said with a smile. However, with his chubby face, if he didn't laugh, no one would be able to tell that he was laughing. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei and didn't say anything. He walked straight ahead. Su Yan, which tower were you assigned to? Lu Fei didn't care about Su Yan's actions and chased after him to ask. Golden Throne, Su Yan replied casually. Su Yan wasn't interested in Lu Fei's idea of making friends. However, Su Yan did not intend to keep him at arm's length. After all, in this world, Su Yan had no one to talk to. It would be nice to have a friend. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Fei's chubby appearance made him look kind. Gold seat, you're also in the gold seat, what a coincidence. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he immediately became excited as if he had discovered a new continent. Which golden room are you in? Heaven Room 1, Su Yan replied casually. Wow, what a coincidence. I'm in the Earth Room 1 right next to yours. Lu Fei became even more excited. If it weren't for the fat on his body, he would have flown into the air. Coincidence. Su Yan smiled but didn't answer. The hidden sword tomb was a large sect. Every place had a clear plan. The outer sect disciples lived on the 5 peaks of metal, wood, water, earth, and fire. The inner sect disciples lived on the 5 peaks, and the true disciples lived on the 3 peaks. Every place had a very standard division. The outer sect disciples couldn't enter the 5 peaks without the permission of the inner sect disciples. Similarly, the inner sect disciples couldn't enter the 3 peaks without the permission of the true disciples. 3 peaks, 5 peaks, 7 peaks. Where is the Well of Swords? This was because the bone tablet given by the square-faced man included a very detailed introduction of the hidden sword tomb's location. Su Yan also had a better understanding of the hidden sword tomb. However, the bone tablet didn't include the location of the Well of Swords. The Well of Swords. Su Yan thought about the words left behind by his father in his physical body. His eyes flickered as he looked around. Perhaps the hidden sword tomb was a large sect in the eyes of others. It was very attractive to the people of Jingzhou City. However, to Su Yan, what really attracted him was the Well of Swords. He had to go to the Well of Swords. Su Yan clenched his fists and then loosened them. He knew that he couldn't rush to go to the Well of Swords. After all, he was only an outer sect disciple. Outer sect disciples could be said to be the weakest existence in the entire hidden sword tomb, except for the servants and servants. It was impossible for such an existence to covet the Well of Swords. He could only enter the inner sect first. At least from the treatment of the inner sect disciples, they definitely knew more than the outer sect disciples. Of course, there was also information about how to enter the inner sect in the bone tablet. When an outer sect disciple was promoted to an inner sect disciple, they had to complete the corresponding tasks and increase their strength. Su Yan was only at the 5th level of spirit channeling, which was the lowest level. If he wanted to enter the inner sect, his strength had to reach the life soul realm. Life soul. Although this was different from Su Yan's, through the constant fighting during this period of time. Su Yan, on the other hand, understood the importance of this realm to a cultivator. For example, no matter how fast Su Yan was now, he couldn't withstand a blow from someone at the life soul realm. If he wanted to enter the Well of Swords, he had to reach the life soul realm first. Su Yan looked at a towering mountain in the distance and licked his lips greedily. That should be where the Well of Swords was. Because from the information given by the bone tablet, apart from the 3 peaks, 5 ranges and 7 mountains, only that mountain was classified as a forbidden area. Swordswell, wait for me. Su Yan licked his lips again, his eyes revealing a look of desire. Of course, Su Yan still understood that even so, this cultivation couldn't be rushed. The most important thing now was to return to his room to take a look. This was the place where he had to live before entering the inner sect. Although Su Yan was confident that he wouldn't live here for long, he had to live comfortably. However, no matter what, he had to live comfortably. Otherwise, it would affect his cultivation. Su Yan was about to step into the teleportation array when he saw that Fatty Lu Fei was still following him. Why do you keep following me? Su Yan turned around and asked. Because of the layout of the hidden sword tomb, there was a teleportation array between each of the 3 peaks, 5 ranges, and 7 mountains. Because his strength hadn't reached the 5th stage of the life soul clarity, he couldn't fly on the sword. Then, he could only rely on the teleportation array to enter the various peaks. I'm at the golden seat too. Lu Fei revealed a kind smile. Oh. Su Yan responded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and stepped into the teleportation array. This teleportation array relied on 5 Spirit Sea Realm experts to forcefully open a path in the void. Only then could it achieve the effect of teleportation. There were at least dozens of teleportation arrays of different sizes in the hidden sword tomb. Because of this, it wasn't an exaggeration to call the hidden sword tomb the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Su Yan and Lu Fei stepped out of the teleportation array and arrived at the Golden Seat Peak. Su Yan, I'll go to my room first. I'll find you later, Lu Fei said to Su Yan as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array. Lu Fei didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and ran off with his pile of fat. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's fat body. He didn't know how such a fatty could enter the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Anyway, whether he could enter or not was none of his business. What he needed to do now was to break through to the life soul realm. With the map left for him in the domino token, Su Yan quickly found the location of the sky room number 1. Standing in front of the door of the sky room number 1, Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw the words on the door. This was because Su Yan really couldn't associate this room with the Emperor's first room. The dilapidated door and the roof of the thatched hut looked like it would collapse at any moment. This is the sky room number 1. If he hadn't seen the words sky room number 1, Su Yan would have suspected that it was a latrine. That's right. The sky room number 1 looked even more dilapidated than a latrine. Forget it. I won't be staying here for long anyway. Su Yan shook his head helplessly and walked into the room. Su Yan was already prepared when he saw the outside appearance. When he saw the facilities in the room, his expression didn't change much. There was a table that was about to collapse and a bed that had been there for an unknown number of years. There was nothing else. Su Yan didn't think too much about it and sat on the bed. Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra. Su Yan moved and the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra began to revolve around his body. Although the bone tablet in the hidden sword tomb contained the most basic cultivation technique of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan still chose his Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra. Although he hadn't figured out the secrets of the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra, Su Yan believed that the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra was definitely an extraordinary item. Although Su Yan and company had entered the hidden sword tomb, because they were only outer sect disciples, there was no one to teach them anything. They could only rely on themselves. Therefore, Su Yan had to rely on himself to break through to the life-soul realm. Not to mention the secret of the sword well, just the name of the hidden sword tomb was enough for him to enter the inner sect. Su Yan continued to circulate the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra. Unknowingly, several hours passed. Dong dong. Dong dong. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Su Yan woke up from his cultivation. Fatty. Su Yan opened the door and saw Lu Fei. Lu Fei didn't mind how Su Yan addressed him. Instead he looked around and said, Su Yan, why is your heaven room one worse than mine? Yeah. Su Yan frowned. He didn't understand what Lu Fei meant. Lu Fei didn't mind Su Yan's expression. He circled the room and shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. Someone must have swapped your room. Lu Fei circled the room and suddenly turned to Su Yan. Swapped my room. Su Yan was taken aback when he heard Lu Fei's words. Fatty, what do you mean by that? Lu Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he explained the rules of the rooms to Su Yan. In the test on the 5-colored boulder, the better one's results were, the better the room they would be assigned. And Su Yan was number 1 this time. He had even broken the hidden sword tomb's record. The room he was assigned was naturally the heaven room 1. However, the heaven room 1 was worse than an ordinary room. Naturally, it had been swapped. Has it been swapped? Su Yan frowned again. At the same time, a vicious aura emanated from between his brows. Chapter 15. Fatty, is your room better than mine? Su Yan asked Lu Fei. Yes. Lu Fei nodded. He glanced at Su Yan's room and said, Su Yan, someone must have changed your room. Let's go find him. Find him? Su Yan was stunned. Fatty, you know who it is. Yes, there are only a few people who dare to change your room. Let's find them one by one. Lu Fei said righteously and walked out of the door. Su Yan. At this moment, a shout came from outside the door. Su Yan frowned. Before he could react, Lu Fei had already run out with his fat body. Chunyang, did you change Su Yan's room? Lu Fei rushed out and pointed at the person and questioned. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? A young man called Chunyang said. When Su Yan heard this, he walked out and saw a young man standing in front of Lu Fei. Although this person was 7 feet tall, he had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. Coupled with his short neck, it gave people a sense of incongruity. Chunyang, how dare you change Su Yan's room? Lu Fei shouted again. Change. Chunyang couldn't help but sneer. Lu Fei, what does it have to do with you whether I change Su Yan's room or not? What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Su Yan is my friend. The fat on Lu Fei's face jiggled as he spoke excitedly, causing the dignity in his voice to vanish without a trace. Friend, ha ha ha. When Chunyang heard Lu Fei's words, he suddenly laughed wildly. Lu Fei, I'm telling you, you better mind your own business. Otherwise, even father may not be able to protect you. What an arrogant tone. Lu Fei snorted coldly and immediately pounced towards Chen Yang. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although Lu Fei was all smiles with him just now, he didn't expect him to have such a fiery temper. The speed at which Lu Fei's fat body swam was also an eye-opener for Su Yan. Lu Fei, you are courting death. When Chen Yang saw that Lu Fei actually dared to attack him, he did not hesitate in the slightest. With a light shout, he sent a palm strike towards Lu Fei. Just now Lu Fei seemed to be valiant, but at this moment with a loud bang his fat body actually flew backwards. When Su Yan saw this, he originally wanted to go and receive Lu Fei. However, when he saw Lu Fei's fat body, his body trembled and he gave up on the idea. He closed his eyes. Bang! Another loud sound rang out as Lu Fei's body crashed onto the ground. Only then did Su Yan open his eyes. Are you okay? Su Yan walked to Lu Fei and asked. I'm fine. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan, his kind smile returned. Humph, overestimating yourself. Chen Yang looked at Lu Fei on the ground and said with disdain. Overestimating yourself? When Su Yan heard Chen Yang's words, he sneered and stood up. Su Yan, be careful. This Chen Yang is known as the third in the outer sect. His strength has already reached the 8th level of the spirit realm. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan stand up, he quickly pulled him back and reminded him. Don't worry, I won't let my friends be bullied. Su Yan smiled at Lu Fei. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Although he had said that he wanted to be friends with Su Yan, he could also see that Su Yan did not care about him. Who would have thought that Su Yan would actually say such words? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's expression and smiled. He turned around and looked at Chen Yang. Did you change my room? Su Yan looked at Chen Yang and said with narrowed eyes. So what if I did, so what if I didn't? Chen Yang laughed arrogantly. He did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Chen Yang, do you know who Su Yan is? When Lu Fei heard Chen Yang's words, he stood up and shouted. Who is it? Haha, first place in the 5 breaths of time test with 9 different colors. How could I not know? I'm here to trample on a so-called genius like you. First place in the 5 breaths of time test was something that even the master and elders of the hidden sword tomb were shocked. But at this moment, Chen Yang said it with such disdain. Lu Fei looked at Chen Yang's disdainful expression and became even angrier. Chen Yang, since you know this, you still dare to be so arrogant. Lu Fei was furious. He thought that Chen Yang did not know. He did not think that Chen Yang would dare to be so arrogant even after knowing Su Yan's name. How could he not be angry? First place in the 5 breaths of time test, this was his idol. Arrogant, ha ha ha. Chen Yang suddenly laughed and said. Lu Fei, so what if you're first in the 5 breaths of time test? You're just a piece of trash in the 5th layer of spirit realm. Trash. Hearing this name, Su Yan's face darkened. He waved his hands and the shocking celestial sword appeared in his hands. Yes, you still dare to fight me? When Chen Yang saw Su Yan take out his sword, not only was he not afraid, he was actually a bit excited. He wanted to provoke Su Yan's anger. The hidden sword tomb had the rule of survival of the fittest. But that did not mean that one could kill at will in the hidden sword tomb. At least, it was not allowed in the sect. After all, the hidden sword tomb was not a demonic sect. How could one kill at will? But if one side took the initiative to start a fight, then it would be a different story. Now that Su Yan took out his sword, it was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Chen Yang had been watching during the 5 breaths of time test on the 5 breaths of time test, so he naturally knew who Su Yan was. He also knew that Su Yan had an essence pill on him. Essence pill. Thinking of the essence pill on Su Yan, Chen Yang's eyes revealed a trace of greed. He had been in the 8th layer of spirit realm for too long. If he had this essence spirit pill, then he would definitely break through to the 9th layer of spirit realm. He might even be able to enter the Fate Soul realm. The Fate Soul realm meant that he could enter the inner sect. Even though he had the title of 3rd in the outer sect, compared to the inner sect, it was all *T. Su Yan, you brat, you're only in the 5th layer of spirit realm. You dare to challenge me? Even though Chen Yang wanted the essence pill, he still kept his cool. Because he did not dare to make the first move. If he did, then he would be breaking the rules. It might be easier for others to deal with. However, Su Yan was still first place in the 5 breaths of time test on the 5-colored rock. If he was only first place in the usual tests, then it would be fine. What he hated was that he actually made the rock light up with 9 different colors. This even alarmed the elders and the head teacher. If he broke the rules, then he would definitely suffer. Therefore, Chunyang wanted to anger Su Yan and make him make the first move. "You changed my room?" Su Yan coldly asked without any change in expression on his face. Chunyang saw Su Yan's expression and couldn't help but frown. He wanted to anger Su Yan, but he couldn't say that he changed Su Yan's room. Because if he said that he changed Su Yan's room, then he would be in the wrong. Chunyang looked at Su Yan's calm expression and frowned. He thought to himself, Su Yan is really calm. I already said that, but he didn't get angry at all. If Su Yan knew about Chunyang's words, he would definitely laugh. As a peak swordsman in his previous life, how could he get angry so easily? For the essence pill, he didn't care. There was still someone to take care of it. Thinking about the essence pill, Chunyang clenched his teeth and said, Su Yan, I was the one who changed your room. So what? Is that so? Su Yan asked again. Yes. I Chunyang dare to take responsibility for my actions. You Su Yan are just a new disciple. What can you do to me? Whoosh! Before Chunyang could finish his words, he heard a sound in the air. Su Yan, who was standing at the same spot, suddenly moved. The shocking celestial sword was approaching. Such fast speed. Chunyang was shocked. Just a moment ago, he was still disdainful of Su Yan. After all, no matter how strong Su Yan was in the 5 breaths rainbow rock test, he was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm. But with his current speed, Chunyang didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out his own sword to block. Clang! A loud and clear sound rang out. The 2 swords collided. Chunyang staggered back a step, feeling numb at the web between his thumb and forefinger. And Su Yan actually stood in front of Chunyang without moving an inch. How is this possible? Chunyang looked at Su Yan in surprise. How is this possible? Su Yan laughed coldly. Chunyang, you better change back to my room. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite today. Such arrogance. Chunyang heard Su Yan's words and was furious. No matter what, he was still the 3rd strongest outer disciple, and was also at the 8th level of the spirit realm. Now, he was being threatened by someone who was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Humph, Su Yan, I want to see how capable you are. Chunyang snorted coldly, and the martial arts in his body began to circulate quickly. Su Yan, die! Chunyang shouted coldly, and swung his sword at Su Yan. Su Yan saw Chunyang's speed and his face couldn't help but darken. He could see that Su Yan's speed was much faster than before. The 8th level of the spirit realm was not just for show. But so what? The light in Su Yan's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and his body continuously stepped forward. Step by step, the aura of his body burst forth, and the long sword in his hand was like a startled swan. Wang! The sound of the sword didn't stop, but the long sword had already returned to its scabbard. Fatty, let's go. Su Yan slowly said, and turned around to leave. Chunyang still didn't know what was going on. He pointed at Su Yan and said, Humph! You piece of trash, why are you leaving? Come back here. Just as he was about to step forward, he felt a light in his crotch. Chunyang immediately felt ashamed. His pants had already been pulled down to his ankles. Looking down, it was the wind blowing against his balls. It was very cool. Chunyang's scalp immediately went numb. If Su Yan's control had been slightly weaker, he would have been. Chapter 16. This is so satisfying, so satisfying. Lu Fei watched as Chunyang and the others left, exclaiming in delight. Su Yan didn't think much of it. In his eyes, Chunyang was just a clown. If he didn't change his room, Lu Fei wouldn't care. Lu Fei couldn't be bothered. Su Yan and Lu Fei came to the real sky room number 1. It was obviously much better than Su Yan's previous room. Although it wasn't gorgeous, it wasn't bad. However, it was definitely not bad. It was built with pure sandalwood and exuded a pleasant fragrance. The interior design was much better than the previous one. There were all kinds of good furniture and many decorations. Even the bedding on the bed couldn't be compared to the previous room. Is this the real sky room number 1? Lu Fei looked at the room and smiled. Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. Although this room was completely different from the previous one, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Hehe, Suyen, I just told you that your room has definitely been changed by someone. See, I'm right. Lu Fei said with a half smile. The fat on his face moved and he was quite proud of himself. It was as if Su Yan was able to find his room because of him. Su Yan smiled and didn't answer. Whether it was the sky room number 1 or the broken room just now, the outer sect wasn't a long-term place. Su Yan's goal was the sword well. Only inner sect disciples were qualified to enter the sword well, so he had to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. However, if he wanted to enter the inner sect, it meant that he had to leave this place. So what was the difference between a good room and a bad one? The reason why he wanted to change rooms with Chanyang was to get back the humiliation in his heart. Su Yan wasn't someone who could be bullied by anyone. Sun Yan couldn't, and neither could Chanyang. However, when Su Yan saw Lu Fei, he was interested in his identity. From Chanyang's words just now, he was obviously afraid of Lu Fei. Fatty, who are you? Su Yan turned his head and asked Lu Fei, who was still looking around. Me. Lu Fei was stunned by the question. He ran over and put his hand on Su Yan's shoulder as if he was familiar with him. I'm your senior brother. Senior brother. Su Yan rolled his eyes. With Fatty Lu's body, Su Yan really didn't dare to flatter him by calling him senior brother. Actually it doesn't count. I just have a good father. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and began to talk about his identity in the outer sect. It turned out that Lu Fei was the son of the outer sect's Hidden Sword Pavilion's chief steward, Lu Hong. After listening to Lu Fei's explanation, Su Yan finally understood. With Lu Fei's fat body, how could he enter the Hidden Sword Tomb? So all of this was because he had a good father. At the same time, Su Yan began to reevaluate Lu Fei. This world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou. Otherwise, during the 5-colored boulder test, the square-faced man wouldn't have said that the survival of the fittest was the rule. Survival of the fittest. This sentence was enough to prove that coming to the Hidden Sword Tomb didn't mean that the Hidden Sword Tomb could become your backer. You had to fight for it yourself. Now that Su Yan had just arrived, although he had a certain understanding of the Hidden Sword Tomb, he definitely didn't know as much as Lu Fei, who was born and raised in the Hidden Sword Tomb. That way, if he had a friend like Lu Fei in the outer sect or in the Hidden Sword Tomb, it would be a good choice. Junior brother Su, now you know my identity, so you can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Lu Fei patted his chest that was fuller than a woman's and said to Su Yan proudly, I can come to you if I have any problems? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Fei with a smile that wasn't a smile. He had already made up his mind. This Lu Fei had such a good identity, it would be strange if he didn't make good use of it. Junior brother Su, why are you looking at me with such an expression? Lu Fei was frightened by Su Yan's expression and quickly took a step back while dragging his fat body. No. Su Yan smiled and put his hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Senior brother Lu, I just want you to take me to the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Isn't this a piece of cake? You scared me to death. Lu Fei patted his chest with a frightened face. He still remembered Su Yan's move that cut Chen Yang's pants. If there was a slight deviation, wouldn't his balls be cut? Lu Fei thought about it and couldn't help but clamp his legs together. He said to Su Yan, let's go, junior brother Su. I'll take you to the Hidden Sword Pavilion, but I advise you not to go. My old man doesn't have anything good there. Su Yan nodded. He didn't expect to get any good swords in the outer sect's Hidden Sword Pavilion. He just wanted to know more about the Hidden Sword Tomb. Let's go. Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was determined to go and didn't say much. He took the lead and walked out of the door. Other than the sword well, each level of the Hidden Sword Tomb had a different Hidden Sword Pavilion. The outer sect, direct disciples, and inner sect all had their own Hidden Sword Pavilion. This was also where the Hidden Sword Tomb became famous. The outer sect's Hidden Sword Pavilion was located on the wooden peak. Su Yan and Lu Fei quickly arrived at the wooden peak through the transportation array. Junior brother Su, we're from the Gold Peak. We have to be careful when coming to the Wood Peak. Lu Fei said as soon as they left the wooden peak. Careful. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand what Lu Fei meant. Lu Fei saw that Su Yan didn't understand and started explaining the outer sect's rules to Su Yan. turned out that there was competition in all of this. Although the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks all belonged to the outer sect. Outer sect disciples could freely wander between the peaks, but because the peaks belonged to different people, each peak was different. It was like a clan. Each peak automatically formed a clan. Every once in a while, the hidden sword tomb would also hold a competition between the disciples of the peaks. The winner of the peak would receive the corresponding rewards from the hidden sword tomb. So between the disciples of each peak, there was hatred in their hearts. We're from the gold peak. Now that we've come to the wood peak, it's better to be careful. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he looked around cautiously. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the past. Su Yan saw him like this and couldn't help but laugh. Fatty, I said that your father is the Wood Peak's Hidden Sword Pavilion's manager. What are you afraid of? Hey, my father. He's from the Wood Peak, I'm from the Gold Peak. If he doesn't beat me up first, it's already not bad. Lu Fei said disdainfully. It was as if the father he was talking about wasn't his father. Su Yan heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. There was such a father in the world. Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's expression and was too lazy to explain to Su Yan. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Wait until you see my father." The Hidden Sword Pavilion was located in the center of the Wood Peak. Because the outer sect's 5 peaks were not big, Su Yan and Lu Fei arrived at the Hidden Sword Pavilion in a few steps. Pavilions and terraces. Although it wasn't luxurious, the pure mahogany construction could be considered a big deal. In the center hung a huge plaque with the words, Hidden Sword Pavilion. As they approached, there was a faint sword in tint. The Hidden Sword Tomb really lives up to its name. Su Yan couldn't help but stare blankly. Just as Su Yan was in a daze, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out of the Hidden Sword Pavilion and shouted at the two of them, "Lu Fei, you're from the Gold Peak. What are you doing here in my Wood Peak?" This person was less than 7 feet tall and had a body full of fat. He was comparable to Lu Fei. He had a cold expression on his face, but because of the fat on his face, he lost a lot of his dignity. Manager, disciple Lu Fei has brought people to the Hidden Sword Pavilion to get a sword. While Su Yan was still examining the middle-aged man, Lu Fei had already cupped his hands and said to him, "The time has passed. Come back tomorrow. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave or else." The middle-aged man said with a cold smile, "Lu Fei, you know my temper. Fuck." When Lu Fei heard the middle-aged man's words, he immediately jumped up. "Lu Hong, don't talk to me about rules. Do you believe that I won't smash your broken Hidden Sword Pavilion?" Su Yan already knew that Lu Fei had a short temper when he was fighting with Chen Yang. But this time Lu Fei suddenly jumped up, which really gave Su Yan a fright. Just now, when Lu Fei came, he had warned him to be careful. Why did he suddenly get angry now? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Su Yan frowned even more. This middle-aged man was Lu Fei's father. Although Su Yan had already guessed the relationship between the two from their body proportions, Lu Hong's words still made him hesitate. How could a father speak to his son like that? "Lu Fei, you dare to be so arrogant when you come to my Wood seat. Do you believe that?" "Believe what?" Lu Fei didn't wait for Lu Hong to finish speaking. He pointed at Lu Hong and shouted, "Lu Hong, don't think that I don't know what happened between you and those outer sect female disciples in the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Do you believe that I oh my good son." When Lu Hong heard this, he panicked and hurriedly went up to appease Lu Fei. "Hey, can we father and son talk nicely? Let's go, isn't it just to get a sword?" Your father is the manager of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. What sword do you want?" That's more like it." When Lu Fei heard Lu Hong's words, he calmed down a little. He pointed at Su Yan and said proudly, "Old man, this is my brother. He is the one who got first place in the 5 breaths test. Bring him in to pick a good sword. Remember to pick a good sword. First person in the test." When Lu Hong heard Lu Fei's words, he was startled. He no longer laughed and looked at Su Yan asking, "You're the one who made the 5-colored boulder light up with 9 colors? Su Yan nodded. He took a step forward, cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Uncle, hello." Lu Hong looked at Su Yan again and said, "Since you're the first person in the 5-colored boulder test, then I'll break the rules today and let you." "Rules? Your stupid rules." Before Lu Hong could finish his words, Lu Fei rushed over and shouted, "Old man, Do you really want me to do that stupid thing of yours? Oh no. Lu Hong hurriedly smiled and said, Fair, I'm not letting him in. Humph, do you dare to not let him in? I don't dare. Lu Hong hurriedly shook his head and bowed to Lu Fei. This is really a pair? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei and his son. For a moment he couldn't find the right words to describe the two of them. Let's go, Su Yan. With me here you can pick any sword you want. It's free. Lu Fei ran to Su Yan with a smile and pulled him into the hidden sword pavilion. When Lu Hong saw the two of them enter the hidden sword pavilion, his eyes suddenly turned cold. First person in the test, not bad, but I don't know how capable you are. Chapter 17. Fatty, is this how you get along with your father? Entering the hidden sword court, Su Yan couldn't help but ask. That old man of mine is the type that deserves a beating. Lu Fei put on a mature look and waved his hand. Don't worry about him, junior brother Su. Just go and get the sword. Don't worry, he won't dare to take my money. Do I need money? Su Yan asked in surprise. Isn't the hidden sword court of the hidden sword tomb prepared for the disciples of the hidden sword tomb? Why does it still need money? Hey, you will know in the future. Everywhere in the hidden sword tomb requires money. Lu Fei said helplessly. Obviously, he was another person that was destroyed by money. But don't worry, with me here, you can take any sword in the outer sect's hidden sword court. That old man won't dare to take your money. Lu Fei patted his chest and said proudly. Su Yan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He began to walk around the hidden sword court. Although this was only the hidden sword court of the outer sect of the hidden sword tomb, there were definitely a lot of swords here. It was divided into 3 levels. Each level was filled with swords. Long swords, broadswords, soft swords. They were all different. There were at least tens of thousands of swords on each level. Although the swords were quite good, Su Yan didn't find one that he was satisfied with. At least none of the swords here could compare to the shocking immortal in his hands. Originally, Su Yan wanted to try his luck. Now it seemed that Lu Fei was right. There was no good thing in the outer sect's hidden sword court. Fatty, let's go. There's nothing to see here. Su Yan said to Lu Fei. Hey, I said there's no good thing here. Lu Fei said gloatingly. Su Yan nodded and didn't say anything. Anyway, he just wanted to take a look. Since he couldn't find it now, there was nothing to be disappointed about. Pudong. Just as the two of them were about to leave, there was a loud sound. The wide door of the hidden sword court was closed. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Lu Fei was shocked and hurriedly shouted at his father. Su Yan, since you can pass the test of the 5-colored boulder, let's see if you can pass the test of my hidden sword court. Lu Hong's voice rang out in the air. Su Yan's brows furrowed, not understanding the meaning behind Lu Hong's words. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Lu Fei shouted again. Lu Fei, you've been too comfortable in the outer sect for so long. Lu Hong's voice sounded again. At this moment, Lu Hong's voice was completely different from when he spoke to Lu Fei just now. His tone was filled with a domineering and irresistible majesty. Lu Fei, today you will accompany Su Yan and teach him the sword formation of Hidden Sword Court. Hey, old man, are you crazy? Do you want to end your bloodline? Lu Fei heard Lu Hong shout anxiously. Unfortunately, no matter how much he shouted, Lu Hong's voice never appeared again. It's over. Lu Fei looked at the tightly shut door and fell to the ground. Compared to Lu Fei's panic, Su Yan was much calmer. He only frowned slightly and asked, Fatty, what does this sword formation mean? What does it mean? It's pure murder. Lu Fei said hatefully. Murder? Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, he still couldn't understand the meaning behind Lu Fei's words. Since the sword formation hasn't been activated yet, I'll tell you about it. Lu Fei looked around and shook his head helplessly. He began to explain the meaning of the sword formation to Su Yan. In the hidden sword tomb there was a sword formation in every hidden sword court. This was not only used to deal with people stealing swords, but also to test each sect's disciples. Every sect's disciple who passed the sword formation of hidden sword court would automatically receive a sword from the Guardian Sword Court's general manager. The general manager of the outer sect's Guardian Sword Court was obviously Lu Hong. When Lu Fei said this, he suddenly roared and cursed. How much power does that damn old man have? Do you think I don't know? He's just a general manager of the Outer Sect's hidden sword court. What good sword does he have? This is murder, a naked murder. Lu Fei shouted agitatedly. When Su Yan saw Lu Fei's agitated look, he felt a chill in his heart. Murder? Would his own father murder his own son? But when he thought of Lu Hong's behavior towards Lu Fei, he really was ruthless. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart shook again. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly pulled out his shocking celestial sword. Through Lu Fei's introduction, Su Yan had some understanding of the sword formation. The sword formation was formed by the mirror images set up by the elders of the hidden sword tomb. When a mirror image was activated, it would automatically attack the person who broke into the formation. The sword formation was divided into 5 layers. Each layer had a different mirror image arrangement. Here, not only did it test one's strength, but it also tested one's brain power. Lu Fei's heart was filled with anger as he thought of this. He cursed angrily. This damn old man. When I get out, I'll definitely expose him. Just treat it as sword practice. Su Yan patted the agitated Lu Fei and said, "Practice my ass." When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he became even more agitated. Su Yan, you don't know that people will really die. This sword formation was originally for the disciples to break through by themselves. Now that damn old man actually activated the sword formation without our consent. He wants to kill us. I knew that this old man was unreliable. He was thinking that after I died, no one would disturb him in the future. Who wants to break through this bullshit sword formation? Who wants to break through? I want to get out, get out. Boom. Just as Lu Fei was shouting crazily, a loud sound rang out. Outer Sect Sword Garret. First layer of sword formation activated. Immediately after, a stiff voice rang out from hidden sword Garret. At the same time, 5 figures in black appeared in front of Su Yan and Lu Fei. It was just that these black-robed men gave off an illusory feeling when looking at them. They should be the mirror images that Lu Fei mentioned just now. Murder? Su Yan glanced at the figures in black. He licked his lips and clenched Shocking Immortal in his hand. No matter what, since things had already come to this stage, then he would break through by himself. Swoosh! Before Su Yan could draw his sword, the figures in black had already moved. You came at the right time. Su Yan snorted coldly and dashed away. He quickly drew his sword. Sword dance of the fish dragon. The sound of swords rang out. Countless sounds of beans exploding resounded in the surroundings. Light flashed. The sound of swords rang out. Bang, 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 bang. 5 crisp sounds rang out. The 5 figures in black shattered at the same time. First layer, 1 breath's time. The stiff voice rang out again. Junior brother Su. Lu Fei was stunned when he saw this scene. This sword formation is only SOSO? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei and raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's only SOSO. Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's confidence, and the terror he felt towards the sword formation suddenly disappeared. In exchange, he was filled with blood. Hey, didn't this old man want to kill me? I won't let him have his wish. Lu Fei sneered and pushed Su Yan. Junior brother Su, take a rest. I'll take the second layer of the sword formation and let you see my strength. As Lu Fei spoke, he also took out his sword. It was a huge broadsword. It was 10 inches long and 5 inches wide. It was pitch black and did not emit any light. It looked more like a wooden stick. Seeing this sword, Su Yan's brows could not help but furrow. Was this sword considered a sword? But when he saw Lu Fei's fat body, he understood. With Lu Fei's body, if he were to carry a sword that was the same as his, that would truly be out of place. Bang! That stiff voice rang out in the hidden sword court once again. Outer Sect Sword Court. Second layer of sword formation activated. Hearing this voice, Su Yan and Lu Fei both gripped their swords tightly. But this time there was no mirror image. Yes. Lu Fei frowned when he saw this. He looked around and shouted, "Hey damn mirror image. Come out and let your great-grandfather break you." Unfortunately, no matter how Lu Fei shouted, there was no mirror image like the first layer. What's going on? Su Yan frowned too. At the same time, there were people gathering outside the hidden sword court. Hey, come and see. Someone is breaking into the Outer Sect sword formation. Following the shouting, more and more people gathered. There were not only outer sect disciples but also inner sect disciples. Breaking into the sword formation was not a big deal in the hidden sword tomb, but it was definitely not a small matter. It could be said that in a year, there would not be more than one person who could break into the sword formation. Of course, this was only the sword formation of the hidden sword court. In the outer sect, no one had broken into the sword formation of the hidden sword court for decades. Now that people in the outer sect heard that someone was breaking into the sword formation, they all came to join in the fun. Hey, isn't this Su Yan? Yes, it's Su Yan. It's Su Yan. Through the mirror image outside the hidden sword court, everyone quickly recognized that the one who was challenging the sword array in the hidden sword court was Su Yan. This Su Yan dares to break into the sword formation on his first day in the sect. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yes, even the number one person in the outer sect doesn't dare to break into the sword formation. What ability does he have? You don't say. He is the number one person in the sword formation test. So what if he's number one? He's only at the 5th level of spirit realm. Not necessarily. I just heard that he defeated Chen Yang. Defeated Chen Yang? How is that possible? Yes, Chen Yang is the number 3 person in the outer sect. The crowd was in an uproar. Some supported Su Yan while others disdained Su Yan. Only one person standing at the end of the crowd heard their discussion, and his face twitched unsightly. From the pants he just changed into, it wasn't hard to see that he was Chen Yang, whose pants were cut by Su Yan's sword. Su Yan. Chen Yang looked at Su Yan in the mirror image and clenched his teeth. He turned to the person standing next to him and said, "Senior brother, even you don't dare to break into the sword formation. How can a new outer sect disciple like Su Yan have the ability? At least he defeated you." The young man standing there looked back at Chen Yang with displeasure. Chen Yang's face trembled awkwardly. The young man didn't care about Chen Yang. His gaze once again focused on the mirror image. Number one person in the 5-colored rock test. How much ability do you have? Even the senior brother in the inner sect has a whole new level of respect for you. The young man looked at Su Yan in the mirror image. There was a vicious aura surging in his eyes. Chapter 18. Come out, come out. Lu Fei kept shouting. Unfortunately, the first mirror image did not appear this time. Damn it, what the hell is this? Lu Fei was an impatient person. Seeing that no one came out, he opened his mouth to curse. Su Yan also furrowed his brows as he felt the change in the surrounding aura. Swoosh at this moment. Suddenly there was a whistling sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a few sounds, the chi-gathering lamps in the hidden sword court all dimmed at this moment. The chi-gathering lamp was invented by the first-generation ancestors of the Qian territory. It was a bowl-shaped vessel made of bronze. When a special lamp oil was placed in it, the oil would automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and emit light. At this moment, the chi-gathering lamps in the hidden sword court all dimmed at the same time, and the hidden sword court fell into darkness. From time to time there was a whistling sound. Whoosh whoosh. A strange aura came from the darkness. Junior brother Su, are you there? Are you there? Lu Fei shouted in fear. Yes, I'm here. Su Yan replied. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body was constantly operating. His eyes were constantly scanning the darkness. Swoosh, another sound rang out. Swoosh. The chi-gathering lamps in the hidden sword court lit up again. Be careful. The moment the chi-gathering lamps lit up, countless flying swords pierced straight towards him. Su Yan hurriedly pushed Lu Fei away. Unfortunately, he was still a little too late. Swoosh, a flying sword slashed across Lu Fei's arm. Lu Fei's arm immediately showed a trace of blood. Seeing this scene, Su Yan frowned. Just now he thought that these mirror images were just illusions and could not hurt people. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Although these flying swords were mirror images, they could hurt people. Murder. Now Su Yan really understood the meaning of Lu Fei's words. In this sword formation, the mirror images were really enough to kill him. It seems that I have to be more careful. Su Yan whispered. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body was operating faster and faster, because he could feel the danger around him. Swoosh, with another sound, the chi-gathering lamp dimmed again. Motherf asterisk cur. Here we go again. Lu Fei let out a low growl in the darkness. Whoosh. The chi-gathering lamp lit up again. At the same time, Su Yan's eyes turned cold and a cold smile appeared on his face. Humph. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Su Yan snorted coldly and leaped onto a pillar in the hidden sword court. In the meantime, the sound of a sword rang out. Bang! There was a loud bang. The mirror image that was hiding in the darkness and shooting out flying swords was destroyed by Su Yan's attack. Past the second level, 3 breaths of time. Following this stiff voice, a commotion broke out outside the hidden sword court. What the hell is going on? That's right. Just now I only saw some darkness and the flying sword came out. How did he pass? That's right. Also, what did Su Yan's sword mean? The people outside stared at the image in the mirror, their faces blank, because they did not understand at all. Only Lu Hong looked at the mirror image and nodded in appreciation. Not bad to be able to find the flaw in such a short time. Inside the hidden sword court. How did he pass? Lu Fei also had a blank look on his face. He touched his injured arm in astonishment. Apparently, he had not recovered from the thrilling moment just now. Su Yan smiled and did not answer. He suddenly felt that this sword formation was getting more and more interesting. The first level was to use the mirror image to attack. The second level was to use the mirror image to hide behind the pillar and launch a sneak attack. What about the third level? Su Yan licked his lips, a desire surging in his heart. Outer Sex Sword Court. The third level of the sword formation begins. The stiff voice sounded again. Bang. This time, as soon as the stiff voice fell, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, there were countless flying swords flying over. This time, the number of flying swords was several times more than the second level. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but frown. He quickly raised his sword to block the flying swords that were constantly flying over. Fatty, you're courting death. As Su Yan blocked the flying swords, he saw that Lu Fei was still in a daze and shouted aloud. Eh! Lu Fei came over and hurriedly raised his broadsword to block the flying swords that were constantly surging over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the number of flying swords increased. In the beginning, Su Yan and Lu Fei were still able to block them easily. But as the number of flying swords increased, the two of them slowly became nervous. How many flying swords are there? Su Yan's forehead was already sweating at this moment. This was because the flying swords seemed to have a source and kept attacking endlessly. Some of the flying swords even jumped up to attack the two of them while they were falling. Looking at the mirror image outside the hidden sword court, one could clearly see that the mirror image was full of flying swords. Su Yan and Lu Fei were surrounded by countless flying swords. What? What kind of formation is this? That's right. Why are there so many flying swords? Although the spectators did not personally experience it, they also felt the dangerous aura brought by the flying swords. Even Lu Hong's fat forehead wrinkled when he saw this scene. Why does this sword formation look so strange? No, this is not the outer sex sword court sword formation, but the inner sex. Lu Hong's heart trembled when he saw this scene. Although there would be a different 5 layers every time the sword formation was activated, each time they were different. But the outer sex sword court sword formation was definitely much simpler than the inner sex sword court sword formation. As the guardian sword court's manager of the outer sect hidden sword court, Lu Hong naturally knew the danger level of his outer sex sword court sword formation. But now, the countless flying swords were entangling Su Yan and Lu Fei. The number and speed of the flying swords had completely exceeded the danger level of the outer sect hidden sword court sword formation. Lu Hong looked at Su Yan and Lu Fei in the sword court who were struggling to resist the flying swords, and a murderous aura surged between his brows. Who the hell changed my sword court sword formation without permission? Lu Hong slammed the pillar next to him and let out a low growl. Who is it? Get the hell out here. Lu Hong once again let out a low roar. His entire body leaped up and floated in midair. His eyes looked coldly at the people present. I changed it. Just as Lu Hong was about to get angry, an old man walked out from the crowd. Hidden Sword Elder. Lu Hong looked at the old man and could not help but be startled. The old man had white hair and a long beard. He wore a purple-brown robe and his slightly aged face emitted an aura from time to time. Hidden Sword Elder. When the old man appeared, the other outer sect disciples cupped their hands and shouted, "In!" Hidden Sword Elder nodded to the crowd and walked towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong, don't be angry. I changed this sword formation. Hidden Sword Elder. I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Lu Hong looked straight at Hidden Sword Elder. The murderous aura on his face did not weaken because of Hidden Sword Elder's identity. There's nothing inappropriate about it. This kid got first place in the 5-colored boulder test. Give him some training. I'm afraid your sword sword formation is too weak. Hidden Sword Elder looked at Lu Hong and chuckled. I hope so. If anything happens to the two of them, I'll hold you responsible. Lu Hong waved his hand and left with a trace of fierceness in his eyes. When Hidden Sword Elder saw Lu Hong like this, he could only smile awkwardly and did not say anything. The two of them were fine, but the disciples below were in an uproar. Lu Hong was just the manager of the Hidden Sword Court. Why did he dare to speak to Hidden Sword Elder like this? Of course, in addition to this question, they were more surprised that the sword formation displayed in the mirror image was actually the Sword Court's sword formation. The Sword Court's sword formation of the Intersect Sword Court. Every year, countless Intersect disciples would lose their lives in that place. At this moment, Su Yan was only an outer disciple who had just entered the sect. Wasn't this sending him to his death by challenging the Sword Court's sword formation? When the young man standing in front of Chun Yang heard the conversation between Hidden Sword Elder and Lu Hong, he raised his eyebrows and stared at the mirror image. He saw Su Yan and Lu Fei getting more and more flustered. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what if you got first place in the 5-colored boulder test? You're still going to die here. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound came from the Hidden Sword Court. In the mirror image, Su Yan was surrounded by countless flying swords and jumped up. Open! Su Yan shouted, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body kept rotating. They all rushed up one after another. The long sword in his hand kept rotating. It actually passed through the surrounding flying swords. Fatty, hurry and charge up. Su Yan leaped up and didn't forget to shout to Lu Fei below. Yes. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan shouting at him, he did not have time to think. He took a step and jumped on top of Su Yan. Unfortunately, his body was too heavy. Before he could jump, a flying sword had already flashed past. Be careful, Su Yan reminded in a panic. The flying sword was about to hit Lu Fei. Su Yan clenched his teeth and raised his shocking celestial sword. Borrowing the momentum of another flying sword, he stepped on it. Whoosh, his whole body leaped up. Clang. He knocked down the sword that was about to hit Lu Fei. Su! Lu Fei was frightened by the flying sword just now. Looking at the flying sword that was knocked down, he cast a grateful look at Su Yan. Don't talk nonsense, go up. Su Yan did not wait for Lu Fei to speak. He waved his long sword and once again cut through the surrounding flying swords. Lu Fei followed suit and rushed out according to Su Yan's action. This time Lu Fei's broadsword was very effective. He waved his broadsword and a row of flying swords were knocked down. The two of them jumped to a high platform at the side at the same time. However, the flying swords did not stop because of this. Whoosh! The flying swords that were just about to hit suddenly condensed together and rushed towards Su Yan and Lu Fei. Countless flying swords rotated like a huge wave. It was as if a storm had swept past. This time, Su Yan and Lu Fei are dead for sure. They're dead for sure. Outside the Hidden Sword Pavilion, everyone was dumbfounded. They could see the layout of the entire arena through the mirror image. They looked at the wave-like flying swords rushing over. They were confident that even the Intersect senior brother might not be able to dodge it. Chapter 19. Swish, swish, swish. Countless flying swords formed a powerful whirlpool, emitting a dazzling light. As it passed through, a roar sounded in the air. The formation was like a stormy sea. This time, Su Yan is dead for sure. The disciples outside the Hidden Sword Court were all stunned when they saw this. Some felt pity, some rejoiced, and some mocked. Of course, Su Yan did not know that there were so many people watching outside the Hidden Sword Court. Looking at the incoming whirlpool of flying swords, Su Yan frowned. The great sun-colored glass sword sutra in his body was operating to the maximum. I don't want to die yet. Lu Fei was already frightened by this terrifying step. With so many flying swords forming a whirlpool, if it passed through his body, his entire body would definitely be split in half. Swish, swish, as the whirlpool approached, it formed a powerful airflow. Lu Fei's fat body trembled with the airflow. Lu Fei constantly howled. Su Yan's body was also on the verge of collapse due to the powerful airflow. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of fear. Looking at the approaching whirlpool of flying swords, a trace of hostility flashed across his eyes. "Stand behind me!" Looking at the approaching whirlpool of flying swords, Su Yan coldly shouted at Lu Fei. Then bang! A loud sound. Su Yan raised the shocking celestial sword and stabbed it in front of him. Life and death in a single thought, it all depends on this move. Su Yan clenched his teeth, tightly holding the shocking celestial sword with both his hands. The great sun-colored glass sutra in his body was constantly channeling spiritual energy into the shocking celestial sword. Boom! Boom! At the same time, countless flying swords crashed into the shocking celestial sword. The huge impact of the flying swords caused a wave of frenzied waves. Invincible golden body! Su Yan let out a low roar. The great sun-colored glass sword sutra in his body was operating to the maximum. Su Yan's body emitted countless golden rays of light. Bang! 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 Those flying swords rushed over and collided with the shocking celestial sword, emitting waves of smoke. It enveloped Su Yan and Lu Fei. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, the whirlpool of flying swords slowly came to a stop, leaving behind only a thick cloud of smoke. Is he dead? When the crowd outside the hidden sword court saw this scene, all of their expressions turned serious. They dared to say that none of the outer sect disciples or even inner sect disciples would be able to withstand the impact of the flying sword. Not to mention 10 breaths, he might not even be able to withstand it for 1 breath. Lu Hong looked at the smoke in the mirror image, and his face was filled with anger. Hidden sword! Lu Hong shouted coldly, then turned around and walked towards the hidden sword elder. As he took a step forward, a surge of sword essence suddenly surged out from his body. This is... All the disciples standing in front of the sword pavilion were forced to take several steps back by the sword intent. When the hidden sword elder felt this powerful sword intent, he was shocked and hurriedly used his chi to block it. Lu Hong, don't be rash. The hidden sword elder blocked Lu Hong and said. Impulsive. Lu Hong raised his eyebrows and shouted, Hidden sword? You secretly activated the inner sect sword formation to come to my outer sect sword formation, which is already against the rules. Now that my outer sect disciple and my son have died here, you still tell me not to be rash. Humph! Lu Hong snorted and waved his hand. A long sword appeared in his hand. Hidden sword, today I will let you die with my son. Quick! Look! Just as Lu Hong was about to make his move, suddenly a terrified cry came from an unknown direction. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and at the same time they looked at the mirror image. The smoke dissipated. Su Yan and Lu Fei's figures slowly appeared in the mirror image. Not dead, Su Yan is not dead. It was unknown who shouted this, but the crowd below immediately boiled up, and a burst of cheers could be heard. Haha, that's great. Su Yan is not dead, he is actually not dead. Too powerful. He is indeed not the first in the 5-colored test. Under such an attack he actually did not die. In the midst of everyone's cheers, only the person standing in the corner had an incomparably cold expression. This person was the young man who reprimanded Chun Yang just now. Invincible golden body? The young man looked at Su Yan and Lu Fei, who were slowly standing up in the mirror image. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he turned around and left. Humph! Lu Hong saw the two in the mirror image, and the sword intent on his body slowly dissipated. He snorted and returned to the mirror image. Seeing Lu Hong leave, the hidden sword elder heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he was an elder, only he knew how terrifying Lu Hong was. From the sword intent that was emitted from his body just now, it was likely that his cultivation had advanced another step. Another step? What secret does this Lu Hong have? The hidden sword elder secretly looked at Lu Hong in surprise, then turned back to look at Su Yan and Lu Fei in the mirror image and nodded with relief. All the cheers outside the sword pavilion were not as excited as Lu Fei inside the sword pavilion. Not dead, we are actually not dead, haha. Lu Fei touched his fat body, and the excitement on his face was self-evident. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and shouted, Su Yan, we are not dead, we are not dead. Yes, compared to Lu Fei's excitement, Su Yan was not as happy as him. He licked the blood on his lips and slowly stood up with the help of the shocking celestial sword. Happy, surviving a disaster was indeed something to be happy about. However, this was only the 3rd level, and there were still the 4th and 5th levels. The whirlpool of flying swords just now had already shown him the power of this sword formation. If he had not obtained the inheritance of the invincible golden body in the Su family's ancestor pagoda, Lu Fei and Lu Fei would have died. Perhaps both he and Lu Fei would die here today. If the 3rd level was already so ferocious, then what about the 4th level? Thinking of this, Su Yan's entire person instantly became dignified. Bang! Just as Su Yan was waiting for the arrival of the 4th level, there was a loud noise. The door of the hidden sword pavilion was pushed open, and a dazzling light shot in from the outside. Su Yan, you are too powerful. Su Yan, you are my idol. Su Yan, teach me sword moves. Before Su Yan could come back to his senses, many outer disciples rushed in and surrounded Su Yan and Lu Fei. Su Yan, you are too amazing. Yes, Su Yan, you are the idol of us outer disciples. What's going on? Su Yan scratched his head as he listened to their conversation. His face was filled with confusion. Haha! At this moment Lu Hong's hearty laughter came. His body, which was as fat as Lu Fei's, appeared in front of Su Yan and Lu Fei. Good boy, you did not let me down. Lu Hong patted Su Yan's shoulder and laughed. F***ck, old man, you really want to kill me? Lu Fei saw Lu Hong and immediately rushed towards him. He did not care whether he was the manager of the hidden sword pavilion or his father. Bang, he threw a punch at Lu Hong's body. Hey you damn fatty, are you looking for death? Lu Hong was stunned by Lu Fei's punch. Looking for death? I think you old man are looking for death. Lu Fei pointed at Lu Hong's nose and shouted agitatedly. What, you dare to say that I am looking for death? Lu Hong was obviously angered by Lu Fei. His nose was crooked and he walked around in a circle. Unfortunately, the surroundings had been turned into ruins by the whirlpool of flying swords. There was nothing left. Lu Hong could not find a suitable weapon. Lu Fei looked at Lu Hong's angry look and was overjoyed. Ah, old man, why are you still looking for something to hit me with? You can't find it, can't find it. Lu Fei said and kept shaking his round body in front of Lu Hong. The smug expression on his face was extremely annoying. Good boy, you think I can't teach you a lesson like this? Lu Hong looked at Lu Fei's annoying appearance and a cold smile appeared on his face. Lu Fei looked at Lu Hong's expression and was shocked. He hurriedly said, Father, I am your son. Don't be impulsive. Now you know how to call me father. It's too late. Lu Hong sneered. He waved one hand and shouted to the disciples below. All the disciples of the wooden base, listen up. This fatty dares to cause trouble in our wooden base. Chase him out. Yes. The brown-clothed outer sect wooden seat disciples responded in a loud and clear voice. Each and every one of them had an evil smile on their faces as they walked towards Lu Fei. Hey, what do you want to do? Ah! Lu Fei was frightened and hurriedly ran out. Unfortunately, there were at least dozens of disciples in the wooden base. How could Lu Fei run away? Lu Fei had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by the outer sect disciples in the wooden base. A squeal like a pig being slaughtered came out of his mouth. He was carried out of the hidden sword court by the disciples in the wooden base. Is this really father and son? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei being carried out with a face of astonishment. The outer sect disciples in the other 4 seats in the hidden sword court saw this scene and carefully glanced at Lu Hong before obediently leaving the hidden sword court. Damn, if he treated his son like this, then wouldn't the outer sect disciples in the other seats be beaten to death if Lu Hong saw this? As all the outer sect disciples dispersed, only Su Yan and Lu Hong were left in the hidden sword court. Lu Hong saw that everyone had dispersed and then turned to Su Yan. Someone from the golden base dares to cause trouble in my wooden base. Isn't this courting death? When Su Yan heard Lu Hong's words, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said embarrassedly, Manager, I'm also from the golden base. Lu Hong was stunned, then awkwardly rubbed his head and laughed. Haha, let's not talk about this. Su Yan nodded his head. However, the way he looked at Lu Hong was still a little more cautious. From Lu Fei's character and the conversation just now, this father and son pair obviously had fiery tempers. If he didn't talk about this now, who knew if there would be a disagreement later? He would be chased out of the wooden base. I think I should leave this place first. Su Yan looked at Lu Hong and said to himself. He was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Lu Hong shout, Su Yan, follow me. Su Yan frowned, not understanding the meaning of Lu Hong's words. Haha, Su Yan, what are you doing? Am I going to eat you? Lu Hong looked at Su Yan's expression and laughed. Who knows? Su Yan secretly criticized, but still obediently followed Lu Hong. No matter what, Lu Hong was still the manager of the Hidden Sword Court. Although he was called a manager, there was actually another meaning to this manager, and that was the supervisor of the outer sect disciples. Su Yan didn't want to offend the supervisor of the outer sect on his first day here. Following behind Lu Hong pressed on a pillar. Creak! A crisp sound rang out. Chapter 20. Let's go. Lu Hong looked at Su Yan's astonished expression, smiled and walked down. Cellar. There's actually a cellar under the Hidden Sword Court? Su Yan walked down and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Not only were there different swords placed here, there were even many sword manuals placed on the shelves. If the top 3 floors were the Hidden Sword Court, it would be better to say that this was the real Hidden Sword Court. Kid, this is a world where the strong are respected. Don't be deceived by the decorations in front of you. Lu Hong looked at Su Yan's astonished body and suddenly opened his mouth. At this moment, Lu Hong's face was cold, and his body emitted a sword intent from time to time. The playful appearance he had when he was arguing with Lu Fei, and Su Yan was indifferent. At this moment, even though Lu Hong still maintained his fat body, under those dignified eyes, he was more like a war god. When Su Yan looked at him, a sense of respect welled up in his heart. Kid, if you want to survive in this world, you must constantly work hard to cultivate. Lu Hong continued speaking and suddenly shouted, Su Yan, I will impart to you one sword to decide the universe. Watch carefully. As Lu Hong spoke, his tiger body shook, and with a casual wave of his hands, he took out a long sword from the sword cabinet. The sword is the source of a sword cultivator's life, and the sword style is the body of a sword cultivator's soul. A good sword is not about its gorgeous appearance, and a sword style is not about how fancy it is, but it can seize a person's body. Qi forces the sword, the long sword moves straight, one sword to decide the universe. Lu Hong said to Su Yan and suddenly raised his sword, his footsteps light, and the long sword moved straight down. The sword hummed loudly, the sword pointed, the sword body glowed, and the crisp sound tugged at one's heartstrings. Especially the sword intent emitted from the sword body. Swoosh! The sword broke through the void with a sound. One of the sword cabinets on display was instantly pierced through. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked, because although this move didn't have any fancy moves, however, it contained an extremely strong offensive power. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. This is the true essence of deciding the fate of heaven and earth. Remember it. Lu Hong slowly put away his sword, turned around, and said to Su Yan, who was still in a daze. Su Yan nodded and closed his eyes to think for a while. All of a sudden, his eyes widened, and a chilling intent gushed out from his body. The great sun-colored glaze sword sutra in his body began to circulate rapidly. With a wave of his hand, he removed the shocking celestial sword from his hand. He pointed his sword forward and attacked. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the void. He was as fast as lightning. Poof! A loud sound rang out. Another small hole was left on the sword cabinet. This child is worth teaching. When Lu Hong saw this scene, he touched the goatee that did not have many parotid glands and nodded in satisfaction. Su Yan, it seems like you've already grasped the most basic definition of this sword to decide the universe. Then I won't say much. Lu Hong said, glancing at the sword cabinet in the cellar, and then continued. This time you've broken through the sword array. Now you can choose any spiritual sword here. Broken through the sword array. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, thinking of the sword array he had broken through in the Hidden Sword Court. He asked puzzledly, Supervisor Lu, when I broke through the sword array just now, wasn't there 5 layers? Why did you come in after breaking through 3 layers? In the inner sect, the sword array of the Hidden Sword Court only has 3 layers. Lu Hong slowly said. Su Yan was suddenly stunned, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. In the intersect, the sword array of the hidden sword court. How did he break through the sword array of the hidden sword court? It's the sword array of the intersect, Lu Hong said, and suddenly a cold snort came out from his nose. Humph, the hidden sword court elder, that kid, dared to secretly change the sword array of the outer sect. This time, if I don't cut off a layer of oil from him, my surname is not Lu. As Lu Hong spoke, the majesty on his face disappeared in an instant, and a sinister smile hung on his face, just like a profiteer. Su Yan looked and suddenly realized that he didn't seem to understand Lu Hong in front of him. All right, Su Yan, you broke through the sword array of the intersect's hidden sword court. So you should get the hidden sword reward of the intersect's hidden sword court. Lu Hong pointed to the sword cabinet in the cellar and said, but my outer sect's sword court will not lose to the inner sect's sword court. You can choose a suitable sword yourself. A suitable sword. Su Yan looked at the rows of sword cabinets, and for some reason Lu Fei's words appeared in his mind. Supervisor Lu, do you really have a good sword here? Who said I don't? When Lu Hong heard Su Yan's words, he was immediately displeased and coldly snorted. Su Yan, let me tell you, don't listen to that damn fatty's nonsense, my generation's sword. Lu Hong realized that he had almost spilled the beans and coughed dryly before continuing. All right, Su Yan, don't listen to that fatty's nonsense, go and pick one. Oh. Su Yan looked at Lu Hong doubtfully, and recalled Lu Hong's slip of the tongue, and became even more interested in Lu Hong's identity. However, Su Yan didn't ask too much, because looking at Lu Hong's appearance, he must have something that was hard to say. Sword. As a sword cultivator, the sword was the most important. Although Su Yan was using the shocking immortal sword in his hand, it was still quite handy. However, if there was a good sword, Su Yan wouldn't mind picking another one. Su Yan wandered around the hidden sword pavilion in the cellar, and carefully observed. As a peak swordsman in his previous life, Su Yan was confident that his knowledge of the sword wouldn't lose to any master. Looking at the various swords displayed on the sword cabinet, Su Yan also agreed with Lu Hong's idea. There were indeed good swords here, but good swords were good swords. But there wasn't a single one that could truly move Su Yan. Su Yan shook his head, and just as he was about to give up, there was a sword placed alone on the last row of sword cabinets that attracted Su Yan's gaze. This sword was only a little more than a foot long, and the sword was a few inches wide. It was pitch black without a trace of sword light, and at first glance it was unremarkable. However, the runes engraved on the sword attracted Su Yan's attention. Su Yan couldn't help but walk over and pick up the sword. When Su Yan picked up the sword, Lu Hong's fat forehead couldn't help but wrinkle. And why would the two of them choose the same sword? While Lu Hong was in a daze, Su Yan had already made up his mind. He turned around and said, I'll take this one. Lu Hong nodded and walked over to look at the sword in Su Yan's hand. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. After a while, he opened his mouth. Su Yan, you really want to choose this sword? This sword's edge isn't sharp, and it's only an ordinary short sword. Are you sure? And I'll take this one. Su Yan nodded without hesitation. Although this sword didn't have the same gorgeous appearance as the other long swords, at this moment, Su Yan felt a trace of warmth in his heart when he held it in his hand. AI, fate makes fools of people, fate makes fools of people. Lu Hong sighed a few times in his heart, and didn't advise anymore. He patted Su Yan and said, Su Yan, this sword's name is Pagoda Sword. I hope you can make good use of it in the future. Finishing, Lu Hong waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Seeing Lu Hong like this, Su Yan was stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. In any case, Lu Hong was a mystery in Su Yan's eyes at this moment. Exiting the wooden seat, Su Yan had just stepped out of the transportation array when he saw Lu Fei's round body. Hey, junior apprentice brother Su, what good stuff did that damn old man of mine give you? Lu Fei stepped forward and asked with a face full of indignation. Clearly, he still had a lingering hatred towards Lu Hong for chasing him out of the wooden seat just now. Here. Su Yan didn't stand on ceremony and took out the pagoda sword, and handed it to Lu Fei. Pagoda. Lu Fei was stunned when he saw pagoda. The fat on his face twisted together. Su Yan, why are you holding this sword? Su Yan frowned. Why can't I hold this sword? AI junior apprentice brother Su. There's something you don't know. Lu Fei slapped his thigh and said with a face full of annoyance. This pagoda sword is a sword with a curse. A sword with a curse? Su Yan still didn't understand. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, people who have used this sword don't have a good ending. Lu Fei said anxiously and went forward to push Su Yan. Junior apprentice brother Su, quickly go and change it. Damn it, that damn old man gave you this sword to harm you, right? I chose this myself. Su Yan helped Lu Hong clear his grievances. You can't choose it yourself. Lu Fei said stubbornly. Junior apprentice brother Su, if you don't want to die, quickly go and change it. Oh. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's anxious appearance and knew that this fatty was really concerned about him. However, it was also because of this that Su Yan's interest in the pagoda sword was piqued. Curse? Su Yan looked at the pagoda and smirked. He put the pagoda sword on his back and stacked it with the shocking celestial sword. But to not let Lu Fei gather, Zhao Bitch pretended to be shallow and meaningful? So? Did you change it? Lu Fei saw that Su Yan had returned and hurriedly asked. Yes, I did. Su Yan lied. What did you change? When Lu Fei heard that Su Yan had changed it, the worry on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced with anticipation. I didn't take it. I just returned the pagoda sword to your father. Su Yan shrugged and said casually. Su Yan did this because he wanted Lu Fei to trust him more. Unexpectedly, Lu Fei laughed mischievously and said, are you not satisfied with it? I told you, that damn old man doesn't have anything good. That damn old man. Let me tell you, that damn old man only has women in his eyes. If he had anything good, he would have already given it to those women. Sigh, we barged into the sword formation for nothing. That damn old man only knows how to cheat people. Hearing Lu Fei's slander of Lu Hong, Su Yan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't know how to respond and listened to Lu Fei scold his father for a while. Su Yan then returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Su Yan didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, he took out the pagoda sword and looked at it carefully. Touching the runes that covered the body of the sword and the hilt, Su Yan's mouth turned serious. Curse? As he spoke, Su Yan suddenly jumped up. He raised his chi and pointed the sword forward. It was a sword to settle the universe. A sword to settle the universe. Although it wasn't too fancy. However, when the sword was driven out, it was accompanied by the energy in his body. It had the power to move mountains and rivers. It had the power to settle the universe. Not bad, not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction and was about to put away the pagoda sword. At that moment, suddenly, a black light emerged from the pagoda sword and rushed towards Su Yan. This is... Su Yan was shocked and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black light jumped into Su Yan's mind. Ah! Chapter 21. Enter my pagoda, obtain my pagoda. Demonstrate the might of my pagoda. When Su Yan heard the last sentence, his eyelids slowly drooped and he fainted. The night was silent. The next morning the sun shone into the room. Junior brother Su. Before Su Yan opened his eyes, he heard a shout from outside. That clumsy voice sounded a little weak. Su Yan didn't need to think to know that it was fatty Lu Fei. Su Yan patted his head and opened the door to take a look. Sure enough, it was Lu Fei. He was running over with heavy steps, carrying a big bag in his hand. Hee, Su Yan, we're in for a treat today. Lu Fei walked to Su Yan and winked at Su Yan. Oh! Su Yan responded casually. At this moment he wasn't in the mood to enjoy a treat. His mind was filled with the pagoda sword from last night. Enter my pagoda, obtain my pagoda. Demonstrate the might of my pagoda. Su Yan repeated these words silently, but he couldn't understand what they meant no matter how he thought about it. At this moment, Lu Fei had already opened the big and small bags in his hand. Fire-roasted honey chicken. Lu Fei pointed at a chicken placed on the table and shouted. He wasn't greedy. Slash. He tore off a chicken drumstick and handed it to Su Yan. Junior brother Su, this is good stuff. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Su Yan still wasn't in the mood. He took the chicken drumstick from Lu Fei's hand and ate it. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to it earlier. However, after eating the chicken drumstick, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Fatty, what is this? It tastes good. Su Yan swallowed the chicken drumstick and asked with a lisp. Of course it's good. Lu Fei grabbed a piece of chicken and took a bite. His mouth was covered in oil and he proudly said, Junior brother Su, this chicken is not an ordinary chicken. Not an ordinary chicken? Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand what Lu Fei meant. Yes, this is the legendary phoenix feather chicken. As Lu Fei spoke, he took another bite. He squinted his eyes and said with a look of enjoyment, the so-called delicacy of the world, other than the sea dragon meat, is only the wind feather chicken. Phoenix feather chicken? Su Yan looked at the chicken leg in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had never eaten phoenix feather chicken, he had heard of it before. Just like what Lu Fei said, other than sea dragon meat, this phoenix feather chicken was the #1 delicacy in the world. Of course, Su Yan wasn't in a daze because of the #1 delicacy in the world. Instead, it was because he knew what the phoenix feather chicken was. Although the phoenix feather chicken did not have any offensive power, it was an extremely fast creature. An adult phoenix feather chicken could run faster than an expert at the peak of the life-soul realm. With this speed, even someone at the life-soul realm might not be able to catch it. Not to mention Lu Fei. After getting to know Lu Fei yesterday, Su Yan knew that Lu Fei was at most at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. How could a 3rd-level spirit realm expert catch a phoenix feather chicken at the peak of the life-soul realm? Fatty, how did you catch this chicken? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei, who was happily eating, and asked. Of course I caught it. Lu Fei wiped his mouth and was about to confidently tell Su Yan about his difficult journey of catching the chicken. But when he saw the look of disbelief in Su Yan's eyes, Lu Fei awkwardly rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. It was my father who did it. That's more like it. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about anything else and opened his hands to eat the chicken. With the phoenix feather chicken's speed, it wasn't something that could be eaten easily. And even though the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in the Jing state, they didn't care about the food of the sect disciples. The disciples who hadn't reached the Saint Meridian stage had to solve the problem of food and clothing by themselves. Normally, the outer sect disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb would only go to the foot of the mountain to buy some food to satisfy their hunger. Eating phoenix feather chicken like this was definitely considered a luxury. Not to mention the delicious taste of the phoenix feather chicken. Su Yan was also hungry at this moment. Not to mention the existence of the fatty Lu Fei. A rather large phoenix feather chicken was cleaned out in a few moves, leaving behind chicken bones on the ground. Is there more? Su Yan licked his lips and asked Lu Fei. What, there's more? Lu Fei jumped up when he heard Su Yan's words. Junior brother Su, what are you thinking? This phoenix feather chicken was given to me by my father, because he saw that I was going to participate in the beast hunting mission today. Beast hunting mission? Su Yan was stunned and asked curiously. Lu Fei knew that Su Yan had just entered the sect, so he definitely didn't know about the beast hunting mission. He sat down again and explained the beast hunting mission to Su Yan. The Hidden Sword Tomb is not only famous for its swords, but also for its elixirs. If you want to refine some elixirs, you must have beast cores. The sect master and elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb cultivate in seclusion every day, so they naturally have little time to hunt those monsters. They can only rely on us, the disciples. Therefore, the Hidden Sword Tomb organizes a beast hunting mission every 10 days to hunt various monsters. The beast cores obtained will be given to the sect in exchange for points. Points? Su Yan didn't understand when he heard this, so he interrupted. Points? What's the use of these points? Of course they're useful. Lu Fei's small and pitiful eyes suddenly shook. He looked at Su Yan with a serious expression and said, these points can be used to enter the inner sect and become a true disciple. They can also be exchanged for treasures in the sect. Sigh. Lu Fei looked at Su Yan and suddenly sighed. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of regret and said, Junior brother Su, with your talent, you can be promoted to the inner sect. Unfortunately, after that person, no one dares to let an outer sect disciple enter the inner sect. That person? Su Yan was stunned again. That person is called Mu Zijian. He is a recognized genius of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Oh right. As Lu Fei spoke, he suddenly thought of something and the fat on his face trembled. He looked around and after confirming that there was no one around, he said mysteriously, "Junior brother Su, you know that the original owner of the Futu sword you chose yesterday was this Mu Zi sword." What? Su Yan's body shook. He had an inexplicable interest in the Buddha sword because of the black light last night. Now that he heard Lu Fei mention the original owner of the Buddha sword, Su Yan's curiosity was aroused again. Lu Fei naturally did not know that Su Yan did not give the Buddha sword away. He nodded and did not pay attention to Su Yan's expression. He continued, "I heard that the reason Mu Zijian died so young was because of the Buddha sword. The Buddha sword killed him?" Hearing this, Su Yan's frown deepened. "Enter my Buddha sword, obtain my Buddha sword, display the might of my Buddha sword." This sentence once again echoed in Su Yan's mind. Lu Fei nodded again. He wanted to say something but he heard a shout in the sky. "All outer sect disciples, the beast hunting operation is about to begin. Please proceed quickly." "Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's go." When Lu Fei heard the voice, he immediately shut his mouth. He pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Junior brother Su, let's quickly go to the beast hunting ground. If we're late, those low-level demonic beasts will be killed." When Su Yan heard this, he suddenly had the urge to not go with Lu Fei. Low-level beasts? Could it be that Lu Fei only thought about low-level beasts? Lu Fei did not care about Su Yan's expression. As he walked, he explained to Su Yan, "Junior brother Su, you have just entered the sect and are not qualified to participate in the beast hunting operation. However, with me around, this is not a problem." As Lu Fei spoke, the fat on his face trembled. He was not embarrassed at all. Although beast hunting was not a big deal in the hidden sword tomb, it was not a small matter either. After all, beast hunting could not only increase the disciples' combat experience, but it could also increase their strength. After obtaining beast cores, they could also exchange them for various elixirs at designated places in the sect. Of course, the beast hunting operation was not in the hidden sword tomb, but at the sacred beast mountain at the foot of the hidden sword tomb. Along the way, Su Yan saw many disciples wearing different colored clothes rushing to the sacred beast mountain. Those wearing new red clothes were inner sect disciples. Those wearing yellowish-brown clothes were outer sect disciples. Of course, on these clothes there were different names tattooed. For example, Su Yan was a gold seat. On the chest of his clothes, there was the word gold written. Su Yan was not very interested in the beast hunting operation. However, when he thought about how the beast cores could be exchanged for elixirs in the sect, he became a little interested. After all, the effects of medicinal pills were still very useful in the path of cultivation. Under Lu Fei's lead, the two quickly arrived at the foot of the sacred beast mountain. As soon as Lu Fei arrived at the foot of the sacred beast mountain, he ran to a house built at the foot of the sacred beast mountain and shouted to a middle-aged man, "Su Yan, Lu Fei, two people in a group." Soon Lu Fei came out and waved a domino in his hand at Su Yan. "Do we need to register this?" Su Yan looked at the domino and asked with a frown. "Of course." Lu Fei squinted his eyes and explained, "You must know that every beast hunting operation counts as a competition, and every competition in the hidden sword tomb has a reward." Lu Fei said and smiled mysteriously. He approached Su Yan and said, "Junior brother Su, you must know that the reward this time is the 3rd rank spirit pill. Tier 3-inch spirit gathering pill." When Su Yan heard about the reward, his eyes immediately shone with a bright light. The spirit pill was the most common elixir for cultivation. However, if it was a 3rd rank elixir, then it was definitely a rare treasure. Su Yan was now at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. He was only one step away from the 6th stage of the spirit realm. If he had a 3rd rank elixir, then he would be able to break through in one go. The spirit pill. I'm definitely getting it. Su Yan, who was originally not interested, became interested. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Without waiting for Lu Fei to react, he took the lead and stepped into the sacred beast mountain. Just as the two of them entered, a group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain. A few figures landed at the foot of the sacred beast mountain. The one leading them was Chan Yang, who was humiliated by Su Yan that day. Chapter 22. Although Su Yan wasn't used to Lu Fei's behavior sometimes, Su Yan was glad that he made a friend in the hidden sword tomb. Lu Fei was born and raised in the hidden sword tomb. Not to mention, He also had a father in the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion. With his knowledge in the hidden sword tomb, he could save Su Yan a lot of trouble. The hidden sword tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou. It was enough to imagine that there were many disciples in the sect. Among the huge number of disciples, the sect naturally wouldn't take care of every disciple, let alone outer sect disciples. In the sect, their status was only slightly higher than that of the ordinary servants. Their status in the sect could be imagined. The sect elders and instructors naturally wouldn't spend too much time paying attention to outer sect disciples. And in this kind of situation where everything had to be explored by oneself, having a friend like Lu Fei who was born and raised here, Su Yan would naturally save a lot of trouble. For example, when entering this beast hunting operation, the sect didn't give any explanation and Lu Fei was by his side. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the sacred beasts, he grasped all the rules of the beast hunting operation. The reason why the hidden sword tomb held a beast hunting operation every once in a while. It was not only to improve the disciples' combat experience, but also to let the disciple exchange for points and obtain beast cores. More importantly, it was the sect's rule of survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. These 4 words were the best explanation. What was survival of the fittest? The fittest would win and the fittest would be eliminated. Therefore, the Sacred Beast Mountain was the sect's #1 battlefield. Here, the terrifying thing wasn't the beasts in the Sacred Beast Mountain. It was the people. Only the people were the most terrifying. Junior brother Su, don't worry. You won't be at a disadvantage if you follow me. After Lu Fei finished explaining the rules of the Sacred Beast Mountain, he narrowed his eyes and said proudly, "Worried." When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. His eyes emitted a ray of light, and a faint fighting spirit surged up. The shocking celestial and stupa swords on his back seemed to feel their master's strong fighting spirit and trembled slightly. He, Su Yan, was a peak sword saint in his previous life. The flowing blood was boiling all the time. Why would he be afraid of a battle? Not only was he not afraid, he was even looking forward to it. It was a pity that Lu Fei did not know what ingenious method he used. Along the way, he did not even meet a single demonic beast, let alone a human. Through Lu Fei's explanation, Su Yan already understood some of the basic rules of the Sacred Beast Mountain. On the Sacred Beast Mountain, other than the Sword Burial Mound's specific beast hunting activities, there was nothing else. Normally, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb could also enter the mountains to hunt for demonic beasts and obtain beast cores. However, since he wasn't in charge of the Hidden Sword Tomb, the beast cores he obtained couldn't be exchanged for the greatest benefits. Therefore, very few people would come to the Sacred Beast Mountain. Only during the beast hunting mission would all the disciples rush into the Sacred Beast Mountain. Not only did they want to obtain beast cores and points, but they also wanted to take first place in this beast hunting competition. There were more than 10,000 outer sect disciples in the Sword Vault. How many people could resist the glory and honor of being ranked among 10,000 people? Su Yan was not interested in this. However, he was interested in the 3rd grade Spirit Gathering Pill. He had been stuck at the 5th level of Spirit Realm for a while. If he had the 3rd grade Spirit Gathering Pill, then he could break through to the 6th level of Spirit Realm in one go. Hey Fatty, what kind of path are you leading us on? How come there isn't a single demonic beast? Along the way, not only did they not see a single person, they didn't even see a single demonic beast. Su Yan frowned and pulled Lu Fei to ask, "Hehe, this is this young master's ability." Lu Fei did not sense Su Yan's impatience and instead said proudly, "Ability my ass." Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's appearance and said with his eyes wide open, beast hunting, we didn't see a single demonic beast along the way. How are we going to hunt?" Su Junior brother Su, you're not really going to hunt demonic beasts, right?" Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words and looked at Su Yan with a face full of astonishment. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's expression and suddenly had an impulse to not talk to him. He looked up and said to him, "Okay Fatty, you continue walking this way. I'll go over there and take a look." After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not wait for Lu Fei's response. He circulated his chi and his figure quickly flew away. "Hey Junior brother Su, where are you going?" Lu Fei woke up, but Su Yan had already flown over 100 meters away. This Junior brother Su. Does he really want to hunt demonic beasts? Lu Fei looked at the direction Su Yan left with a blank face. Forget it. I'll just continue on my way. I'll pick up a few corpses later as an explanation. Third-grade spirit condensing pill. Lu Fei shivered and helplessly shook his head. He continued on his way. But before he could take more than a few steps, a voice rang out. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Fei's fat body trembled and he hastily turned his head and shouted, "Junior brother Su, junior brother Su." Su Yan had long since disappeared. So how could he possibly hear his shouts? "It's over, it's over, it's over." Lu Fei saw Su Yan frown and stood there with a vexed expression, constantly patting his elephant-like legs. "It's all my fault. I didn't tell him that this beast hunting mission is for both the outer and inner sect disciples. If he runs over to the inner sect's beast mountain, then it'll be over." Before Su Yan had entered the sacred beast mountain, Lu Fei had mysteriously told him that the reward for this beast hunting mission was a third-grade spirit condensing pill. Su Yan had thought that Lu Fei was determined to obtain the third-grade spirit condensing pill. At the same time, Su Yan had also believed that Lu Fei, who had been born and raised in the sword burial mound, would definitely have some outstanding points. But how could he have thought? Thinking of this, Su Yan felt a burst of anger in his heart. Now, he finally understood. This Lu Fei, this damn fatty, was a coward who craved for life and feared death. I really did come to hunt demon beasts. If I didn't come to hunt demon beasts, then why would I come to the sacred beast mountain? Su Yan bitterly smiled and rushed forward. According to Lu Fei, Su Yan was a new disciple. If he didn't have a senior brother or senior to lead him, he wouldn't be able to enter the sacred beast mountain. After all, the sacred beast mountain was vast and filled with demon beasts. Those who weren't familiar with the sacred beast mountain would definitely die if they entered. Just now, Su Yan hadn't felt anything under Lu Fei's guidance. But now Su Yan truly realized just how big the sacred beast mountain was. This was because he had discovered a very serious problem. He had actually gotten lost. Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly heard a cold snort in front of him. Su Yan followed the sound and sneaked past. A few figures in brown came into view. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Because under those figures, Su Yan saw the beautiful girl, Qiao Linglong, who he had shown mercy to in the sword burial mound's qualification competition. "Junior sister Qiao, the senior brother who led you into the sacred beast mountain is dead. If you know what's good for you, hand over the beast core in your hand and I can guarantee your survival." Among those people, one of them walked in front and pointed his sword at Qiao Linglong. These people were also wearing brown clothes, but the word fire was carved on their chests. They were clearly outer sect disciples on the fire seat. But even though they were wearing the same clothes, the youth standing at the front pointed his sword at Qiao Linglong. His body was faintly pulsating with sword intent. Under his stern face, there was a hint of arrogance. It was obvious that his status was much higher than the people behind him. Not only that, Su Yan also saw a person lying beside Qiao Linglong. It was clearly the senior brother who had led Qiao Linglong into the sacred beast mountain. But at this moment he had already become a corpse. Survival of the fittest. At this moment, Su Yan was clear about the rules that Squareface set on the training field that day. "Senior brother Zhou, don't you feel ashamed to bully others with numbers?" Qiao Linglong looked at the few people opposite her. There wasn't a trace of emotion on her face. It was filled with a cold aura. Bullying others with numbers. When the person who was called Senior Brother Zhou heard Qiao Linglong's words, he suddenly laughed and said, "Junior sister Qiao, you are from the water seat, and we are from the fire seat. How is this bullying?" Water seat, fire seat. When Qiao Linglong heard this, her clear eyes flashed with a trace of disdain, and the long sword in her hand also tightened. "Zhou Dequan, since you want to kill us all, then Qiao Linglong can only fight to the end." As Qiao Linglong spoke, her enchanting body immediately leaped up, and her long sword was unsheathed. She took light steps and quickly stabbed towards Zhou Dequan. The purplish-brown sword flew, and a cold light burst out from the sword body. The sound of the sword rang out, and the light was 40 feet long. The 9th level of the spirit realm once again burst out. Even so, although this sword's attack was fierce, its speed. But for Zhou Dequan, who was only at the 7th level of the spirit realm, this was enough. Seeing Qiao Linglong's sword attack, Zhou Dequan was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless, and his body slightly leaped back. slightly dodging Qiao Linglong's attack. Zhou Dequan hurriedly held the long sword in his hand tightly, and pointed at Qiao Linglong angrily, shouting, "Qiao Linglong, since you insist on seeking death today, then don't blame me for not knowing how to be tender to the fairer sex. It's a pity that you have such a beautiful body, let's attack together." After speaking, Zhou Dequan took the lead and jumped out with his sword. The 5 people behind him also jumped at the same time, blocking Qiao Linglong's path. Although Zhou Dequan's group wasn't as strong as Qiao Linglong, they were all at the 7th level of the spirit realm. In a moment, Qiao Linglong, who was at the 9th level of the spirit realm, was forced to retreat. Although Zhou Dequan was only at the 7th level of the spirit realm, he had been in the hidden sword tomb for a long time, and had received the favor of the hidden sword tomb. His sword flashed, and countless rays of light intersected in front of him. It was very fast, and there were many people on his side. In a moment, Qiao Linglong, who was at the 9th level of the spirit realm, was actually surrounded. Seeing this, Su Yan knew that if this continued, even if Qiao Linglong was at the 9th level of the spirit realm, she would still lose. Su Yan didn't think that he was a busybody, but this time there were only 3 people from Peerless City who had entered the hidden sword tomb: Su Yan, Pu Tiandao, and Qiao Linglong. If he hadn't met them today, then it would have been fine. But since he had met them, then he definitely couldn't let the people of Peerless City be bullied, not to mention they were bullying her with numbers. That was even more unacceptable. Under the encirclement of Zhou Dequan's group, Qiao Linglong's spirit chi became weaker and weaker, and her sword moves also slowed down. Zhou Dequan saw the opportunity and sneered, "Qiao Linglong, die." The long sword went straight for Qiao Linglong's throat. Qiao Linglong was shocked. She wanted to retreat, but there were people behind her, so she had nowhere to go. "I just entered the hidden sword tomb. Am I going to die here?" Qiao Linglong bit her red lips, feeling a bit unwilling. At this moment, a ray of cold light passed by. Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal rang out, and the sword in Zhou Dequan's hand was knocked out of his hand. Zhou Dequan was shocked, and his body flew back a few steps. Only when he focused his eyes did he see the young man in front of him. This young man's body wasn't tall and sturdy, but at this moment, under the breeze, his brown robe fluttered slightly, and there was a trace of calmness on his handsome face. Chapter 23. Su Yan's words were neither arrogant nor humble. However, the prestige that was mixed within his words and the domineering aura that he emitted caused everyone present to be shocked. Su Yan. Zhou Dequan and the others also recognized Su Yan immediately. First in the 5-colored boulder test, defeated the 3rd outer disciple, Chan Yang, on his first day in the sect, and passed the hidden sword court sword array. Within the outer sanctum, who would not recognize Su Yan at this moment? "You know me." Su Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect anyone in the outer sect to recognize him. "Su Yan, I advise you to mind your own business." Zhou Dequan glared at Su Yan and said coldly. Although Zhou Dequan wasn't as famous as those in the outer sect, he was also famous in the gold seat. "Su Yan, although I know you're strong, I'm not without means. So if you know what's good for you, it's best for you to mind your own business." Zhou Dequan pointed at Su Yan and said arrogantly, "I mind my own business?" Su Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Dequan in front of him. "You guys bullied a girl and don't know shame. How dare you say I mind my own business?" This girl isn't anyone to you. What does she have to do with you?" Zhou Dequan was unconvinced. "She's from my Tianshuang city," Su Yan said lightly. Perhaps he didn't have any feelings for Tianshuang city, or even the Su family. However, after all, Qiao Linglong entered the sect at the same time as him. They were more or less acquainted. It would have been fine if they didn't meet today, but since they met, Su Yan had no reason to stand by and do nothing. "Okay, Su Yan, so you mean you're going to meddle in today's matter?" Zhou Dequan looked at Su Yan with a murderous look in his eyes. He knew that Su Yan was a 5 breaths, first in the 5-colored spirit stone. He also knew that he defeated Chunyang and passed the hidden sword court sword array. But so what? His own cultivation was not weak, not to mention that there were so many people like him, while Su Yan was only at the 5th layer of spirit realm. Originally, Zhou Dequan didn't plan on snatching the essence spirit pill from Su Yan. After all, it was bestowed by the sect leader. It would be troublesome if he snatched it. But since they met at the Sacred Beast Mountain today, he wouldn't hold back. As Zhou Dequan thought about this, he looked at Su Yan with a greedy expression. Su Yan, I know you are quite talented, but since you are courting death, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Do it. As Zhou Dequan spoke, he lightly shouted to the others, and the few people around him surrounded Su Yan. Go to hell. Zhou Dequan and the others shouted at the same time and surrounded Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. He pulled out the shocking celestial sword in his hand and stabbed towards Zhou Dequan. The sword is used to kill. There is no need for fancy moves. As he attacked, Su Yan turned his head and said to Qiao Linglong. The sword left its sheath. Countless rays of light flashed and exploded. The sound of the sword resonated. The rays of light leaped up, as if the entire sky had been lit up. It was as if a graceful swan was hanging in the sky. The sword broke through the air. There was no fancy move. It slithered out like a long snake, striking out as fast as lightning. Qiao Linglong was stunned when she saw this. Su Yan had already spared her life that day during the competition. This time he saved her life again. The most important thing was that he was only at the 5th layer of Spirit Realm, while she was at the 9th layer of Spirit Realm. Why is this so? Why is he so strong when he is only at the 5th layer of Spirit Realm, while I am only at the 9th layer of Spirit Realm? Qiao Linglong looked at Su Yan's swift attack, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She, Qiao Linglong, had entered the 9th layer of Spirit Realm at the age of 16. She was the pride of the Qiao family in Celestial Twin City. She was the favorite of the family. That day, during the competition at the Hidden Sword Tomb, she was determined to enter the Hidden Sword Tomb as first place. However, it was because of him. His appearance not only caused her to not get first place, she even lost her life at his hands. And now it was because of him again. He was only at the 5th layer of Spirit Realm, only the 5th layer. Qiao Linglong looked at Su Yan. Her clear eyes were filled with an indescribable loneliness. At this moment, Zhou Dequan was also shocked when he saw Su Yan come. Although he was already prepared for Su Yan's strength, he never thought that Su Yan would be this strong. How could a 5th layer of Spirit Realm have this kind of speed? The long sword approached, and the sound of the sword piercing through the air was deafening. The surrounding area exploded with the sound. How can he be so fast? Zhou Dequan was completely stunned, because Su Yan's speed had completely exceeded his imagination. Looking at the sword piercing towards him, his eyes were filled with countless emotions. Regret, trembling, fear. Xiao. Just when Zhou Dequan thought that he was going to die, the sword suddenly stopped in front of his neck. Su Yan looked at Zhou Dequan and said with disdain, Go. I'll spare your life. Ha ha. What a good spare your life. Arrogant to the extreme, extremely arrogant. A small voice came. Su Yan looked up and put away the shocking celestial sword. He turned around and saw a few figures walking out from the side. The leader was Chen Yang, who was defeated by Su Yan that day. I thought who it was, but it's just a crotch. Su Yan's eyes swept past Chen Yang, and he clenched his fists. He could see that Chen Yang was here to cause trouble for him. What? Chen Yang had made up his mind that he would not give up until he killed Su Yan. He also concluded that Su Yan would definitely die here today, so Su Yan was a dead man in his eyes. A dead man dared to be so rampant in front of him. Su Yan, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Chen Yang pointed at Su Yan and shouted angrily. About to die? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, which were filled with disdain. He suddenly felt that there were so many arrogant people in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Senior brother Chen. When Zhou Dequan saw Chen Yang and the others arrive, he calmed down a bit and hurriedly leaned towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded slightly at Zhou Dequan. He enjoyed this honor, the glory of being admired by tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. However, this honor was erased by this person in front of him. Therefore, he was determined to kill Su Yan today. Chen Yang also knew that it was useless to say anything more to Su Yan. He coldly snorted and shouted to the people beside him, "Set up the formation." As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, the people beside him spread out and took out their own swords. Of course, they didn't stay still and wait, but moved around from time to time. The sword chi rose gracefully and continuously emitted one sword shadow after another. Immortal slaying formation. When Qiao Linglong saw this scene, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Qiao Linglong was the pride of the Qiao family. She was treated much better than Su Yan in the Su family, so she naturally knew more. When she saw the swaying sword shadows, she immediately recognized this sword formation. Immortal slaying formation? When Su Yan heard Qiao Linglong's words, he couldn't help but frown. Haha, not bad. You actually know about this formation. When Chun Yang heard that Qiao Linglong recognized the formation, the corner of his mouth raised slightly and he said proudly, Su Yan, now that you know about this formation, I advise you to quickly surrender and hand over the essence spirit pill. Then kowtow to me 3 times and I can spare your life. Spare my life. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. Although he didn't recognize this immortal slaying formation, he knew that this formation was extraordinary from the swaying sword shadows and the people circling around it. But so what, since it was a formation, there was naturally a way to break it. Chun Yang, today I'll see what's so special about this formation of yours. As Su Yan spoke, he took the lead and immediately leaped towards Chun Yang with his sword. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Chun Yang snorted coldly. Since Chun Yang could set up this formation, he naturally knew the power of this formation. This formation was formed by 11 people of the same cultivation. 5 people defended one side, 5 people attacked another side, and 1 person was responsible for overseeing the entire formation. This formation was formed by those in the spirit realm and could kill those in the spirit realm. Even those in the spirit realm could kill those in the holy bloodline realm. Not to mention that Su Yan was only in the 5th stage of the spirit realm. Su Yan, you're only in the 5th stage of the spirit realm. To die under our immortal slaying formation is enough for you to laugh in the underworld. Chun Yang smiled coldly and immediately stepped forward. It was obvious that he was the key to this formation. At this moment, Chun Yang was calm and collected. Sometimes he retreated, sometimes he advanced, and the sword in his hand flashed. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the outer sect. Chun Yang's reputation as the 3rd in the outer sect was not undeserved. It could be seen from this formation. When Su Yan saw the formation activate, his face was filled with shock. However, in just a breath, the shock on his face disappeared. So what if it was the immortal slaying formation? It was only a sword formation. He could break the sword formation of the inner sect's hidden sword court. Why would he be afraid of a formation formed by a few people? Su Yan snorted coldly and immediately raised his sword to charge at Chun Yang. Although he could not see the mysteries of this formation, he knew that Chun Yang was the key to the immortal slaying formation. Once he defeated Chun Yang, the formation would be broken. Immortal slaying formation. Su Yan licked his lips and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of power this immortal slaying formation had that could make Chun Yang so arrogant. Su Yan stepped forward. His body was as agile as a cheetah as he charged at Chun Yang. It's useless. When Chun Yang saw Su Yan's sword coming, the corner of his mouth curled up. He had been defeated by Su Yan yesterday, so he naturally knew how fast Su Yan was. Therefore, he was already prepared. Clang! Just as Su Yan's startling celestial sword was about to reach Chun Yang, one of the people beside him suddenly jumped out and blocked Su Yan's startling celestial sword with his long sword. This was the defending side of the immortal slaying formation. At the same time, just as the defending side blocked Su Yan's startling celestial sword, the attacking side attacked Su Yan at the same time. Although Su Yan was fast, he could not help but be shocked when he saw that one side was defending and one side was attacking. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. His body swayed and he retreated rapidly. However, just as he retreated a few steps, another side attacked again. Su Yan was shocked again, but he quickly regained his composure and carefully observed the immortal slaying formation. Defending, attacking in an orderly manner. One person was even the main force. The immortal slaying formation is indeed extraordinary. Su Yan licked his lips. He was not afraid and the battle intent in his body became stronger. Chapter 24. Immortal Slaying Formation. Su Yan licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The blood in his body began to boil. It's been so long. It's been so long. I haven't had such a good fight. Defend or attack, I'd like to see who can be faster than me. Su Yan shouted, raising the frightening celestial sword in his hand to attack again. Su Yan's method was to be fast. Naturally, this time it was not aimed at Chen Yang, but at the nearest person in the formation. The frightening celestial sword was like a wild dragon exploding, attacking directly. The sword light broke through the sky, and the sword light was like a violent storm as it attacked. At the same time, Su Yan's solar-colored glaze sword manual had been activated to the extreme, except for the competition at the entrance of the Su family's ancestral pagoda and the hidden sword tomb. Immortal Slaying Formation. Since this formation was called the Immortal Slaying Formation, and he was trapped in it today, he was an immortal. How could an immortal be killed by such a mortal? The magic of the formation was that it could be used to attack or defend, causing the person in the formation to be in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. At this time, Su Yan's figure moved, like a flash of light in the sky. His speed was so fast that his sword broke through the void, bringing with it a whistling sound. This is the person pointed at by the frightening celestial sword. The person who set up the formation looked at the ferocious expression on Su Yan's face, trembled and fell into a daze. What are you waiting for? Go. Chen Yang was the one who saw the whole situation, and when he saw this scene, he hurriedly reminded. That person suddenly came to his senses and stepped forward to avoid Su Yan's attack. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to react now. Su Yan's long sword slashed down. Swoosh! A burst of blood flowed out. Ah, that person screamed. His eyes were filled with fear, and with a bang he fell to the ground. So fast. Zhou Dequan and the others saw this scene from outside and could not help but be shocked. Just now he was still clamoring in front of Su Yan. At this moment they truly understood that Su Yan's strength was not something he could compare to. Su Yan was a divine dragon and he was just an ant. Su Yan was the bright moon, and he was just a firefly. F***K. Chen Yang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. He shouted, "Guard it well." Did you guard it well? Su Yan watched as the man fell to the ground. His face was expressionless as he licked his lips. His eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. The long sword in his hand drew a thin line in the air, as fierce as thunder. Once again he attacked in another direction. You want to use the same method twice? Chen Yang saw that Su Yan still wanted to kill the person who set up the formation, and a vicious look appeared on his face. He raised his sword and swung it. Countless rays of light flashed. The person who set up the formation, who had been standing still, immediately began to jump up. Humph, Su Yan, do you think the Immortal Slaying Formation is so weak? Let me show you what a real sword formation is. Chen Yang snorted coldly and leaped onto the sword formation. Chen Yang could become the third disciple among the 10,000 outer disciples. His strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Coupled with the power of the Immortal Slaying Formation, the sword attacked directly with the whistling of the wind. If that was all, Su Yan was not afraid. So what if Chen Yang was the third disciple in the outer sect? He was just a defeated opponent. However, when Chen Yang attacked, the other 9 people also jumped at the same time. 10 long swords approached Su Yan from different directions at the same time. Attacked together? Su Yan looked at them and frowned. There was no fear on his face, only excitement. At the same time he jumped up. The astonishing celestial sword was swung down, and countless rays of light were released. The Virokana-colored glazed swordbook in his body was constantly circulating. Traces of spiritual energy were injected into the astonishing celestial sword, and the sword let out a roar. He immediately stepped out and attacked Chen Yang. Humph, do you think it's that simple? When Chen Yang saw Su Yan closing in on him, he seemed to have been prepared. His originally dashing figure suddenly leaped. The others also leaped up and retreated. Su Yan's eyebrows trembled slightly. Then before he could retract his sword, he heard Chen Yang shout, 10,000 swords return to 1 sword break Zhouyuan. Following Chen Yang's shout, swish, the 9 of them suddenly changed their formation, forming a straight line, and charged towards Su Yan at the same time. Is that it? Su Yan saw the 9 people attacking at the same time and smiled disdainfully. 1 sword to settle the universe. With a cold snort, Su Yan pointed his long sword at the 9 people attacking him. Spiritual energy kept surging into the astonishing celestial sword. The sword hummed and the sword intent was threatening. So what if there were 9 people? One sword to settle the universe was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan actually blocked the sword attack of the 9 people. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a gorgeous ray of light rose from the point of collision. The light that burst out was dazzling and piercing. What a strong spiritual energy! Zhou Dequan and the others saw it clearly from the outside and were completely stunned. Not only that, at this moment under the dazzling light, Su Yan suddenly leaped up. His body madly charged forward, and his endless long hair fluttered in the wind. One sword fish dragon dance. Wherever the long sword passed, there was a roar. When the 9 people saw this scene, their hearts trembled and they hurriedly retreated. Want to run? How can it be so easy? Su Yan snorted and waved his hand. The long sword was unsheathed, and he immediately jumped towards one of the people. Now is the time. In Su Yan's battle, he forgot about one person, Chen Yang. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Chen Yang's face. He raised the long sword in his hand and pressed it towards Su Yan's throat. This is... Su Yan was shocked and immediately retreated. Clang! However, before he could retreat, a cold figure stood in front of him and blocked Chen Yang's sword. I also saved your life. Xiao Linglong turned around and smiled sweetly at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Xiao Linglong's enchanting figure and smiled. You dare to stop me? Chen Yang had already calculated that this attack would definitely take Su Yan's life. He didn't expect that Xiao Linglong would block it. He was furious. From the very beginning, he had planned out every step of the plan. The 9 of them would attack together. Otherwise, Su Yan's life would be at stake. He would then find an opportunity to kill Su Yan. However, such an intricate plan had been ruined by a woman like her. Chen Yang let out a low roar. He raised his sword and madly rushed towards Xiao Linglong. Xiao Linglong was in the 9th layer of the spirit realm, while Chen Yang was only in the 8th layer. In comparison, Xiao Linglong was not inferior to Chen Yang. However, Xiao Linglong had used up too much of her spiritual energy in the battle with Zhou Dequan. At this moment, Chen Yang closed in. Xiao Linglong's spiritual energy was insufficient and her body slowed down. Seeing that Chen Yang was about to close in, Xiao Linglong's heart trembled. However, at this moment, with a turn of his body, Su Yan appeared in front of him. It's not good for a girl to fight and kill. Su Yan slightly frowned. He instantly stepped forward and attacked Chen Yang. At this moment, the immortal slaying formation had already been broken by Su Yan's heaven and earth sword. Now, Chen Yang was the only one left. Chen Yang, I spared your life that day. Today you still dare to find people to bully me. Prepare to die. Su Yan looked at Chen Yang with cold eyes. Chen Yang looked at him and was stunned for some reason. However, it was only this moment. Su Yan's startling immortal sword tore through the air and closed in. Chen Yang turned pale with fright and shouted, Senior Martial Brother How? Senior Martial Brother Wan, save me. 2 streams of light instantly shot over. Just as Chen Yang finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in front of Su Yan. The 2 of them were not considered handsome, and they had cold expressions on their faces. They were not very attractive. However, their bright red clothes stood out in the crowd of people who were all dressed in brown. Inner sect? You're from the inner sect? Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw the 2 of them. Hao Feng didn't care about Su Yan's words and pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, what an arrogant brat. He actually dares to disregard the friendship between fellow disciples and kill fellow disciples. Disregard the friendship between fellow disciples? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. At that time, he felt that his uncle was the most thick-skinned person in the Gan region. Now, it seemed that there were many thick-skinned people in this world. Moreover, the conflict between him and Chen Yang was only an outer sect dispute. Why did these inner sect disciples come out? Could it be that they also wanted to kill him? Su Yan, hand over the essence spirit pill and apologize to Junior Martial Brother Chen. Then I'll spare your life today. The other inner sect disciple said again. Su Yan laughed again when he heard this. Now, he finally understood that these people came for his essence spirit pill. Humph. Su Yan coldly snorted and clenched his fist. What if I say no? No? Hao Feng raised his eyebrows and the powerful aura of a life soul immediately pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan, do you think you have the right to say no today? The difference between a life soul and a spirit realm cultivator was one whole level. When the powerful spirit energy pressed down, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body immediately began to surge. However, the expression on his face didn't change. The shocking celestial sword in his hand also didn't fall. He frowned. Is this how an inner sect disciple bullies an outer sect disciple? Bang! As Su Yan spoke, his body shook and he suddenly stood up. The spirit energy in his body began to surge. Countless rays of light flashed in his body. Under the pressure of the spirit energy, Su Yan actually broke through the 5th layer of spirit realm and rushed into the 6th layer of spirit realm. This kid actually advanced under the pressure of the spirit energy? Everyone present was in an uproar. Under the pressure of the spirit energy was basically in a stagnant state. How could it advance? Monster, he really is a monster. Even Hao Feng looked at Su Yan with shock on his face. At the same time, he made up his mind to get rid of Su Yan. After today's matter, it was clear that he had already formed a grudge with him. If he didn't kill him now, when he grew up in the future, the one who would die would be him. Su Yan die. Hao Feng thought as he pulled out his sword and jumped towards Su Yan. His speed was as fast as lightning. It wasn't something a spirit realm cultivator could compare to. Chapter 25. Fate Soul Stage. Su Yan might not have been confident in his previous attack. But now that he had jumped into the 6th layer of spirit realm, even though it was only one layer, Su Yan still felt that the spiritual energy in his body was much more than that of the 5th layer. His confidence also skyrocketed. Fate Soul Stage? Can you take one of my attacks? Su Yan's eyes lit up, his long hair dancing in the wind. Without waiting for Hao Feng to make a move, he jumped up and took out the shocking celestial sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, his whole body arching forward like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain, or a wild dragon coming out of the sea. A grave and stern expression hung on that delicate and pretty face as his eyes stared fixedly at Hao Feng. One sword to settle heaven and earth. Su Yan shouted, and spiritual energy quickly rushed into the shocking celestial sword. The sword radiated light, and the sword hummed loudly. What an arrogant kid! Hao Feng saw that Su Yan dared to attack him first and was furious. He jumped up, and the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate. His fate soul flashed clearly, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body also burst out. The spirit realm was divided into 9 layers. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine one's body, and when the spiritual energy in one's body reached a certain level, the peak of the 9th layer of spirit realm, a fate soul would be formed. Even though the fate soul wasn't clear, the spiritual energy in one's body was many times that of the peak of the 9th layer of spirit realm. At this moment Hao Feng made his move, and the power of the fate soul stage was displayed. With one strike all the light around them exploded. Countless gusts of wind howled and flashed. When Chen Yang and the others saw this, they all had expressions of schadenfreude. This time Su Yan is dead for sure. He's only in the spirit realm, and he dares to fight with someone in the fate soul stage. One strike from his fate soul can kill Su Yan. Just as everyone was joking, bang! Su Yan and Hao Feng's swords collided, and a loud sound rang out, and a burst of light enveloped the area. Even though Su Yan's body trembled, he still stared at Hao Feng's strike. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? How is this possible? Su Yan blocked Hao Feng's attack? Su Yan is only at the spirit realm. How could he possibly withstand Hao Feng's attack, which is at the fate soul realm? No, impossible. As Qiao Linglong listened to the words coming from the side, her tightly knitted brows also relaxed at this moment. What a fast speed! Hao Feng leaped back and stared at Su Yan. His heart was also filled with shock. How could a person in the 6th layer of spirit realm explode with such speed? The life spirit is indeed powerful. Su Yan looked at Hao Feng and began to reevaluate this inner sect disciple. At the same time a thought came to his mind. Speed, it was his lifelong pursuit. As the saying goes, of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible right now. He was only at the 6th layer of spirit realm. If he were to reach the life soul stage, what kind of speed would he have? This child is only in the 6th layer of spirit realm. If he reaches life soul, how fast will he be? Hao Feng looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes narrowed and a murderous intent surged out. If this child is already like this at the 6th layer of spirit realm, then when he grows up in the future, how strong will he be? Su Yin, you really have made me look at you in a different light. But because of this you must die today. Hao Feng said, and raised the long sword in his hand. Boom! Waves of spirit chi poured into the long sword, exploding with a roar. This is... Seeing this scene, Su Yin also frowned. He didn't dare to be careless, and gripped the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Su Yin, you are only in the 6th layer of spirit realm. It is your honor to die under this move of mine. Hao Feng pointed his sword at Su Yin, his face cold. Sword. Breaking. Divine. Dragon. Hao Feng said word by word. Suddenly, he raised the long sword in his hand and chopped down at Su Yan's body. Bang! The sword slashed down like a torrential storm, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuation brushed past, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble. Chun Yang and the others standing around couldn't help but twitch. Under the pressure of the strong spirit chi, they all took a few steps back. Su Yin looked at this scene and was shocked. Sword-breaking divine dragon. This was a sword art that could only be learned when one reached life-soul clarity. The power of the sword art was indeed extraordinary. It's up to you. Su Yin gritted his teeth. Bang! He stabbed the shocking celestial sword in his hand, and the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly revolved. Invincible golden body! Su Yin coldly shouted, and a golden light burst out from his body. Bang! At the same time, the sword art released by Hao Feng and the strong spirit chi chopped down on Su Yan's body. Rumble! With a loud sound, the fog was blurry, and like a monstrous wave it exploded on Su Yan's body. The light emitted by Su Yan's body was also obliterated at this moment. Crack! Crack! The towering trees in the surroundings all snapped under this one move. Is he dead? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fog. The fog dispersed. A huge deep pit slowly appeared, and Su Yan's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Su Yan's body had lost its light, and the clothes on his body were also tattered. There were many bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Dead! Su Yan is dead. Seeing this scene, Chun Yang exclaimed excitedly, "Haha! Su Yan is finally dead." Dead! Hearing Chun Yang's words, Hao Feng's heart was also relieved. His whole body was already kneeling on the ground after the sword art broke the divine dragon. Chun Yang, go and take the soul-gathering pill from Su Yan's body. Hao Feng rested for a while and turned back to Chun Yang, who was still immersed in the excitement of Su Yan's death. Yes, senior brother Hao. Chun Yang nodded excitedly and walked in the direction of Su Yan. Well, why is there no soul-gathering pill? Chun Yang searched Su Yan's body, but did not find the soul-gathering pill. What's the matter? Hao Feng saw that Chun Yang did not come over for a long time, so he got up and shouted, "Senior brother Hao, I don't know where this kid hid the soul-gathering pill. I can't find it at all." Chun Yang ran over and said to Hao Feng, "Can't find it? How is it possible? Go and look again." Hao Feng snorted, and a burst of anger surged on his face. The main purpose of his visit today was for the soul-gathering pill. If he couldn't find the soul-gathering pill, then wouldn't everything he did today be in vain? Oh! Chun Yang looked at Hao Feng and responded with an ugly expression. Just as he was about to walk towards Su Yan, he was completely stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. "Su Yan, you actually didn't die." Chun Yang looked at Su Yan, who stood up in a sorry state from the deep pit, with a face full of horror. What? Hao Feng was also stunned when he heard Chun Yang's words. When he turned back and saw Su Yan walking out of the deep pit, he was completely stunned. How is this possible? Su Yan, how are you not dead? Impossible, this is impossible. Hao Feng narrowed his eyes and shouted. Hao Feng was confident that when he used this move, even if it was a second firmament life soul, it would not be easy for them to take it head-on. However, Su Yan was only at the 6th level of the spirit channeling realm. How could he not die? How was this possible? Not only them, but Zhou Dequan and the others also looked at Su Yan with a wave of surprise. Su Yan is only at the 6th level of the spirit channeling realm. How could he block the sword technique of someone at the life soul realm? Monster! This person is definitely a monster. Under everyone's surprise, only Qiao Linglong's face had a trace of joy. She walked to Su Yan's side and looked at Su Yan's ragged clothes. she asked with a face full of concern. Su Yan, are you okay? Yes. Su Yan nodded with difficulty and raised his head to look at Hao Feng and Xiao Linglong. He pointed at Hao Feng and sneered. Life Soul Sword-Breaking Dragon. What? The expression on Hao Feng's face was so ugly that it twitched. His eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light, and a majestic anger bloomed from his body. He was at the Life Soul realm and the Sword-Breaking Dragon was a skill he was proud of. Now he was looked down upon by someone at the 6th level of the Spirit Channeling realm. How could he not be angry? Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Although you didn't die this time, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. I advise you to obediently hand over the soul-gathering pill, or else I will really kill you. Hao Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted at Su Yan while pointing at him. Soul-gathering pill. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. His throat moved and he swallowed the soul-gathering pill that was in his mouth. He licked his lips and said with an unsatisfied tone, It seems to taste pretty good. What? Hearing this, Hao Feng's entire body froze. He immediately thought of Chun Yang saying that he couldn't find the soul-gathering pill, and had a bad feeling in his heart. His entire face immediately darkened and a thick murderous intent exploded from his eyes. Su Yan, you actually dared to swallow the soul-gathering pill? Hao Feng stared at Su Yan and shouted. With a wave of his hand, the long sword in the storage bag reappeared in his hand at this moment. Why not? The soul-gathering pill was given to me by the sect master. Can't I eat it? Su Yan looked at Hao Feng with disdain and a murderous intent surged in his heart. Su Yan was angry. It was fine if Chun Yang came to find trouble with him. After all, they were both outer sect disciples. However, Hao Feng was an inner sect disciple and a strong warrior at the Life Soul realm. How dare he come to the outer sect's beast hunting area and even force him to eat the soul-gathering pill? Regarding the soul-gathering pill, Su Yan still had some understanding. The soul-gathering pill was a rare divine pill. It could forge the essence of the body and strengthen the body. The best time to take this pill was in the Life Soul realm. Su Yan originally wanted to take it when he ascended to the Life Soul realm. But now Hao Feng forced him to swallow the soul-gathering pill now. Su Yan's boundless anger burned in his eyes as he looked at Hao Feng. I never like people forcing me. However, you forcing me to eat this pill. So? You have to die. The awakening celestial sword suddenly exploded with a sword gleam, and Su Yan's body charged forward wildly. Like a wild dragon emerging from the sea, with infinite sword momentum, countless ripples of sword aura swept through the void like rain hitting the sea surface. Chapter 26. Good. Hao Feng glared angrily at Su Yan as he leaped over. He said good 3 times in a row, and a light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward, raised his sword and swung it out. In an instant, a whirlwind formed and attacked Su Yan. The wind whistled and swept away, constantly eroding the surrounding vegetation. The strength of the Life Soul realm was at its peak at this moment. Break! Su Yan looked at the whirlwind and shouted coldly. He rushed out and passed through the whirlwind, arriving in front of Hao Feng with his sword. Humph, you came at the right time. Hao Feng frowned, and with a flash of spiritual qi, he jumped up and pointed his sword at Su Yan's forehead. When one reached the Life Soul realm, not only could they fly on the sword, but they could also use sword techniques and sword qi. When the sword came out, the sword qi was threatening and pierced through the void. Suddenly, the wind whistled like a long snake and the power to overturn mountains and seas was in the sword. Good! Su Yan shouted. Facing Hao Feng's sword, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. The soul-condensing pill in his body also began to surge at this moment. The surrounding spiritual qi trembled and rushed into Su Yan's body. The Virokana-colored glazed sword manual was also at its peak at this moment. Rumble. The 2 swords collided and suddenly there was a loud explosion. The light was 40 feet long and enveloped the 2 of them. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Hao Feng was in the Life Soul realm. It was normal for him to explode with such a powerful attack, but Su Yan was only in the 6th layer of Spirit realm. How could he explode with such a powerful attack? Bang! Just when the crowd was still shocked by how Su Yan could explode with such a powerful attack, a loud bang sounded. While the 2 of them were fighting, a loud sound was heard. Hao Feng's body was forced back by Su Yan's attack. The surrounding people's eyes condensed again and their faces were full of shock. How is this possible? Is this still the power of the sixth layer of spirit realm? Hao Feng was pushed back and staggered a few steps before he could steady himself. His face was ferocious and his clothes were messy. He looked extremely embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Feng coughed a few times, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. What a Su Yan, what a sixth layer of spirit realm, to be able to injure me. Hao Feng stared at Su Yan, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Compared to Hao Feng, Su Yan was expressionless. The great sun-colored glaze swordplay in his body continued to circulate, absorbing the spirit qi brought by the soul-amassing pill. Humph, Su Yan, you forced me, you forced me. Hao Feng stared at Su Yan's calm expression and grew even more enraged. With a roar, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that I used my sword to cut the divine dragon and the lack of spirit energy in my body, did you really think that you could hurt me with your sixth level of spirit channeling? Hao Feng swallowed a spiritual energy pill. His slightly exhausted body suddenly exploded with a burst of dense spiritual energy. Su Yan, let's see how you're going to stop me now. Hao Feng coldly snorted as he unsheathed his long sword. Sword light shot out in all directions as his body rushed towards Su Yan. It was as if a bolt of lightning had shot out from the horizon. His sword intent was oppressive as a cold aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a flood dragon had crossed the sea. In an instant, a wave of stormy waves swept over. Be careful. Xiao Linglong, who was standing at the side, saw this scene and cried out in panic. Bang! Unfortunately, it was too late. Hao Feng's sword had already landed on Su Yan's body. Humph, Su Yan, since you can force me to this point, you can also laugh proudly in the underworld. Die. Hao Feng stared at Su Yan, his gloomy face bursting with hostility. Just as the sword landed on Su Yan's body, a whirlwind suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. What is this? Hao Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. Then he thought of something and was even more shocked. His face was filled with horror. Soul Gathering Pill. It's the effect of the Soul Gathering Pill. Hao Feng turned pale with fright and hurriedly raised his sword to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. The light on Su Yan's body became more and more dazzling. The spiritual energy in the surroundings also became violent and rushed into Su Yan's body. Hao Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. The long sword in his hand was also tightly attached to Su Yan's body. The spirit energy in his body was constantly being transferred to the long sword and into Su Yan's body. Su Yan, quickly let go of me, let go of me. Hao Feng shouted in a panic. He was constantly circulating his spiritual energy, trying hard to pull out the sword. Unfortunately, he was not lucky. Once he circulated his spiritual energy, the speed of the spiritual energy output became faster. The soul gathering pill was to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings in a short period of time to break through. However, at this moment, when Hao Feng's spiritual energy rushed over, it was no different from drinking a delicious meal delivered to his mouth. Su Yan, stop absorbing, stop absorbing. Hao Feng's voice became weaker and weaker. Now his face no longer had the arrogance, the devastation, and the arrogance just now. His eyes were full of fear. He felt the spiritual energy in his body rapidly depleting. I'm finished. Hao Feng's whole body trembled as he thought. He looked at Su Yan, who squinted his eyes and had a peaceful face. His whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, chilling to the bone. The arrogance just now had disappeared, leaving only endless emptiness. I didn't expect the soul gathering pill to have such an effect. No wonder Hao Feng spent so much effort to snatch it. Su Yan licked his lips, thinking that Hao Feng and the others almost snatched his soul gathering pill away. How could he bear to let go of such a good opportunity to absorb spiritual energy? Hearing Hao Feng's pleading, Su Yan not only did not stop absorbing spiritual energy, but the sun-colored glazed sword sutra in his body also spun faster. Under the effect of the soul-gathering pill, the spiritual energy in the surroundings and Hao Feng's spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. Bang! After a few breaths, there was a sudden loud sound. Su Yan's whole body suddenly burst out with a burst of light. The light overflowed, and a strong spiritual energy was forced out. Hao Feng let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body was shot out under the illumination of the light. But Su Yan did not move at all. The light on his body became more and more brilliant. Following this light, the strong spiritual energy kept getting stronger. The people around had not recovered from Hao Feng's strange expression just now. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, they fell into shock again. Is he going to level up again? No, impossible. How long has it been? How could he level up twice in a row? Spirit Realm level 7. At this time, Su Yan looked up to the sky and let out a carefree sound. The corner of his mouth raised in joy. The soul-gathering pill really lives up to its name. But even so, Su Yan still understood that the reason why he was able to level up was all thanks to the spiritual energy that Hao Feng injected into him at that moment. Su Yan's figure leaped slightly and came in front of Hao Feng. Don't kill me, Su Yan, don't kill me. Hao Feng looked at Su Yan in horror. Looking at the dangerous sword that was emitting a cold light, he said in a panic. The spiritual energy on his body had disappeared. Hao Feng had completely lost his desire to fight. Su Yan looked at Hao Feng and shook his head. People like Hao Feng would never have great achievements because he did not have a strong heart. Where was the prestige of an inner sect disciple? Kill you? Su Yan looked at Hao Feng's appearance and shook his head. Hao Feng, this time I was able to leap into Spirit Realm level 7 because of your contribution. How can I kill you? Now your cultivation has been completely dispersed, and you've reaped what you sowed. Let's go. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and did not look at Hao Feng again. An enemy who had no desire to fight was not worthy of him making a move. But it was Chun Yang. Su Yan's eyes swept over Chun Yang and the others. Chun Yang and the others looked at Su Yan and were completely frightened. They screamed and fled in all directions without waiting for Su Yan to speak. Su Yan looked at this scene blankly. He didn't do anything. Why did they all run? Hao Feng, Chun Yang and the others left. Only Su Yan and Xiao Linglong were left here. Xiao Linglong looked at Su Yan with mixed feelings. Su Yan's strength made Xiao Linglong doubt herself. After a while she said, Su Yan, this time you saved me. I will remember it. After saying this, Xiao Linglong did not wait for Su Yan's reply. Her figure flashed and she left. Only Su Yan was left in the same place, looking at Xiao Linglong's departing figure. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked up at the sky. Thinking about it, half a day had passed. The beast hunting mission should have ended. His goal this time was to get the 3rd grade soul gathering pill. Now that the beast hunting mission had ended, that 3rd grade soul gathering pill was not fated with him. Thinking about this, Su Yan's face showed a self-deprecating smile. Not only did he not get the 3rd grade soul gathering pill, but he also swallowed the soul gathering pill. But thinking about it, it was worth it for him to jump from the 5th layer of Spirit Realm to the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. 5th layer of Spirit Realm to the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. Su Yan recalled the process of leveling up. He had been working hard for many days, but he still could not advance one step. But in the battle with Hao Feng just now, he advanced 2 levels in a row. Of course, the soul gathering pill's effect was an exception. That was at least 1 level higher. Could it be that I can only level up faster in battle? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, as if he had found a way to cultivate. Since the beast hunting mission had ended, Su Yan no longer had any interest in hunting demonic beasts. Looking around, he found the right direction and left the Sacred Beast Mountain. Just as Su Yan expected, when Su Yan left the Sacred Beast Mountain, the beast hunting mission had ended. Even the person who gave out the rewards had left. Although the 3rd grade soul gathering pill was not bad, Su Yan had already reached the 7th layer of Spirit Realm. Plus, he had absorbed the soul gathering pill, so the 3rd grade soul gathering pill's effect was not that great. So Su Yan did not think too much about it and planned to return to the Golden Throne. Junior brother Su. At this moment, Lu Fei's croaky voice was heard. After entering the Sacred Beast Mountain today, Su Yan had a new view of Lu Fei. He was a coward who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Hearing his voice now, he could not help but frown. Junior brother Su, are you alright? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's ragged clothes and asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head. Looking at the concerned expression on Lu Fei's round face, he ignored the fact that he was afraid of death. It's good that you're fine. Looks like you're not stupid enough to run to the Inner Sex Beast Mountain. Lu Fei heard that Su Yan was fine and said with a face of relief. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei, not understanding his meaning. AI Junior Brother Su, it's all my fault. The Sacred Beast Mountain's beast hunting mission is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. Lu Fei patted his fat thigh and said with a face full of self-blame. If we, the outer sect, went to the inner sect, not to mention that we can't fight against the demonic beasts there, the inner sect disciples would definitely kill you. Good thing you didn't run there. After hearing Lu Fei's words, Su Yan understood. Thinking of the inner sect disciples, his eyes narrowed and a faint smile appeared on his face. He naturally could not tell Lu Fei that he had defeated an inner sect disciple in the Sacred Beast Mountain. Time flew by. Unknowingly, dozens of days had passed since the beast hunting mission. During these dozens of days, besides constantly cultivating, Su Yan hung out with Lu Fei and listened to Lu Fei talk about some things in the hidden sword tomb. One morning, Su Yan woke up from a night of cultivation as usual and opened the door to welcome Lu Fei's arrival. Of course, it was not that Su Yan wanted Lu Fei to come, but Lu Fei could get some delicious food from Lu Hong from time to time. With this, Su Yan naturally saved himself the trouble of going out to find food. Su Yan went out to look at the time. He thought that Lu Fei should be arriving soon, but he did not see anyone. Where did this damn fatty go? Forget it, forget it. I'll go find something to eat myself. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, closed the door and walked out. However, before he took a few steps. Chapter 27. Junior Brother Su, our gold constellation people were beaten up. The hoarse voice sounded anxiously, and Lu Fei's round body was already in front of Su Yan. Junior Brother Su, quick, quick. Lu Fei gasped for breath. Obviously he ran too fast, causing him to be out of breath. Fatty, did you get beaten up again? Su Yan looked at the panicking Lu Fei, and his eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. After knowing Lu Fei for so long, he naturally understood Lu Fei's personality. Not only was he afraid of death, he was also extremely arrogant. In the past 10 days, Su Yan had stood up for him many times. No. Lu Fei took a deep breath and steadied himself. He waved his fat hand. Junior Brother Su, what do you mean by that? Would I, Lu Fei, be beaten up? Su Yan rolled his eyes and had the urge to turn around and leave. Hee Junior Brother Su. What's with your expression? It really wasn't me this time. Lu Fei saw Su Yan's expression and awkwardly scratched his head. Oh. Su Yan replied calmly. Obviously, he had some doubts about Lu Fei's words. Junior Brother Su, why don't you think of your senior brother? Lu Fei saw that Su Yan still didn't believe him and became anxious. He pulled Su Yan's hand and said, Junior Brother Su, let's go. Follow me to the Earth Constellation Peak. Our gold constellation people were beaten up by the Earth Constellation people. It wasn't you who caused trouble? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's indignant manner and still didn't believe him. He didn't believe that Lu Fei had such a sense of justice. In the past, when the gold constellation people fought with the other constellations, Lu Fei was the fastest to run. Today, he was so active that it was inevitable that Su Yan wouldn't believe him. Junior Brother Su, it really wasn't me this time. Lu Fei complained. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Su Yan shrugged and followed Lu Fei. Su Yan had been in the hidden sword tomb for dozens of days. During this period of time, Su Yan more or less understood the hidden sword tomb and the outer sect. Normally, every outer sect disciple was busy with their own matters, but there would occasionally be some conflicts between them. However, such a battle between two factions had never happened before. Although Su Yan wasn't interested in such matters, he was still a member of the gold seat. Since he was in the gold seat, he naturally had a sense of belonging. If it was really as Lu Fei had said, and it was his own gold seat that was being humiliated by other gold seats, then he, Su Yan, would naturally not sit by and do nothing. Because of the teleportation array, the two of them quickly arrived at the Earth base's territory. As soon as they stepped in, they heard a commotion in front of them. Isn't there only one Su Yan from your gold constellation? What's so great about him? Tell him to get over here and die. That's right, it's just Su Yan. Tell him to get his ass over here. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan rather proudly and said. Su Yan rolled his eyes at him and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Instead, He walked straight into the noisy crowd. Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su. As soon as Su Yan walked over, the eyes of the gathered gold seat people all lit up. One by one, they respectfully called out to Su Yan. In the hidden sword tomb, a person's identity was not determined by the time they entered the sect, but by strength. Su Yan was the first person on the 5-colored boulder in 5 breaths. He defeated Chunyang and broke into the hidden sword pavilion sword formation. He was recognized as the new star of the outer sect. His talent was amazing, especially when he defeated Hao Feng in one battle. He established his position as the first person on the gold seat. Those people naturally had to respectfully call Su Yan senior brother. Of course, Lu Fei was an exception. Su Yan nodded to the crowd. His gaze fell on the opposite Earth seat people and slightly narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. Su Yan. When the Earth seat people saw that Su Yan really came, their eyes immediately revealed a trace of fear. Chaosong, didn't you shout loudly just now? Why don't you dare to speak when my junior brother Su comes? Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Lu Fei took a step forward and came in front of the Earth seat people. He stretched out his hand and pointed at them. The bold and unrestrained aura and arrogance on his body were not concealed in the slightest. Lu Fei, who are you saying doesn't dare to speak? The person called Chaosong obviously had a high reputation in the Earthseat people. He looked at Lu Fei and shouted unrestrainedly in front of the Earthseat people. I'm talking about you. Lu Fei didn't dare to speak just now, but now that Su Yan was beside him, he naturally wasn't afraid. He pointed at Chaosong and spoke nonsense. You. Chaosong was instantly enraged. However, when his eyes flashed past Lu Fei's fat body, the anger in his eyes also dimmed. In exchange, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Chaosong didn't bother with Lu Fei anymore. He turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, I know that you are the #1 person in the gold constellation, but do you think that we, the Earth constellation, can be trampled on by others? Su Yan frowned slightly and his eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything. Why did it seem like he was going to cause trouble? Chaosong looked at Su Yan's expression and coldly snorted. He turned his head and shouted to someone. You go and invite our senior brother Oing over. Tell him that Su Yan came to our Earth seat to cause trouble. Yes. The person behind you, Chaosong responded and left. Su Yan, don't think that you can bully our Earth seat just because you're the #1 person in the gold seat. If you have the ability, don't leave. When our senior brother Ouyang arrives, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Chaosong pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Yan didn't answer. Instead, Lu Fei pointed at Chaosong. The muscles on his face were horizontal, typical of the type that deserved a beating. I'll let you break through the #1 outer disciple. Today, our Su Yan will let you know that the #1 outer disciple is in our gold seat. Bullshit. Chaosong coldly shouted and pointed at Lu Fei. His hands were trembling because of his emotions. Fatty Lu, you dare to insult senior brother Ouyang. Do you really not know how to die? Die. Lu Fei laughed and patted Su Yan's shoulder. Big Dog Chow, don't you see who's here today? Our 5 breaths Rainbow Boulder's #1 person, Su Yan. Senior brother Ouyang is here. Who do you want to die? When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he immediately saw Chaosong and the rest of the Earth seat looking at him with hostile gazes. Sai, why is this damn fatty making enemies for me? Su Yan helplessly shook his head. He didn't want to get too involved in the matters between the 2 seats. After all, it wasn't the outer disciples who were fighting. However, Su Yan didn't plan to leave. Not only because he was from the gold seat, but also because Su Yan wanted to see the #1 outer disciple. Su Yan had been in the hidden sword tomb for a month now. He naturally had some understanding of the famous outer disciples. Chen Yang, who was 3rd in the outer disciples, was just a piece of trash. Zhou Dequan, who was the #1 in the fire seat, was even more out of the question. Then there was only the #1 outer disciple. There were tens of thousands of outer disciples. To be able to become the #1 outer disciple was naturally respected by tens of thousands of people. I just don't know if he really has the ability or an undeserved reputation. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. His eyes emitted a bright light. While Chao Song and Lu Fei were still arguing, a figure slowly walked over from the distance. Every step he took emitted a majestic aura. Senior brother Ouyang. When he appeared, not only the people from the earth seat, but even the people from the gold seat cupped their hands and greeted him. There were even more people from the gold seat who pulled Lu Fei and said, "Senior brother Lu, senior brother Ouyang is here. Let's go." "What? Go?" Lu Fei heard this and suddenly became angry. "Isn't it just that dog thief Ouyang? Forget it. Forget it." Before Lu Fei could finish his words, Ouyang Tiancheng, who had not yet approached, suddenly flashed and was already in front of Lu Fei. The powerful spirit qi on his body came straight at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was so shocked that he could not speak. What a powerful spirit qi! Su Yan looked at this scene and his heart could not help but tremble. He hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Fei. Only then did Lu Fei breathe a sigh of relief. He coughed a few times, pointed at Ouyang Tiancheng and shouted, "Ouyang Tiancheng, your uncle. Sneak attack." Ouyang Tiancheng coldly snorted and ignored Lu Fei's words. His expression was grave and stern, and his bright eyes landed on Su Yan. Although he was an outer sect disciple, he was still an outer sect disciple. Although he was an outer disciple, he did not wear the same clothes as the outer disciples. He wore a white robe that slightly trembled under the breeze. His eyes were clearly filled with disdain as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The arrogance on his face was without a doubt. What an arrogant person! Su Yan's eyes stared at his body. Looking at that arrogant expression, his body could not help but ignite with anger. The two of them looked at each other and coldly stared at each other. The spirit qi on their bodies slightly fluctuated, emitting an insurmountable majesty. The other disciples below all held their breaths and did not dare to speak casually. 1 breath, 2 breath, 3 breaths. Time quietly passed. The two of them still did not move. They just quietly looked at each other. After a few breaths, Ouyang Tiancheng waved his hand. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he disdainfully said, "Su Yan, you've been so arrogant in the outer sect recently. You actually dare to bully my earth seat." "Bully you again." Before Su Yan could answer, Lu Fei jumped out and shouted. However, he was frightened by Su Yan's glare and retreated. When Su Yan saw that Lu Fei had retreated, he smiled and said, "Senior brother Ouyang, look at what you're saying. This time my gold seat people were humiliated by your earth seat people. How did it become me humiliating your earth seat people?" "Humph, gold seat, just a bunch of trash." Ouyang Tiancheng disdainfully glanced at the gold seat. Everyone in the gold seat could not help but lower their heads. Only Lu Fei and Fatty Lu stepped forward and shouted with righteousness, "Hey, Ouyang bastard, what are you saying? You're courting death." Ouyang Tiancheng heard Lu Fei scolding him and immediately became furious. He stepped forward and attacked Lu Fei with his sword. Lu Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly retreated. Because his fat body retreated too quickly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ouyang Tiancheng's sword immediately arrived in front of Lu Fei. Su junior brother, save me." Lu Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward and blocked in front of Lu Fei. Looking at Lu Fei, who was in a sorry state on the ground, he looked at Ouyang Tiancheng with a faint anger in his eyes. "Senior brother Ouyang, you are going too far." Chapter 28. In the outer sect, it is not up to you, Su Yan, to make the decision. Ouyang Tiancheng's voice was not loud, but it was mixed with a trace of spirit qi, spreading into everyone's ears. That indescribable grandeur suddenly burst out in everyone's ears, and the arrogance on his body was without a doubt. Xiao, as Ancheng spoke, the long sword in his hand burst out with endless sword cries. Just as the sword came out, a golden sword light suddenly bloomed, shooting in all directions, cutting through the horizon. Seeing this scene, the surrounding disciples all closed their eyes. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at the golden sword in his hand. His expression was cold, and suddenly the sword showed a bit of fanaticism. It was obvious that this sword was Ouyang Tiancheng's prized treasure. The disciples got used to the golden sword light and slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the golden sword emitting golden light, their bodies began to fluctuate. Senior Ouyang is indeed worthy of being the number one in the outer sect. This dragon cry sword is not something we can compare to. Humph, Senior Ouyang has already reached the peak of the 9th spirit realm. And this Su Yan is only at the 7th spirit realm. And this time Su Yan is dead for sure, daring to humiliate us Earth Seat people. When Ouyang Tiancheng took out his sword, the Earth Seat disciples looked at Su Yan with a gloating expression. Not only that, even the people in the golden seats looked at this scene. Their eyes were also filled with sadness. Of course, there was more regret in their eyes. Regret, they did not compete with the other seats. Why did they come to the Earth Seat? One must know that the Earth Seat had Ouyang Tiancheng, the number 1 in the outer sect. Everyone's face changed, only Lu Fei did not have a trace of fear. Instead, his face had a bit of disdain. Looking at Ouyang Tiancheng's golden sword, he snorted in disdain. Bullshit dragon cry. More like insect cry. When Su Yan heard this, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Fatty Lu, you think that because your father is the manager of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, I won't dare to kill you? Ouyang Tiancheng roared, took a step forward, and attacked Lu Fei with his sword. When he swung his sword, the cold expression on his face twisted slightly. The anger in his chest was obvious, and there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. The sword was the foundation of a sword cultivator, the source of life for a sword cultivator. Now that Lu Fei had insulted Ouyang Tiancheng's sword, it was no wonder that Ouyang Tiancheng would be so angry. This damn fatty really forgot the pain after the wound healed. Su Yan sighed helplessly. He quickly leaped and blocked in front of Lu Fei again. Su Yan, do you think you can stop me? When Ouyang Tiancheng saw Su Yan blocking in front of Lu Fei, a trace of disdain flashed across his cold face. At the same time, he raised the long sword in his hand and immediately swung it down. A loud and clear sword hum rang out. This sword hum was clear and deep, just like the sound of a flute. The sword leaped up, its speed was fast, but it was endless. It was like a shocking wave that surged over violently. The surrounding killing intent surged in an instant. When Su Yan saw this scene, his eyes lit up. The shocking immortal sword on his back suddenly came out of its sheath, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body rotated at the same time. He raised his sword to meet Ouyang Tiancheng. Although the shocking immortal sword did not have the gorgeous and dazzling light of Ouyang Tiancheng's dragon cry sword, at this moment, under the circulation of Su Yan's spirit qi, the sword was also moving. It was not a stormy sea, but it was not far from it. A long sword was driven out, like a bolt of lightning striking from the sky. Boom, the two swords collided in the air, producing a loud bang. The light was 40 feet long, and the spirit qi leaked out. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they all took a few steps back. Su Yan, the number 1 person on the 5-colored boulder in 5 breaths, is indeed extraordinary. Under the clash of the swords, the disdain in Ouyang Tiancheng's eyes had also been withdrawn. The number 1 person in the outer sect is also not an undeserved reputation. Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng with a hint of praise in his eyes. Humph! Ouyang Tiancheng snorted. His eyes glanced at Lu Fei in the crowd and shouted, Su Yan, I know that today's matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you give up Fatty Lu, I won't make things difficult for you. Let me go. Su Yan smiled and said, Senior Ouyang, Lu Fei has been in this sword tomb for many days. You are familiar with his character, why make things difficult for him? Those who humiliate my sword must be killed. Ouyang Tiancheng raised the dragon cry sword in his hand, his eyes immediately emitting a cold light. Su Yan heard this and also narrowed his eyes. Senior Ouyang, I, Su Yan, can't let my friend be humiliated. Good, since it's like this, Su Yan, let me see how capable you are. Ouyang Tiancheng coldly shouted. Leaping up, the strength of the peak 9th layer of spirit realm suddenly burst out, and a powerful sword intent pressed forward. Su Yan was not to be outdone. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly revolved, and the long sword in his hand was ready to attack. Su Yan, I love you. At this moment, Lu Fei's cry came from the crowd, and Su Yan suddenly had the urge to not help him. Today's matter could have been peacefully resolved, but because of Lu Fei's big mouth, it became a tragedy. To have such a friend, it can be considered my bad luck. Su Yan helplessly sighed, no longer caring about Lu Fei's shouts, and raised his sword to meet Ouyang Tiancheng. Come! Ouyang Tiancheng saw Su Yan draw his sword, and lightly shouted, at the same time raising his sword to meet him. The two people clashed, the sword light flashed, and the sword qi was oppressive. The sword qi blew the surrounding light, and the endless light filled the air, exploding between Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng. After a few breaths of time, they had already fought dozens of rounds, and were evenly matched. The people below watched such a wonderful battle, and all of them were focused together. While the two people were clashing, the sword light flashed in all directions, and the sword hummed loudly, attracting the attention of the people in the surrounding mountains. Soon, more and more people gathered on the ground. Everyone looked at the battle between the two people on the field, but they didn't notice that there were two people standing on the side of a pavilion, a man and a woman. The woman wore a red dress that wrapped around her enchanting body. She had a cold and elegant face and a pair of clear eyes as she looked down. When she saw Su Yan, she couldn't help but be moved. The man was dressed in white, his hands hanging behind his back. Under his cold face, he looked down with disdain. "Junior Sister Lin, this is only a duel between outer sect disciples. What are you watching?" The man looked at the battle below and said with narrowed eyes, "Brother Xiang, if you don't want to watch, you can leave now." When the young girl heard the man's words, a trace of displeasure flashed across her cold and elegant face. When Xiang Tianba, who was called Brother Xiang, heard this, a trace of viciousness appeared between his brows, but he didn't show it. Only when his gaze fell on Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng, his eyes were filled with killing intent. It's only been a few days, and this child's cultivation has already risen to the 7th layer of spirit realm. When the girl looked at Su Yan, her face was filled with astonishment. This girl was Lin Hualu, who had appeared in Tianshuang City. "Junior Sister Lin, do you know this child?" When Xiang Tianba saw Lin Hualu's expression, he asked with some surprise. "This child is the first person in 5 breaths of time at the 5 colored boulders. Could it be that Brother Xiang doesn't know him?" Lin Hualu said with a gloomy face. Her words showed that she didn't like Xiang Tianba's arrogance. The first person in 5 breaths of time at the 5 colored boulders? When Long Tianba heard Lin Hualu's name, the arrogance on his face couldn't help but be startled. Then, his eyes fell on Su Yan, and his eyes narrowed even more. This time, Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng were fighting, so naturally they didn't notice Xiang Tianba standing in the pavilion. "Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You're only at the 7th layer of spirit realm, yet you can fight me." Ouyang Tiancheng had already fought more than 100 rounds with Su Yan. At this time, his face clearly showed signs of impatience. "Su Yan, this time I want to see how you'll be able to receive my sword." Ouyang Tiancheng coldly shouted, and the dragon cry sword in his hand instantly began to rumble. His figure closed in on Su Yan as he madly leapt forward. His sword passed through the air, emitting light in all directions. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in all directions. The sword intent was oppressive, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. "Come at me." Su Yan lightly raised his lips. He didn't care much about this sword. Licking his lips, he held the shocking celestial sword even tighter. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yan held the shocking celestial sword tightly. His body was like a mad dragon coming out of the sea. Endless sword auras were released from the shocking celestial sword, and only the sword rainbows flashed between heaven and earth. The sound swept over like a wave, directly covering Ouyang Tiancheng's sword cry. Uproar. With a loud sound, the two swords collided. Su Yan's sword suddenly burst out with a gorgeous light. Bang. With another loud sound, Ouyang Tiancheng, who was extremely arrogant just now, was actually forced to retreat. How is this possible? Su Yan, how could he force senior brother Ouyang to retreat? In the midst of the uproar, only Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, as if everything was within his expectations. He excitedly shouted, "Su Yan, I love you." When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he didn't have the heart to pay attention to him. In this confrontation, it seemed that he had the advantage, but only Su Yan knew. In fact, he didn't find any advantage at all. When Ouyang Tiancheng attacked, the sword intent came straight at him. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if his body was being overturned. Poochie. Poochie. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The entire audience was shocked again. Su Yan's injury was within their expectations, but Ouyang Tiancheng's injury was absolutely out of their expectations. Ouyang Tiancheng was the #1 disciple in the outer sect. His strength was not inferior to some of the inner sect disciples. How could he be injured by Su Yan, who was only at the 7th layer of spirit realm? Su Yan, you have once again made me look at you in a new light. You were able to force me to this point. Ouyang Tiancheng licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot. When he looked at Su Yan, killing intent surged out. He, Ouyang Tiancheng, was the #1 disciple in the outer sect. How could he allow someone who was only at the 7th layer of spirit realm to defeat him? Ouyang Tiancheng coldly snorted. His entire body suddenly jumped up. Su Yan, I want to see how you will defeat me now. While speaking, Ouyang Tiancheng's entire body emitted a bright light. The spirit energy in his body quickly surged. Countless spirit energy shadows burst out from behind him. His long hair fluttered. He actually jumped into the Fate Soul realm. Fate Soul, senior brother Ouyang actually stepped into the Fate Soul realm. Chapter 29. Life Spirit. Ouyang Tiancheng's sudden leap into the life spirit realm not only shocked all the disciples present, but also attracted the gazes of Lin Hualu and Xiang Tianba. This child can actually suppress his strength and not advance. This is interesting. Xiang Tianba looked at Ouyang Tiancheng and smiled coldly. When he looked at Su Yan, his eyes suddenly filled with a sense of ridicule. This child is only at the 7th layer of spirit realm, yet he was defeated by the #1 disciple of the outer sect. This is indeed impressive, but even so, he is only trash. This time he will not be able to take it. As Xiang Tianba spoke, he glanced at Lin Huatu. Clearly he was hinting at something. How could Lin Hualu not notice Xiang Tianba's gaze? Her expression did not change as she looked at Su Yan and said lightly, I don't think so. Not necessarily. Xiang Tianba laughed. Junior Lin, who is this child to you? Why do you value him so much? We are both from the same sect. Why can't I pay attention to my junior? Lin Hualu said unhappily. Her face that was like Bing Shan became even colder. We are both from the same sect? Xiang Tianba raised his eyebrows, obviously doubting Lin Hualu's words. His eyes focused on Su Yan and he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Lin Hualu and said, Junior Lin, since you are so confident in this child, do you dare to make a bet with me? What are we betting? Lin Hualu's eyes met Xiang Tianba's. Her long and narrow eyes flashed with light, without any fear. How about the ice soul crystal that you just got? Xiang Tianba sneered. His face was full of confidence as if Su Yan had already been defeated by Ouyang Tiancheng. Good. Lin Hualu didn't back down and said arrogantly, I've long known that Brother Xiang has been eyeing my ice soul crystal for a long time, so I'll bet with you this time. However, Brother Xiang, what treasure are you going to bet? Junior apprentice Sister Lin, when have I, Xiang Tianba, ever mistreated you? Xiang Tianba said. With a wave of his sleeve, a fist-sized crystal appeared in Rick's hand. This crystal was emitting a 5-colored light. The light shot out in all directions as if it wanted to devour the surrounding void. It was extremely extraordinary as soon as it appeared. Junior Sister Lin, this 5-colored crystal should be enough for your ice soul crystal, right? Xiang Tianba asked with a smile. That's enough. Lin Hualu said coldly. She turned around and no longer looked at Xiang Batian. Her eyes were focused on Su Yan. This time, Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng naturally didn't know that the battle between the two of them had actually been set up as a gambling house. Could it be that Ouyang Tiancheng is the same as me, able to advance in battle? Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng suddenly jumping into the life soul realm, and couldn't help but frown. Since Su Yan was able to cripple Hao Feng of the inner sect, a person in the life soul realm would naturally not be afraid of Ouyang Tiancheng entering the life soul realm. However, when he looked at Ouyang Tiancheng and saw the dense spiritual energy on his body, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although they were both in the life soul realm, the spiritual energy emitted by Ouyang Tiancheng was at least several times stronger than that of Hao Feng. Ouyang Tiancheng, the #1 outer sect disciple, was indeed extraordinary. Su Yan was secretly amazed. At the same time, his eyes condensed together. He could feel a dangerous aura approaching. Su Yan, for you I have released the strength that I have hidden for many years. It can be considered your honor. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan coldly and arrogantly. With a cold shout, he slowly raised the dragon roaring sword in his hand. Bang! As he spoke, Ouyang Tiancheng leaped out. This time his speed was completely incomparable to before. His body was like a ferocious beast. The long sword slashed down, shattering the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if time and space had been torn apart. What a strong sword intent! When Su Yan felt this strong sword intent, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly channeled the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body to block. Su Yan, it's useless. I know you have an invincible golden body, but so what? Under my dragon roaring sword, all resistance is futile. This time Ouyang Tiancheng was in the life-soul realm. His voice was mixed with spiritual energy, and waves after waves of muffled thunder rumbled in his ears. Be careful. When Lu Fei felt this strong strength, he was no longer as excited as before. He no longer shouted words like, Su Yan, I love you, but reminded Su Yan, be careful? It's too late. Ouyang Tiancheng's expression was gloomy, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The light on his body surged and merged with the dragon roaring sword. He rushed straight at Su Yan like a light screen. His speed was as fast as lightning. Can't dodge it. Su Yan licked his lips and immediately took action. He activated the spiritual energy in his body and spread it around his body. He shouted, Invincible golden body. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body exploded. The golden light screen was like a fairy scattering flowers, falling on Su Yan's body. I'm telling you, it's useless. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at the light screen on Su Yan's body and coldly snorted. His sword pressed forward. Shoo! Bang! A loud sound directly passed through Su Yan's body. This is... Lu Fei's eyes suddenly congealed together, looking at this scene in astonishment. Su Yan, his idol. First in the 5-colored boulder test. How could he lose to this Ouyang Tiancheng? In the pavilion, Xiang Tianba was still standing in the wind, his long robe fluttering, his hands behind his back. His face was filled with a cold and arrogant expression. But when he saw this scene, the corner of his mouth could not help but flashed a smile. Junior Sister Lin, the result has been determined. You have lost, your ice soul crystal is mine. But Junior Sister Lin, how could I? Brother Xiang, the result has not been determined. What do you mean by saying this? Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba's words and laughed disdainfully, his eyes fixed on Su Yan. It was as if he saw the scene in the barren mountain that day. That day, Su Yan used this move to defeat his cousin. This scene was too familiar to Lin Hualu. Su Yan, you have lost. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan with a tyrannical expression on his face. The dragon cry sword pierced through Su Yan's body. The long sword pierced through Su Yan's body. Blood splashed out, but Su Yan's eyes burst out with a bright light. Ouyang Tiancheng took a step forward, and the long sword instantly pierced through Su Yan's body, causing blood to flow. However, the sword aura on Su Yan's body gradually condensed. Senior brother Ouyang, do you really think I have such strength? Su Yan's eyes slowly congealed together, and he raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Suddenly the sword flew down, aiming straight for Ouyang Tiancheng's throat. When the sword attacked, although there was no gorgeous light, its speed was as fast as lightning, cutting through the sky, bringing a loud roar. How can there be such a fast sword intent? You! When Ouyang Tiancheng saw this scene, he was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out the Yin Xiang sword and retreated. Because he was too anxious, his footsteps were messy, and he was in a sorry state. Not only that, after Ouyang Tiancheng retreated, Su Yan did not stop. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly rotated, and the spirit energy became restless. Su Yan's eyes twisted, and his body rushed out. The shocking celestial sword in his hand flew out, and the sword hummed. The sword was like a wild dragon exploding out of the sea. It was extremely fast and fierce. Without the slightest bit of fancy, the sword cut the throat. What a fast speed! What a fast speed! The eyes of the surrounding people congealed together at this moment. So fast! Ouyang Tiancheng was shocked when he saw this scene, but his reaction was fast. The strength of the life-soul realm instantly soared. Whoosh! Su Yan, you're already injured. You're no longer my opponent. Quickly surrender. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan's bleeding wound and waved his hand. To him, the current Su Yan was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Is that so? Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng and smiled indifferently. He clenched the shocking celestial sword in his hand again, and at the same time, His body rushed straight towards Ouyang Tiancheng. His body was like a fierce dragon emerging from the sea. Endless sword aura burst out from the shocking celestial sword, and only the sword rainbow flashed between heaven and earth. The sound swept over like a wave. What a fast speed! The disciples watching from the sidelines once again held their breaths, as if time had stopped the moment Su Yan attacked. So fast. When Ouyang Tiancheng saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, this was only a fleeting moment. So what if it was fast? In the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Humph! Ouyang Tiancheng's eyes twisted. The sword art in his body revolved, and a powerful spirit energy instantly burst out. The light rays expanded in all directions, and it spun up like a storm. Su Yan, you have an invincible golden body, and I also have a defensive technique. I'd like to see how you'll defeat me. Ouyang Tiancheng chuckled and suddenly leaped up. Bang with a rumble. Ouyang Tiancheng's Song of Songs sword slashed down, and a gorgeous light screen exploded in front of him. Bang at the same time, Su Yan's long sword came explosively, and directly hit the light screen. A burst of brilliant light burst out, and the rapidly sprinting body also stopped. Su Yan, I can't help but admire your speed. However, can you break my heavenly light screen? Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan and chuckled. This time he no longer had any contempt for Su Yan, but he also wanted to tell Su Yan that strength was strength, and this was an insurmountable gap. He was in the Fate Soul realm, so how could he be defeated by a mere 7th Spirit realm cultivator? Su Yan, throw! Ouyang Tiancheng looked at Su Yan, who was still attacking, and said with a dignified expression. Bang! However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud sound. Su Yan's long sword pierced straight through Ouyang Tiancheng's light screen. This is impossible. Ouyang Tiancheng kept shaking his head. He was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him, and could not accept this fact. Su Yan, he was only in the 7th Spirit realm. How could he break his heavenly light screen? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. While Ouyang Tiancheng kept shaking his head, Su Yan had already arrived in front of him. Looking at Ouyang Tiancheng, he smiled and said, Senior brother Ouyang, you lost. Ouyang Tiancheng was startled. Seeing Su Yan closing in, he suddenly came to his senses and fiercely moved his chi to dodge. Useless. Su Yan smiled and shook his head. His eyes condensed, and in an instant Ouyang Tiancheng's speed slowed down. It was as if the entire world had quieted down, and the light in his eyes gradually shrouded him. Su Yan fiercely shot out, his long sword piercing forward. His speed was as fast as lightning. Shua! A sword sealed the throat, locking onto Ouyang Tiancheng's throat. Senior brother Ouyang, you lost. I lost. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at the shocking celestial sword that was only a centimeter away from his throat. His entire body's momentum dropped at this moment. Lost? I actually lost this? How is this possible? The crowd below also burst into an uproar, not daring to believe the scene in front of them. Senior brother Ouyang, you lost? How is this possible? Su Yan defeated the number 1 person in the outer sect? Su Yan became the new number 1 person in the outer sect? Chapter 30. Su Yan had defeated Ouyang Tiancheng. In the pavilion, Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan and nodded approvingly. He turned to Xiang Tianba and said, Brother Xiang, your 5-colored dragon crystal is now mine, right? Here. Xiang Tianba nodded with a gloomy face. He slapped his storage pouch and threw the 5-colored dragon crystal to Lin Hualu. He looked at Su Yan and narrowed his eyes, his face cold. This child is only at the 7th layer of spirit realm. How can he have such speed? When Xiang Tianba looked at Ouyang Tiancheng, he thought about the 5-colored dragon crystal he lost. His cold and arrogant face couldn't help but reveal a trace of anger. A Fate Soul Realm cultivator actually lost to a 7th layer of Spirit Realm cultivator. Trash. What use is there for this kind of trash to stay in the sect? Xiang Tianba lightly shouted and suddenly flew out, directly arriving in front of Ouyang Tiancheng. That powerful spirit energy burst out, like a sharp sword. In an instant, it went straight for Ouyang Tiancheng. Right, he didn't make a move, he only used spirit chi to pressure him. Ouyang Tiancheng's face changed and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Senior brother Ouyang. When Su Yan felt such a powerful spirit chi, His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stepped in front of Ouyang Tiancheng, and at the same time noticed Xiang Tianba. That powerful spirit qi directly pressured Su Yan to the point that he couldn't breathe. However, Su Yan didn't have a trace of fear. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiang Tianba and said with difficulty, "You? Who are you?" Xiang Tianba didn't answer Su Yan's words. He coldly snorted and waved his hand, once again sending out a powerful spirit qi. Su Yan instantly felt as if his body had been placed in a deep pool of ice at this moment, when this powerful spiritual qi pressed against him. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before surged in his body. "Xiang Tianba, that's enough." At this moment, a beautiful voice rang out. Even though this voice was filled with anger, it did not affect her gentleness. "Humph!" When Xiang Badian heard this, he gave a cold harumph and stopped what he was doing. He turned and glared at the outer sect disciples, causing them to feel as if they had just fallen into an icy cavern. "Su Yan, first place on the 5 breaths 5-colored boulder? My name is Xiang Tianba. If you are dissatisfied, you can come and find me." Xiang Tianba leaped out of everyone's sight, leaving only his deep voice reverberating in the air. "Xiang Tianba." Su Yan bit his lip and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiang Tianba's boundless pressure caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Under the spirit qi's violent bombardment, it was even more unbearable than receiving a fierce blow. Su Yan did not even have the thought to fight. Xiang Tianba, the number 1 direct disciple. He was indeed incomparably arrogant. Lin Hualu glanced at Su Yan and did not say anything. He nodded encouragingly and said, "Su Yan, in this world the strong are respected. However, a mere Xiang Tianba should not disturb your sword heart." As he spoke, Lin Hualu's long hair fluttered in the wind and his red clothes danced. He nodded at Su Yan and turned to leave. One day later, Su Yan had just woken up. "Su Yan, you're finally awake." Su Yan had just woken up when he heard Lu Fei's shrill voice. "What happened to me?" Su Yan patted his aching head. "You were almost killed by Xiang Tianba," Lu Fei said with a smile of exultation. That exaggerated look on his face was as if he was narrating the thrilling scene of that day. As he woke up, Su Yan's mind began to slowly clear up. He recalled the scene of that day and frowned deeply. Xiang Tianba just waved his hand and spirit qi surged. His body felt as if it was being torn apart like a huge wave. That kind of pain penetrated his bone marrow. What kind of strength was this to actually have such a powerful force? "Xiang Tianba, our sect's number 1 direct disciple." At this moment, another voice came from the room. Su Yan was startled. He turned around and noticed that Ouyang Tiancheng was also in the room. "Senior apprentice brother Ouyang," Su Yan shouted. Towards Ouyang Tiancheng, Su Yan did not know him, let alone have feelings for him. However, after all, Ouyang Tiancheng was the number 1 disciple of the outer sect, and was also the eldest senior brother of the outer sect. This time, although Ouyang Tiancheng lost to him, Su Yan still felt that Ouyang Tiancheng was powerful. At the very least, if he didn't have the speed from his previous life, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for Ouyang Tiancheng. Ouyang Tiancheng nodded his head without being courteous. That handsome face had a cold expression, as if he was suppressing everything, making it impossible for people to see through what he was thinking. "Xiang Tianba is our sect's number 1 direct disciple. He is also the most promising person to enter the Sky Realm before the age of 30. This person usually doesn't move much in the sect, but he has always been arrogant. He doesn't even put some elders in his eyes, but this time I don't know why he would make a move against us outer sect disciples." Ouyang Tiancheng was the number 1 disciple in the outer sect, so he obviously knew more than Su Yan. He slowly explained Xiang Tianba to Su Yan and Lu Fei. Su Yan thought about how powerful Xiang Tianba was yesterday, and nodded his head sadly. However, this sadness quickly disappeared, and was quickly replaced by a look of determination. "Direct disciple? I have only been in the sect for a few weeks. Give me some time and I will definitely get back this humiliation." Not only that, when he thought about the gentle voice that came to his ears at the end, and that enchanting red body, Su Yan was even more determined in his heart. When Ouyang Tiancheng saw Su Yan's expression, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you want to become a successor disciple, you must first become an inner disciple. 3 months later, the inner disciple test will be held, and the minimum requirement for the inner disciple test is the Fate Soul realm. When Su Yan heard Ouyang Tiancheng's words, he knew that his request was not enough. Junior brother Su, it's getting late. You should rest early. After Ouyang Tiancheng finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and walked out of the door. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, as if he hesitated for a long time, then turned around and said, Su Yan, thank you. With that, Ouyang Tiancheng did not wait for Su Yan to respond and left in a hurry. That anxious look was much different from the calmness he had when he walked out of the room just now. Thank me? Su Yan was also stunned by Ouyang Tiancheng's words. Thinking back to how he had blocked Ouyang Tiancheng's attack yesterday, he laughed at himself. Yesterday, Su Yan only reacted instinctively. After all, they were all from the same sect, and Ouyang Tiancheng did not have much enmity with him. When the strong spirit energy came, he instinctively went forward to block it. He did not expect to receive Ouyang Tiancheng's gratitude. Su Yan, you've made a big profit this time. Su Yan was still immersed in yesterday's matter, when Lu Fei, who had not spoken until now, suddenly shouted. Su Yan was startled by him and said snappily, What big profit? He. Lu Fei smiled mysteriously, and approached Su Yan step by step. Su Yan looked at him like this and thought of the words I love you he shouted at the earth seat yesterday, and a bad premonition surged on his face. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body also faintly rotated. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Lu Fei suddenly leaped forward and took out a storage pouch, placing it in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, how is this storage pouch? Awesome, right? Storage bags were created by the early stage of the Gone realm for storage purposes. They were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Gray was the lowest grade, red was the middle grade, and the top grade was purple-brown. Storage bags were used for storage purposes. Naturally, the higher the grade, the more things it could store, and naturally the higher the price. Such a high price also made the storage bag precious. Among the outer sect disciples, only a few dozen out of 10,000 people use storage bags, and most of them still use low-grade storage bags. This time, the one in Lu Fei's hand was purple-brown, and it faintly exuded spirit energy. Su Yan looked at it, and his eyes could not help but condense light. Not to mention a high-grade storage bag, even a low-grade storage bag, Su Yan had long wanted one. Unfortunately, because of the price, Su Yan really sold it for money. Now that he saw a high-grade storage bag, how could he not be moved? Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was moved and laughed sneakily, waved his hand and put on a bold and unrestrained aura. Junior brother Su, you're moved, right? I'll give it to you. When Lu Fei tossed out the storage bag, the fat on his face twitched. It was clear that he felt heartache. However, he did not show it and maintained his calm and unrestrained manner. He smiled. Junior brother Su, do you think I'm treating you well? Are you good to me? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Su Yan's eyes stared at him. Did this fatty have some ulterior motives? Okay. Seeing Su Yan's gaze, Lu Fei's whole body shivered, and hurriedly said, Su Yan, this storage bag is a gift from that dog Ouyang. Ouyang Tiancheng? Su Yan could not help but be surprised. He already knew that this storage bag was definitely not given by Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei himself did not have a storage bag. He did not even have a low-grade storage bag, and he carried his broadsword all day long. How could someone who did not even have a low-grade storage bag give you a high-grade storage bag? However, Su Yan did not expect it to be a gift from Ouyang Tiancheng. Was it because of yesterday's matter? Chapter 31. Ouyang Tiancheng, that's a bastard. As soon as Lu Fei heard Su Yan ask about Ouyang Tiancheng, he immediately jumped up, the fat on his face trembling as he shouted excitedly, Bastard! Su Yan's eyes slightly narrowed. Looking at Lu Fei's excited appearance, his face was helpless. I say, fatty, can you be a bit more serious? How am I not serious? Every time Su Yan stared at Lu Fei, he would immediately become honest, but this time Lu Fei would not do it. The fat on his whole body was trembling because of his excitement, and at the same time he also opened his mouth. It turned out that all of this started from when Ouyang Tiancheng first entered the Hidden Sword Tomb. Ouyang Tiancheng joined the Hidden Sword Tomb 3 years ago. As soon as he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, he shone on the multicolored boulder test, but every time the Hidden Sword Tomb held an outer sect test, he would always get first place. Moreover, when Ouyang Tianqing entered the hidden sword tomb, he was only at the 4th level of spirit realm, but in a year's time, he jumped to the 9th level of spirit realm. Therefore, this Ouyang Tianqing is recognized as a genius in the outer sect. And at the same time, Ouyang Tianqing's cold arrogance also cast his position as number 1 in the outer sect. It's this number 1, after Ouyang Tianqing became number 1, damn, he left me behind. Lu Fei became even more agitated after saying this. The fat on his face kept twitching as he spat out saliva. Junior brother Su, don't you think this kind of person is ungrateful? Isn't he a bastard? When he first joined the sect, I treated him better than I did you. Looking at Lu Fei's excited appearance, Su Yan slightly frowned and asked, Fatty, after Ouyang Tianqing became number 1? Did you do something extreme to him? Extreme? Lu Fei coldly snorted and disdainfully said, Didn't I just use his identity to pick up a few girls? Those girls came to him and he ignored me. Don't you think that's extreme? Su Yan felt a chill. He finally knew why Ouyang Tianqing ignored Lu Fei. Picking up girls was fine, but he even let those girls go to Ouyang Tianqing. How could Ouyang Tianqing not be angry? Thinking back to Ouyang Tianqing's situation at that time, Su Yan's forehead once again wrinkled with a black line. He looked at Lu Fei and asked, Fatty, are you also using my identity to pick up girls now? What? Lu Fei was immediately stunned. Then he started to laugh mischievously. Junior brother Su, look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Lu Fei said as he retreated to the door. Looking at Su Yan's increasingly unpleasant gaze, he screamed and ran out of the door in a panic. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, Junior martial brother Su, don't think too much. I'm really good to you. Is it really okay? When Lu Fei shouted out those words, Su Yan could not help but tremble. Now he could finally understand how Lu Fei felt. However, when he thought about it, Lu Hong seemed to have the same taste. With such a father, how could he not have such a son? His heart brightened, and he no longer thought about Lu Fei's matter. In any case, he was such a person. On the other hand, Ouyang Tianqing. Su Yan looked at the purple-brown storage bag in his hand, and felt melancholy in his heart. He did not want to owe people a favor, but this time Ouyang Tianqing gave him such a big gift, obviously wanting him to owe him a favor. What did he want to do? Su Yan frowned slightly. After thinking for a long time, he still could not understand. To ask him to return this high-grade storage bag, Su Yan was really reluctant. It was not that the storage bag was worth much, but this storage bag was what he needed right now. Forget it, this favor will be repaid in the future. Su Yan shook his head and did not think anymore. Touching the storage bag in his hand, he could still faintly feel a wave of spirit energy coming from above. He could not help but feel excited. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body moved slightly. Immediately, a wave of spirit energy entered the storage bag. The storage bag opened, and the vast space inside immediately appeared in front of his eyes. It's really big. Su Yan looked at the storage bag and liked it more and more. He forgot about the matter of Ouyang Tianqing. He took off the shocking celestial sword and pagoda sword on his body and put them into the storage bag. He reached out and touched his chest, took out a few pitiful spirit stones and a few silver taels and put them in. After a while, Su Yan placed all the things that he thought would be useful in the sky room one into the room. Not only did he put them in, but he also patted the storage bag several times and took them out again. After a few times, the joy on his face became stronger and stronger. He kept nodding and praising. It's really good stuff, good stuff. At the last moment, Su Yan patted the storage bag and a domino appeared in his hand. Domino was also a unique spiritual object created by the early stage of the Gone realm to record information. Every disciple who joined the hidden sword tomb would be given a domino. Not only did it have some information about the hidden sword tomb, but it also recorded the personal records in the hidden sword tomb. So Su Yan was no stranger to dominoes. This time, Su Yan held the domino and quickly recognized that it was not his domino. Under the influx of spirit energy, Ouyang Tianqing's cold voice immediately came from the domino. Su Yan, Ouyang Tianqing, rarely admire people. You are one of them. The 5-colored boulder test is not an undeserved reputation. However, Su Yan, with your strength, you must not be arrogant. You must cultivate down to earth. Don't make mistakes. This domino contains my cultivation experience in the hidden sword tomb. I hope it will be useful to you. As his voice fell, a divine sense poured into Su Yan's mind with a xiao sound. Su Yan's cultivation experience in the hidden sword tomb was all reflected in his eyes. Su Yan previewed the cultivation experience and was stunned. In this world where the strong were respected, Su Yan naturally knew the importance of cultivation experience to a person. This time, Ouyang Tiancheng was actually able to share his cultivation experience with him. This friendship was not something a storage bag could compare to. Su Yan, I hope to see you in the inner court test in 3 months. The last sentence left by Ouyang Tiancheng made Su Yan's whole body tremble. Clenching his fist, his eyes shot out a burst of determination. Inner court test, I will definitely come back. The inner court test of the hidden sword tomb not only required you to obtain the necessary points, but also to reach the Fate Soul realm. Su Yan was only at the 7th layer of Spirit realm. He was still far from reaching the Fate Soul realm. Could he really reach it in 3 months? Time flew and a month passed by quickly. During this month, Su Yan was not like before, hiding in his room to cultivate every day. Instead, he often wandered around the sacred beast mountain, constantly killing demon beasts to obtain beast cores and exchange them for pills from the sect to assist in his cultivation. With Ouyang Tiancheng's cultivation experience and the miraculous effects of the soul-amassing pill, Su Yan understood that he could not cultivate numbly. At the same time, he also needed to use all the surrounding resources that could be obtained. It was another sunny morning. Su Yan woke up early, ate the breakfast delivered by Lu Fei, and went to the sacred beast mountain. After the battle with Ouyang Tiancheng, Su Yan was now the #1 disciple in the outer court. Even if Su Yan was wearing a high-grade storage bag and attracted a lot of attention, no one dared to have any ideas. This saved Su Yan a lot of trouble. In this 1 month's time, the outer area of the sacred beast mountain was almost completely flattened by Su Yan. The demonic beasts that existed in the outer area were all low-level demonic beasts, and the beast cores obtained were only of the lowest level. Another low-level beast core. Su Yan beheaded an ordinary demon beast and took the beast core, his face revealing a dissatisfied expression. The pills exchanged for the low-level beast core were only some ordinary qi condensing pills. This kind of low-level pill had no effect on Su Yan at the 7th layer of Spirit realm. It's been a month? Su Yan's eyes slightly narrowed. The spirit energy in his body surged, but he still remained at the 7th layer of Spirit realm. No, if this continues, not to mention that I won't be able to reach the Fate Soul realm in 2 months, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to break through to the 8th layer of Spirit realm. Is my cultivation method wrong? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, constantly recalling the cultivation method of this month, constantly summarizing the experience, and suddenly came to a realization. Fight he had to fight. Su Yan had been in the hidden sword tomb for a few months, and had a certain understanding of the rules of the hidden sword tomb. The outer court of the hidden sword tomb was a large training field. There were no teachers, and only one could rely on oneself. Rely on oneself. Su Yan licked his lips, his eyes narrowed, and his gaze locked onto the lower realm of the inner court of the sacred beast mountain. In the outer court, the demon beasts obtained were still not enough to satisfy Su Yan, and the killing of the low-level demon beasts in the outer court was not enough to arouse Su Yan's desire to fight. Only the demon beasts in the inner court could arouse his desire to fight. Only by fighting could he stimulate the potential in his body, and only by doing so could he quickly enter the Fate Soul realm. Su Yan thought, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Although the sect had rules that the outer court, inner court, and direct disciples of the sacred beast mountain could not cross the boundary, Su Yan still did not stop. However, Su Yan did not stop at all. He resolutely stepped onto the sacred beast mountain that belonged to the inner sect. Rumble. Although there was only one division, the inner court's sacred beast mountain was not something the outer court could compare to. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the inner court's sacred beast mountain, he heard a loud demon beast's roar. The majestic voice was like a sharp sword piercing through. Su Yan's body could not help but tremble, and he hurriedly covered his ears. What a powerful aura this demon beast is. Su Yan looked in the direction of the majestic voice with a look of surprise. However, the surprise on his face only lasted for a moment. When his gaze focused, a bright light shone from his eyes. The loud and clear demonic beast roars continuously battered the blood in Su Yan's body, causing it to boil. His footsteps were firm as he took a step forward. Roar! Roar! Another beast's roar was heard. This time Su Yan was already close. The loud and majestic voice emitted a powerful aura that swept over. It was like a muffled thunder exploding in his ears, causing Su Yan's body to tremble. At the same time, the demon beast's true appearance appeared in his eyes. Chapter 32. Su Yan had been running around the sacred beast mountain every day for the past month, so he had learned a lot about the beasts. When he saw the behemoth in front of him, he immediately recognized it as a cloud beast. The cloud beast had the head of a deer and the body of a horse. It was over a few meters tall and its 4 legs were like 4 heavenly pillars. With every step it took, the ground shook violently. Although the cloud beast was not a mythical beast, it was definitely a rare sacred beast. An adult cloud beast's attack power was comparable to that of a peak saint bloodline expert. The most powerful thing about the cloud beast was that it would emit a mist on its forehead. This mist had the ability to suppress the spirit chi of cultivators. It could be said that it was the nemesis of cultivators. That was how the cloud beast got its name. I didn't expect to encounter a cloud beast. Su Yan looked at the cloud beast. Every step it took caused the ground to shake violently. His body also shrank. Although Su Yan was eager to obtain a demonic beast core, a saint beast like the cloud mist beast, he was not arrogant enough to think that he had the ability to kill the cloud mist beast. It's better to leave first. Su Yan listened to the cloud beast's roars from time to time. His body trembled slightly, and he carefully retreated. When he retreated a few steps, bang, there was a loud sound. Su Yan's attention was attracted again. He turned around and saw the cloud mist beast continuously roaring. His interest was piqued. Why is this cloud mist beast here? Su Yan looked carefully and found that there were several flying swords on the cloud beast's huge body. Blood was constantly flowing out from under the flying swords. Who has the ability to hurt the cloud beast? Is it an inner disciple? Su Yan hid under the bush and carefully observed the cloud beast's situation. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the cloud beast, the cloud beast's beast core was of a very high grade. If he could get the cloud beast's beast core, then all the low-level beasts he had killed in the past month would be worth it. Su Yan thought about the benefits of the cloud beast's beast core. His eyes narrowed and a bright light shot out of them. With the cloud mist beast's beast core, he could exchange it for any pill he wanted in the outer sect. However, Su Yan was not in a rush. Even though Su Yan knew that the cloud mist beast was injured, with his strength, the cloud mist beast could knock him over with one stomp. Right now, all he could do was wait and observe why the cloud mist beast had appeared here. What was it doing here? Su Yan was certain that this cloud mist beast was not a demonic beast from the inner sect's sacred beast mountain. If a cloud mist beast appeared in the inner sect's sacred beast mountain, countless inner sect disciples would die. Roar! The cloud beast let out another roar and suddenly exploded. Its huge head flew out like a huge stone hammer. The surrounding ancient trees fell down at this moment, shaking the ground and creating a huge wave. What a powerful attack! Su Yan was startled and his body shrunk even tighter. He was afraid of being discovered by the cloud mist beast. If that stomp landed, his life would be over. What the hell is it doing? Su Yan couldn't help but wonder. This demonic beast had already gained intelligence, so every move it made had a meaning. However, Su Yan saw that the cloud mist beast was roaring and going berserk, but he couldn't see what it was doing. Su Yan thought about it and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? Bang! At this moment, suddenly there was a loud bang as the cloud mist beast stomped on the ground. The violent sound waves spread across the entire sacred beast mountain. At the same time, a golden light erupted from the cloud mist beast's body. The brilliant light seemed gentle, but it was mixed with powerful spirit force. It quickly attacked like countless sharp swords. Shoo! Shoo! The surrounding trees continued to fall down. Su Yan, who was hiding in the bushes, wasn't spared either. Under the powerful light, Su Yan felt the blood in his body churn. Poochie! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan quickly took out a chi condensing pill and swallowed it. At the same time, he quickly activated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. Spirit force constantly poured out to protect his body. Under the protection of the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, Su Yan was finally able to catch his breath. He coughed dryly and looked at the cloud mist beast again. He exclaimed, I actually encountered a cloud mist beast that only appears once every 100 years. The transformation of demonic beasts was a rare ability in the demonic beast world. The cloud mist beast was one of the powerful demonic beasts that could transform. After this transformation, the cloud mist beast would no longer be a cloud mist beast, but a sky cloud beast. It was only a difference of one word, but the strength it contained was a world of difference. The cloud mist beast only had the strength of the Saint Bloodline realm, but the sky cloud beast's strength would exceed the sky phase realm. Sky phase. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now he was thinking of waiting for the right time to take down the cloud mist beast. Now this idea was completely suppressed. The only thing he could think of was to leave this place as soon as possible. Su Yan twitched his feet and walked out of the bushes. However, at this moment the cloud mist beast that was standing still suddenly moved. As soon as the gigantic head appeared, it immediately flew towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. In an instant, all the surrounding vegetation was swept up and turned into debris. Ah! Su Yan screamed in fright. He didn't care about hiding and rushed forward. He didn't dare to slow down and rushed forward at full speed. He was like an arrow that constantly shot out. However, even so, Su Yan's speed was still as slow as a turtle under the cloud mist beast's attack. He couldn't move more than 1.5 meters a day. At this moment, the cloud mist beast's huge head directly hit Su Yan's body. Fuji! Immediately, a mouthful of blood rushed out of Su Yan's mouth. His body instantly fell into a sea of fire. There was no resistance or defense. At this moment all his bones were broken and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. So strong. Su Yan endured the pain in his body and struggled to get up. He turned around and carefully looked at the cloud mist beast's bell-like eyes. His entire body tensed up. If Su Yan hadn't used the invincible golden body in a moment of desperation, he would have died. Cloud mist beast, no, this should be the sky cloud beast. Su Yan looked at the faint golden light on the cloud mist beast and swallowed with difficulty. His mind was spinning rapidly at this moment. How exactly could he escape from this place? The cloud mist beast stared at Su Yan. When it saw the shocking celestial sword in Su Yan's hand, it immediately spat out a white mist from its nose. Xiao, the white fog directly attacked Su Yan. This white fog seemed gentle, but everywhere it passed, there was no longer any vegetation. Damn it! Su Yan cursed and quickly retreated. He didn't dare to face it head-on. After turning around, Su Yan didn't have time to look at the cloud mist beast and started to run. When the cloud mist beast saw that Su Yan was about to run, it rushed towards Su Yan. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Su Yan didn't dare to fight it at all. He could only run with all his strength. Fortunately, there were many ancient trees in the sacred beast mountain. Although the cloud mist beast was strong and fast, it didn't know how to avoid them. It rushed forward and crashed into the trees, relieving a lot of pressure on Su Yan. But even so, Su Yan could still feel the pressure behind him. He didn't dare to stop at all. He ran with his chi while stuffing chi deposition pills into his mouth. During this month, although Su Yan didn't gain much from the sacred beast mountain, he did exchange for a lot of chi deposition pills. With the constant supply of chi deposition pills, he had plenty of spirit chi. Su Yan constantly used the various terrains of the sacred beast mountain to run, so the cloud mist beast didn't catch up to him. However, the cloud mist beast kept chasing him, which gave Su Yan a headache. When will this chase stop? Su Yan complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to stop. The cloud mist beast's speed would always be faster than his. If it wasn't for the terrain of the sacred beast mountain, Su Yan would have become a piece of meat in the cloud mist beast's mouth. No, I have to think of a way. Su Yan ran as fast as he could while thinking. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from behind him. Several figures landed and blocked the cloud mist beast's attack. You actually came to the intersect area. The leader was floating in the air. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He pointed his long sword at the cloud mist beast. His arrogant aura made the cloud mist beast stop in its tracks. What a powerful spirit chi. Su Yan also stopped when he saw this scene. When he saw the spirit chi emitted by this person, he was dumbfounded. However, when he saw the person clearly, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. It was Xiang Tianba. The person who was also floating in the air looked at the cloud mist beast, then turned to Xiang Tianba and said, "Brother Xiang, this cloud mist beast has evolved. We can kill it now. Let's go." Xiang Tianba's cold and arrogant face emitted an indescribable majesty. He didn't say much, but after giving a simple order, he immediately raised his sword and rushed towards the cloud mist beast. He was so fast that he looked like a rainbow, leaving only a shadow behind. At the same time, the disciples who followed Xiang Tianba also attacked the cloud mist beast. Roar! The cloud mist beast let out a low roar as it was attacked by several people. Its huge head was like a pendulum as it kept swinging around. The cloud mist beast's true strength exploded at this moment. Xiang Tianba kept dodging the cloud mist beast's attacks, but he didn't forget to remind the people next to him, "Be careful, don't get hit by this beast." It was obvious that these people were prepared. They cooperated in an orderly manner, one advancing and one retreating, avoiding the cloud mist beast's attacks. From time to time they would stab the cloud mist beast with their swords. The battle between the people and the cloud mist beast constantly caused loud noises to ring out in the Saint Beast Mountain. Just from the spirit chi fluctuations, Su Yan felt that the spirit chi in his body was being suppressed, and he couldn't move at all. "Forget it, I'll leave first." Su Yan shook his head and turned around to leave. However, at this moment, the cloud mist beast suddenly let out a crazy roar. Then he suddenly rushed over here. "Be careful." The cloud mist beast's speed was so fast that even Xiang Tianba and the others didn't dare to face it head-on. They all retreated, and the cloud mist beast directly crashed into Su Yan. Su Yan didn't expect the cloud mist beast to suddenly attack him. He was so scared that his eyes widened. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by the cloud mist beast. Chapter 33. Su Yan and the cloud mist beast both fell off the cliff of the Saint Beast Mountain. Xiang Tianba and the others hurriedly rushed over and looked at the bottomless cliff. Other than Xiang Tianba, everyone else frowned. One of the people standing next to Xiang Tianba frowned and asked Xiang Tianba, "Brother Xiang, what should we do now?" "What should we do?" Xiang Tianba looked at the cliff and a cold smile appeared on his cold face. "This is the heaven-breaking cliff. It is thousands of feet high. Not to mention the cloud mist beast, even a dragon would die if it fell from here. If the cloud mist beast falls from here, it won't survive. Doesn't this save us a lot of trouble?" Xiang Tianba raised his eyebrows and smiled. Senior brother is right. When the others heard Xiang Tianba's words, they understood. However, when they looked at the cliff, they saw that the fog didn't seem to go down. They frowned again. Although the cloud mist beast would definitely die if it fell, they couldn't go down the cliff. If they couldn't go down the cliff, they wouldn't be able to get the cloud mist beast and the beast core. But before they could come up with a solution, suddenly Xiang Tianba jumped down the cliff. "Brother Xiang." When the others saw this, their hearts tightened. However, when they looked again, their faces were filled with shock. When Xiang Tianba jumped off the cliff, a cloud immediately appeared under his feet. The cloud was neither big nor small and was just enough to hold Xiang Tianba. "You guys go back to the sect first and prepare to refine pills. Wait for me to come back with the cloud mist beast core." After Xiang Tianba finished speaking, he didn't wait for the others to respond and floated down the cliff. Looking at Xiang Tianba's disappearing figure, the others came to their senses. Brother Xiang is indeed the #1 person in our sect. The Swordmaster even gave him the flying auspicious cloud. Among the few people, one of the slightly ugly-looking young men looked at Xiang Tianba's disappearing figure and said with a face of envy, "Although the flying auspicious cloud can carry people, you still need to have the ability to control it." As soon as that person finished speaking, another person mocked. His words also caused everyone to wake up from their earlier envy of Ao Shangyun. Just as that person said, although the flying auspicious cloud was a treasure of heaven and earth, if you weren't strong enough, how could you control the flying auspicious cloud? While everyone was admiring the flying auspicious cloud, they also admired Xiang Tianba's strength. Xiang Tianba naturally wouldn't care about the envy of these people. He rode the flying auspicious cloud all the way to the bottom of the cliff. After flying for a few hours, he stopped at the bottom of the cliff. This Duantian cliff really lives up to its name. It's actually so deep, Xiang Tianba exclaimed. At the same time, a cold and arrogant smile appeared on his face. The deeper the Duantian cliff, the lower the chances of the cloud mist beast surviving. At this moment, the cloud mist beast had already been upgraded to a sky mist beast. Even a sky realm expert might not be able to deal with it. Xiang Tianba naturally didn't want to fight against it. Now that he was able to pick up a bargain, he was naturally happy. As for Su Yan, who fell with the cloud mist beast, he had long since ignored him. To him, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence. For such a person to exist in the sect, it was only a great shame for the sect. Xiang Tianba stopped and rested for a bit. He replenished all the spirit energy he used to control the flying auspicious cloud. Only then did he begin to search for the cloud mist beast at the bottom of the cliff. Although the Duantian cliff was located at the bottom of the sacred beast mountain, because the cliff was thousands of feet high, not to mention the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, even the people of the Jing state city rarely came down. No one stepped into the cliff, causing it to be overgrown with trees. Every 3 steps there would be a bush, and every 5 steps there would be a tree. While Xiang Tianba was searching for the cloud mist beast, he didn't notice that on a big tree dozens of meters behind him, a youth in ragged clothes stood up. Although his clothes were shabby, the word gold embroidered on his chest could still be clearly seen on his yellowish-brown clothes. Gold, a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. If this wasn't Su Yan, then who could it be? I actually didn't die. Su Yan struggled to stand up and looked up at the boundless sky. He couldn't see the sacred beast mountain at all. Thinking about what happened just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. Su Yan didn't expect the cloud mist beast to suddenly crash into him. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying to the edge of the cliff. Although he had just fainted, Su Yan still clearly remembered the thrilling scene of him falling down. It took him half an hour to reach the bottom. Half an hour? Just how deep was this cliff? Su Yan simply didn't dare to imagine. Looking at the branches of the big tree under his feet, he understood that he must have landed on a branch and luckily survived. While Su Yan was secretly rejoicing, he noticed the huge monster under his feet, and his eyes suddenly burst out with a ray of light. I didn't expect the cloud mist beast to crash into me. I didn't die, but it died here. Su Yan excitedly rubbed his hands. He slapped his bag of holding and a handful of pills appeared in his hand. In the past month, Su Yan had spent all of his time on the sacred beast mountain in exchange for many pills. Su Yan naturally wasn't stingy with these ordinary healing pills. He didn't hesitate to swallow them all. After a bit of rest, his body recovered a lot from the fall. He looked at the cloud mist beast and immediately jumped toward it. Cloud mist beast. Oh no, to be more precise, it was the sky fog beast. A beast core of this level was extremely rare even in the entire hidden sword tomb. With Su Yan's current strength, it would be impossible for him to kill the sky fog beast. However, at this moment, Su Yan looked at the cloud mist beast and licked his lips. The excitement on his face was self-evident. He immediately took out a short sword and cut open the sky fog beast's head. Although the cloud mist beast was dead, there was still a surge of spiritual energy in its body. Su Yan spent a lot of effort to remove the beast core. The moment the beast core came out, it immediately emitted a golden light. The dense spiritual energy also didn't dissipate. It really is something good. Su Yan had been killing demonic beasts for a month, but he hadn't seen such a high-level beast core. As he held the cloud mist beast's beast core and felt the dense spiritual energy, he couldn't help but worship it in his heart. Su Yan. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan was startled and turned around to look. He saw a person walking over from not far away. This person was over 9 feet tall, and his stalwart body even blocked the ray of sunlight that seeped through the gaps between the dense bushes. Every step he took brought with him a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy. Xiang Tianba. Su Yan recognized him immediately. This person was the direct disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Xiang Tianba, who had almost killed him the other day. Seeing Xiang Tianba walking toward him, Su Yan's Virokana-colored glazed sword manual automatically surged without any thought. He also held the cloud mist beast's beast core tightly in his hand. Su Yan, you didn't die. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan and said indifferently. His cold face still had a trace of disdain. Su Yan didn't answer him. The Virokana-colored glaze soared gold and his body spun faster. His eyes shone with determination. Although it was unexpected that Xiang Tianba would appear here, Su Yan knew that he must have come for the Cloud Mist Beast's beast core. Just as expected, Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan didn't answer him, but he didn't care. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His eyes fell on Su Yan's tightly clenched beast core. He said indifferently, "Give it to me. I don't understand what you're saying." Su Yan tightened his grip on the beast core in his hand. "You don't understand?" Xiang Tianba smiled indifferently. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted, directly threatening Su Yan. One breath. It was only one breath of spiritual energy colliding. Su Yan felt the spiritual energy in his body stop circulating. A warm current flowed from his chest. Fuji. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The spiritual energy from Xiang Tianba's body was like a raging fire. Su Yan immediately felt as if he had fallen into a pit of fire. His entire body was burning. It was so uncomfortable that his entire body bent over. Xiang Tianba's expression didn't change. He didn't even look at Su Yan. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Do you understand now?" Pucci, under the pressure of that powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Although his body was constantly suffering, Su Yan's expression didn't change at all. The Virokana-colored glaze sword manual in his body also continued to circulate. Under Xiang Tianba's powerful spiritual energy, the circulation of the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual was almost stopped. However, Su Yan didn't give up at all. He continued to circulate the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual. His bent body slowly began to stand up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Xiang Tianba with eyes full of determination. "I don't know what you're talking about. Su Yan, you're courting death." When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, his cold and arrogant face darkened. He waved his hand and a powerful spiritual energy surged out. The powerful spirit qi corroded Su Yan's body, and it was like a formless wind that directly penetrated into his bones. Pucci. Su Yan's chest shook and he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Su Yan, obediently hand over the Cloud Beast core and I'll spare your life." Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan with increasingly fierce eyes. It was obvious that he had lost his patience. Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan almost couldn't breathe. Perhaps if it was anyone else, they would hand over the Cloud Beast core. The Cloud Beast core was precious, but compared to his life it was insignificant. However, Su Yan didn't. It wasn't because of anything, but because he was Su Yan. "Xiang Tianba, is this what you want?" Under the pressure of Xiang Tianba's powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan stood up straight with difficulty and slowly opened his hand. "Su Yan, at least you know what's good for you." When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan take out the Cloud Beast core, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, Su Yan was just an ant. Just as he reached out to take it, he suddenly saw Su Yan open his mouth and directly put the Cloud Beast core into his mouth. "What?" Xiang Tianba's entire body trembled. The muscles on his cold and arrogant face twitched. Anger surged out from his chest. "Su Yan, you actually swallowed the Cloud Mist Beast's beast core." Chapter 34. "Why can't I decide what belongs to me, Su Yan?" Su Yan enunciated each word clearly. Even under the pressure of Xiang Tianba's powerful spirit energy, his eyes were still filled with determination. At this moment, the domineering aura emitted from his body surpassed that of Xiang Tianba's. "Su Yan." Xiang Tianba watched as Su Yan swallowed the Cloud Beast core. His entire body trembled in anger. For this Cloud Beast, Xiang Tianba had put in a lot of effort. He had gone to the peak of the sacred beast mountain dozens of times. First, he had injured the Cloud Beast. When it evolved into a Skyfog Beast, he had asked a few of his junior brothers to help him obtain the Cloud Beast core. At this moment, Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's squirming throat. A sinister look flashed across his eyes, and the spirit energy in his body erupted. "Su Yan, give me your life." Xiang Tianba shouted coldly. Without saying anything else, he waved his hand and leaped toward Su Yan. The powerful spirit energy surged through the air like a rainbow. At the same time, the powerful spirit energy caused Su Yan to feel intense pain all over his body. "If I die, so be it." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the pain of being eroded by the spirit energy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiang Tianba. The special power emitted from his eyes instantly slowed down Xiang Tianba's leaping speed. Now is the time. Su Yan licked his lips and slapped his storage bag. The Buddha sword instantly jumped up. When he saw the Buddha sword, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. However, it only lasted for a moment. Because of the black gas that came from the Buddha sword last time, and because of Lu Fei's curse, Su Yan had not used it. Just now, he had wanted to take the startling celestial sword. Perhaps he had been too anxious, so he had taken the pagoda sword. One sword to settle the universe. Looking at the approaching Xiang Tianba, Su Yan didn't have time to think. With a cold shout, the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra started to spin rapidly, and traces of spirit energy rushed into the Buddha sword. As the long sword passed by, a thunderous sound erupted. It tore through the void like a dragon swimming out of the sea. Humph, brat, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack. You're courting death. When Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan actually dared to take the initiative to attack, he snorted disdainfully. He didn't dodge and slammed his palm directly at Su Yan's chest. As for Su Yan's speed, Xiang Tianba had seen it when he watched the competition between Su Yan and Ouyang Tianqing that day. But even so, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Die! Xiang Tianba snorted loudly and slammed his palm directly at Su Yan. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Yan suddenly jumped, and his figure quickly dodged Xiang Tianba's move. He swept behind Xiang Tianba and began to run wildly without any explanation. His figure was like a long rainbow, and the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in his body also rotated to the extreme. As he ran, Su Yan didn't forget to put a spirit concentration pill in his mouth. As for Xiang Tianba behind him, Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him and just kept running forward. Xiang Tianba didn't expect that his palm would miss and was slightly stunned. Then he saw Su Yan running wildly and realized what had happened. It turned out that Su Yan's attack just now was a feint. Su Yan's real purpose was to avoid Xiang Tianba and escape. Although Su Yan was conceited, it didn't mean that he was a fool. Judging from Xiang Tianba's spirit qi, he had at least reached the Saint Vein realm. And he was only at the 7th layer of the spirit realm. With this kind of strength, even if he was faster and had strange moves, it was impossible for him to break through Xiang Tianba's defense. So now the only thing Su Yan could do was to escape. Xiang Tianba looked in the direction that Su Yan was running in, and didn't immediately give chase. He coldly smiled and said, "Humph, Su Yan, do you think you can escape?" To him, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence, and he was a divine dragon. An ant wanting to escape from his hands, wasn't that just a fool's dream? Su Yan heard Xiang Tianba's words behind him, but he still ignored them and kept running forward. There was no goal, only running. Stay, Su Yan. Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan was still running and coldly smiled. His figure quickly swept past like an arrow leaving the bow. His figure instantly turned into a shadow and slid through the air. Because his speed was too fast, there was even a light hiss. Am I going to die here today? As Su Yan ran, he also felt the speed of Xiang Tianba behind him, and felt a wave of unwillingness in his heart. No, definitely not, I won't accept this, Su Yan growled. The spirit qi in his body was pushed to the limit, and he continuously took out qi deposition pills and swallowed them. Su Yan, little brat, it's useless. You swallowed my beast core today, so you're destined to die. Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan was still running and a cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Su Yan was just a dead man to Xiang Tianba. Who dared to take Xiang Tianba's things could survive. Su Yan, die. Xiang Tianba leaped in front of Su Yan and immediately waved his hand. A strong wave of spirit qi surged out. That strong spirit qi was like countless sharp swords flying towards Su Yan. Poochie. Su Yan immediately felt a sweet taste in his throat and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also shocked by the strong spirit qi and flew backwards. I can't die, I definitely can't die here. Su Yan fell to the ground and did not stop. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He patted his storage bag and swallowed a qi deposition pill. Immediately, he began to run in the opposite direction. You still want to struggle? Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan still wanted to run and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, he was not in a hurry to chase after him. This was because he felt that killing Su Yan like this would be letting Su Yan off too easily. Since he dared to take Xiang Tianba's things, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death and let him die in despair. As Su Yan ran, Xiang Tianba stood in place and coldly watched Su Yan run. To him, no matter how far Su Yan ran, he would never be able to escape from the palm of his hand. At that moment, no one noticed that the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand had absorbed the blood that Su Yan had spat out and was emitting a faint black qi. The black qi revolved around the Buddha sword and formed a whirlpool at the tip of the sword. Su Yan. As he watched Su Yan run a few hundred meters away, Xiang Tianba's body suddenly flashed like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Su Yan once again. Are you done running? Xiang Tianba was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly stared at Su Yan. Su Yan glanced at Xiang Tianba, turned around and started running again. However, Xiang Tianba did not give Su Yan another chance. He leaped in front of Su Yan and blocked him. His arrogant face was filled with anger. Su Yan stopped struggling in vain. Commit suicide. Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan with an indescribable domineering look in his eyes. Xiang Tianba, don't push me too far. Su Yan stopped struggling when he realized that he could not escape. He stared at Xiang Tianba emotionlessly as he tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Asking him, Su Yan, to commit suicide was simply the ravings of a fool. If that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan. At this moment his anger was no longer there. He suddenly leaped forward. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, Su Yan's entire body was grabbed. In the face of absolute power, Su Yan had no ability to resist. How dare you swallow my things? I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Xiang Tianba smiled sinisterly as a powerful spiritual energy entered Su Yan's body. The powerful spiritual energy was like thousands of ants entering Su Yan's body. It tore at Su Yan's insides. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but scream. The Buddha sword in his hand could not withstand the immense pain and fell to the ground. Su Yan, does it feel good? Xiang Tianba asked coldly. Pain? How satisfying. Su Yan resisted the intense pain in his body and raised his head with an unyielding expression on his face. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's determined eyes and felt unhappy. He wanted to make Su Yan beg for mercy. He wanted him to die in despair. He wanted him to remember that he could never touch Xiang Tianba's things. Su Yan, let's see how much pain you can endure. Xiang Tianba sneered and waved his hand again. A stream of spiritual energy burst out and entered Su Yan's meridians. Su Yan was in so much pain that his entire body twisted together as he rolled on the ground. Su Yan, so you're afraid of pain too? Xiang Tianba laughed maniacally as he watched Su Yan struggle in pain. Su Yan, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might spare your life. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan and sneered again. He enjoyed this feeling and the respect of being in control of life and death. The immense pain in his body continued to erode Su Yan. Even so, Su Yan's heart did not waver in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I, Su Yan, would rather die than beg you for mercy. All right. Let's see how long you can last. Xiang Tianba did not believe that Su Yan could endure the torture of being eroded by his spiritual energy. As he spoke, another stream of spiritual energy entered Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan to writhe in pain once again. Ha ha ha. Xiang Tianba laughed heartily as he watched Su Yan struggle. At that moment, no one noticed the pagoda sword on the ground. The black vortex at the tip of the sword was getting thicker and thicker. It gradually spread across the ground and kept expanding. Beg for mercy, Su Yan. Xiang Tianba narrowed his eyes as he watched Su Yan struggle. He did not even notice the black qi at the side. Impossible. Su Yan endured the immense pain in his body and slowly stood up. He pointed at Xiang Tianba and said, Xiang Tianba, you want me to beg for mercy? Dream on. You have a death wish. Xiang Tianba was furious when he heard Su Yan's words. He clapped his hands and was about to hit Su Yan's head. Plop. Chapter 35. The black fog quickly gushed up and condensed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool condensed and swept out like a storm. That powerful and terrifying power suddenly burst out. Bang, bang, bang. With a few sounds, the surrounding ancient trees fell down. This is. Xiang Tianba was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. This time he could see clearly that a thick black fog was spinning faster and faster. It brought with it bursts of cold wind. Rumble with a loud sound, the black fog rushed towards Xiang Tianba like a stormy wave. What the hell? Xiang Tianba was shocked, but at the same time, a burst of anger surged in his chest. With a cold snort, he activated the cultivation technique in his body. Break! With a shout, Xiang Tianba waved one hand, and a strong qi surged out from his palm. The powerful qi swept out quickly, and instantly condensed into a huge sword shadow, slashing towards the black fog. Bang! The sword shadow collided with the black fog and made a loud sound. The seemingly powerful sword shadow released by Xiang Tianba just now was directly swallowed by the black fog, but the black fog only shook, and then violently rotated again, rushing towards Xiang Tianba. What the hell is this? Xiang Tianba's face was filled with shock. The cold arrogance from before had long disappeared from his face, and his eyes were filled with shock. The black fog still did not stop rotating, rolling bigger and bigger, causing a huge storm, constantly eroding everything around it. This is too strange, I'd better leave first. Xiang Tianba glanced at the black fog and didn't plan on attacking. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the attack just now, he still had a chance. Although he did not use his full strength in the attack, he still used 40 to 50% of his strength. However, the black fog did not move in the slightest, and there was nothing attractive, so Xiang Tianba did not have the interest to compete. As for Su Yan, Xiang Tianba watched as his body was sucked into the black fog. Just by relying on the huge invasion of the black fog, he was probably already dead. Xiang Tianba was too lazy to pay attention to it. He leaped out of the black fog and stepped onto the roaming auspicious cloud to leave Duantian Cliff. The black fog did not stop because of Xiang Tianba's departure. Instead, it spun faster and faster, continuously eroding the surrounding vegetation. Everywhere it passed, it immediately turned into barren land. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. However, the black fog below Duantian Cliff did not stop spinning. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker, and the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the condensed black fog suddenly spread out and instantly formed a huge tower. That's right, it was a huge pagoda. When the huge pagoda appeared, the black fog was like a wave, quickly dissipating to the side and blending into the air. In less than a breath's time, the black fog that almost occupied the entire Duantian Cliff disappeared completely. Only the huge pagoda that was formed in the black fog was left. Under the scorching sun, the huge pagoda, which was more than 100 feet tall and a few feet wide, faintly emitted a faint yellow-golden light. Under the golden light, the material of the pagoda could not be seen. However, the 3 words pagoda that appeared on the door in the middle of the pagoda were particularly dazzling. The 3 words pagoda of Buddha emitted a faint red light screen. Under the golden light, it gave people a sense of mystery. At this moment, if one were to look closely, they would discover that there was a person lying under the pagoda. That person's entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes showed that he was tired. However, there was a frightening determination on his face. Even at that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and one could still feel the viciousness that was spreading out from his eyes. If Xiang Tianba was present at that moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was Su Yan, who had died in the black fog. Su Yan lay under the pagoda, as if there was no trace of life in him. The pagoda was also quietly standing there. The surrounding vegetation of the Duantian Cliff had long been corroded beyond recognition by the black fog. One person and one pagoda quietly stood under the Duantian Cliff. Other than the occasional cry of 1 or 2 flying demonic beasts that flew across the horizon, there was only the sound of wind blowing from time to time below the Duantian Cliff. At the bottom of the Duantian Cliff, there was originally a desolate area. Under the invasion of the black fog that day, even the surrounding demonic beasts had disappeared without a trace. Only the silent sunlight shone, telling the story of the passage of time. The stars alternated and another 3 days passed by quickly on this day. The sky was no longer clear. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the area below the Duantian Cliff to become gloomy. Not a trace of sunlight could be seen, as if even the sunlight despised this piece of desolate land. Silence, or even a dead silence, filled the entire Duantian Cliff. Ha ha ha. However, at this moment, a roar of laughter suddenly rang out. This laughter was like a muffled thunder between heaven and earth, instantly spreading throughout the entire Duantian cliff. Su Yan, who was lying under the pagoda, also seemed to feel this muffled laughter. His body, which had not moved at all for the past few days, moved slightly at this moment. Enter my pagoda, obtain my pagoda, display the might of my pagoda, wake up. A voice rang out from within the pagoda. Following the voice, a wave of spiritual energy instantly surged out. It struck Su Yan's weak body, and Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. After being unconscious for the past few days, the moment he opened his eyes, the golden light from the pagoda flashed, and he hurriedly closed his eyes again. After a few breaths, Su Yan gradually got used to this intense light. When he opened his eyes and looked at the pagoda, shock once again exploded in his eyes. Although he was unconscious for a few days, Su Yan remembered clearly what happened that day. This was his humiliation. The pain caused by Xiang Tianba's spiritual energy erosion was still fresh in Su Yan's memory. At the same time, he also remembered the appearance of the black fog at the last moment. However, this pagoda. Kid, since you have activated the pagoda, begin the pagoda transfer. With a voice, Su Yan did not have time to react. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, and when Su Yan opened his eyes again, he was already inside the pagoda. What is going on? Su Yan's brows instantly formed a few black lines. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once again, without waiting for Su Yan to react, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. The few people who appeared were like a few phantoms, faintly discernible. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that when these people looked at him, they emitted a resentful aura. Not only that, but their entire bodies were emitting a thick murderous aura. This murderous aura was definitely something Su Yan had never seen before, and his heart could not help but tremble. Pagoda sect, you have caused me so much trouble. At this moment, among the few figures, the person standing at the front let out a cold snort and suddenly leaped towards Su Yan. Die. Su Yan panicked and quickly moved back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seeing that the few people wanted to attack again, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, you are. We want your life." The few people shouted at the same time and attacked Su Yan together. The few of them seemed to be moving slowly, but every move was aimed directly at Su Yan's vital points. Hey, what is going on? Su Yan was like a monk at this moment, completely unable to understand what was going on. However, no matter how Su Yan asked, no matter how he shouted, those people would only attack him and attack him. Every move was aimed at his vital points and every move was vicious. Xiao Su Yan could not dodge in time and his arm was cut by one of the people holding a sword, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out. Su Yan frowned and looked at his injured arm, anger welling up in his chest. I have no enmity with you. Since you are so vicious, don't blame me for not being polite. Su Yan gritted his teeth and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly rotated. With a slap of his storage bag, the awakening celestial sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the person who had just injured him, Su Yan's eyes narrowed and his body quickly rushed forward like an angry cheetah. At the same time, the awakening celestial sword in his hand suddenly rushed forward, like a flash of lightning. The sword flashed and the sword roared, directly piercing through the person's throat. Xiao, when the sword passed through the person, a crisp sound was heard and the person instantly dissipated, turning into nothingness. Su Yan frowned slightly but quickly recovered. Seeing the surrounding people attacking him, he licked his lips and shouted, "Good timing." In an instant, Su Yan raised his sword and swept it out. Sword energy was released in all directions, like a whirlpool rapidly rotating. In just one breath, the few people who were still full of killing intent, under this one move all turned into nothingness. The pagoda returned to a state of calm. Su Yan looked around and frowned again, especially those people just now. Who were they and why did they want to kill him? And where was this place? Su Yan's heart was full of doubts. He walked around in a circle and saw a pill in the center. Su Yan was no stranger to this pill. It was a second-level spirit gathering pill. Although it was not a rare item, it was still a good pill. Su Yan looked around, seeing that there was no one around. He did not think much of it and put it into his storage pouch. Then he walked around, hoping to find a way out. Unfortunately, he could not find a way out. The surroundings were covered in golden curtains. Although the golden curtains looked flashy, they were incomparably hard upon contact. It was impossible to break them. What is this place? Su Yan frowned again. Seeing the stairs to the second floor, he hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go up. Uproar. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the second floor, another loud sound was heard. Suddenly, a few demonic beasts jumped out from the surrounding golden curtains. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly tightened his grip on the awakening celestial sword. After a closer look, he realized that these demonic beasts were only ordinary demonic beasts. Giant wolves, third-level demonic beasts, famous for their speed.